51. Is he worthy of her? The train moved past in front of Shishio, and he wondered how many heroines or targets that could trigger his system in this world. He knew that he had met a lot of females along the way, but only some of them could trigger the system, which made him helpless. If all the women and girls in this world can trigger the system, then it'll be wonderful. However, Shishio knew that it wouldn't be that easy, and he knew that the number of heroines was quite limited. If he decided to become a scumbag, then he could become the richest man on earth right away, but he didn't really want to become one. Shishio then shook his head and decided not to overthink, since no one knew about the future. At first, he thought that he shouldn't have a relationship with anyone in high school, but when he thought about it calmly, it was better to have one, especially the thought about Chihiro, who hadn't married until now. He felt that he needed one. Shishio knew that the relationship during high school was relatively pure, and it was different for an adult since they needed to think about a lot of things, especially economics. He didn't need to worry about money anymore, and even if he didn't work, it should be alright since he had already become a billionaire and a superhuman, but a human was a greedy creature and he wanted to see what his limit was. Shishio looked at the reddish sky under the setting sun. The cherry blossoms slowly fell, and there were more and more people in the neighborhoods. Standing in front of the shopping district, he thought for a while and decided to walk in. "Boss, do you have any fresh tuna?" Shishio looked at the fish shop in front of him, asking the boss whether there was tuna since Shina was about to move to Sakurasa, so he was sure that they would prepare a hot pot as usual. "Of course, I have one, Nii-chan, how about this one?" The boss picked up one happily and handed it to Shishio. "I will take this one, boss." With his cooking mastery, he could tell whether the fish was fresh or not, or if it was just caught or not, and he knew very well that the fish that was recommended by the boss was really good. "Okay, Nii-chan, I can tell that you are quite professional at this. Let me check the weight." The boss put the tuna on the scale and said, "Total is 1,775 grams, I will make it 1,5 kg since I can see that you are going to come often." It might be his instinct as a boss of a fish shop that he could tell that little brother in front of him could make this fish into something very delicious, and of course, he wanted to taste it, which was why he was going to give him a discount. "Thank you, boss, I will come to your shop next time and promote it too." Shishio smiled and felt that this guy was quite pleasing to the eyes. Even though he had money, he was quite thrifty after all. If he could get it cheap, then why should he reject it? "Okay, okay. See you next time, Nyakan." "Hello little brother, is there something that you want?" "I will take the croquette, boss." Shishio looked at the display and decided to choose the cheese croquette. "Eat it slowly, little brother." "Thank you, boss." Shishio took the croquette and looked at the clock behind the counter, and it was almost the time for an appointment. Without hesitation, he moved quickly since he didn't want to be late. After a few minutes, Shishio looked at the empty square in front of the station, and there was 1 minute before the appointment time, so Shina should have arrived, right? Shishio looked around and a slender figure appeared on his sight, with pale yellow hair, and without an expression, sitting blankly under the cherry blossom tree in front of the station, with the brown suitcase that usually appeared on classic British drama standing next to her. Shishio looked at Shina and had to admit that this scene was really unforgettable, and at the same time, he was wondering how Chihiro could entrust Shina to someone like Sorita. He understood now the reason why that woman hadn't married until now. Achoo! Chihiro touched her nose and wondered if someone was talking about her, or if she had caught a cold. If so, then she should take some medicine since she didn't want to get sick since she had an appointment with a rich divorced man. Shishio didn't come to Shina immediately but tried to remember her information from his memory. Shina Mashiro was coming from a family of artists, and she had been living in the world of painting since she was a child, so she was relatively slow to anything besides painting. She had a gentle personality, dull, lacking in common sense, and extremely dependent. She had no ability to take care of herself, and her way of thinking was different from ordinary people, and because of this, under Sorita's operation, she fell from the throne of the art world. It wasn't that she wanted to be that way, or that she resisted herself to be that way, but it was because of Kanda Sorita of so-called Yasashi, gentleness, that Shina was bound to be dependent on him. Even Shishio thought that it was because of the author's strange plot and various ridiculous incidents that made Shina face something that she had never faced before, leaving her ignorant and confused by her surroundings, which caused her to hurt and mess in the later stage of the plot. It was because of Shiina's dependence, that it made her feel that she was in love with Sorita, even though she didn't, so everything was the fault of Kanda Sorita. Shishio looked at the girl's hair that was slightly blown by the wind. As the girl's pupils slowly rose, her appearance gradually appeared under his sight, and he also understood why Kanda Sorita was in love at first sight. Shishio then slowly walked toward Shina while looking at the photo in his hand, comparing it to the girl who was sitting quietly in front of him. Although he somehow remembered the story, he felt that Chihiro was really irresponsible, leaving such a cute girl to Kanda Sorita. When Shishio walked toward her, Shina looked up at him, watching him in silence. "Are you Shina Mashiro?" Shina looked at Shishio, without any expression. Shishio raised his eyebrow, wondering why this girl didn't answer him. Hey, what color do you want to be? Shishio didn't expect to be asked this question so suddenly. Shishio didn't seem to be surprised when he received his reward, but rather he was thinking about how to answer Sheena's question. If you ask this question to me, then at this moment, you should be full of confusion about your surroundings and future now, Shishio answered calmly and didn't directly answer Sheena's question just now. When Shishio thought about Sorita's answer to Sheena's question in the story, he knew that Sorita was feeling inferior to all the people that were living in Sakurasu. Sorita's surroundings were too bright and it made him who was always lacking the confidence to feel even more inferior, which was why he answered Sheena's question with an opal color, which was a very dull color, and that answer made Sheena confused. Please answer me. Sheena looked at Shishio and hoped to be able to get an answer from him. What color? Hey. Shishio rubbed his chin and said without hesitation and full of confidence. Right now, I am the color, and in the future, my color will be even more dazzling. Shishio had a right to say all of that since he knew that his future was unlimited with the system and his ability, so that was why he said that he was the color now. Color. It might be Sheena's first time to hear such an answer that she looked at him with a confused expression. Yes, color. Shishio nodded and said, I have infinite possibilities. I don't intend to be one of the colors among all living beings. I don't want to be a filler among everyone, but I want to make everyone, no, the world, to be affected by me. Sheena was stunned when she heard such an answer from Shishio. Originally for her, the world was separated by two, one was her and her paintings, and the other one was outside her and her paintings. To the outside, in truth, she had never been curious about it, but after she heard Shishio's answer today, there were waves on her heart, and there seemed to be a little light on her pupils. So what color do you want to be? Shishio asked back. The future. I don't know, but I should be white now. Sheena was in silence since she had never considered this problem, although Shishio's answer made her yearn for it, but her condition, well. Then your future should be white. You are you. You don't need to change yourself for other people. It is enough to be one that you want to be, and the color for your future depends on your own choices in the future. Shishio also agreed that Sheena's color was white at this moment, however, it didn't mean that white was bad. White was beautiful, it was flawless, simple and unique, but at the same time, it was easily stained. The color of my future depends on my own choice. Sheena looked at Shishio faintly, she didn't quite understand what he meant, but no one had ever said something similar to herself before, which was why she felt that she wanted to be with him from now on. My name is Shishio Oga. I was asked by Chihiro Ne to come and pick you up. Shishio showed out the photo to Sheena and had to admit that even though she had grown up, she was still beautiful and cute. Sheena Mashiro. Well, please take care of me in the future, Sheena-san. Shishio smiled faintly and said, let's go back to Sakurasu for now. He was wondering what would happen to the protagonist and the heroine from now on, and somehow, he felt that it was quite interesting to make the relationship between the heroine and the protagonist end failure. Mashiro. Call me, Mashiro. Shishio felt strange since he knew that unless someone was very close to each other, there was no way for that person to call out that person's first name, but Sheena's head was working differently, so. Then, Mashiro, you can also call me, Shishio. Shishio. Mashiro nodded and thought that something was about to begin. 52, Fish Hot Pot. Welcome to Sakurasu. Welcome, Mashiro-chan. Thank you, Chihiro. Shishio took Sheena back to Sakurasu, and because she was curious about everything around her, he accompanied her all the way to Sakurasu, and when they arrived at Sakurasu, the truck that transported Sheena's luggage had already arrived. Chihiro Ne, I bought a tuna along the way, and Mashiro has just moved to Sakurasu, how about we eat a hot pot tonight? Shishio handed all the things that he had bought to Chihiro to check. Chihiro nodded and said, all right, the size of the fish seems quite good, let's just make a hot pot tonight, can you make it, Shishio? Sure. Shishio nodded. It's great. Shishio-kun, are you going to make dinner tonight? Misaki looked at Shishio excitedly. After tasting Shishio's dish 2 days ago, everything she ate felt almost tasteless, showing how delicious his dish was, though, she didn't know that the dish that she ate before was a dish that he made casually. She then heard that Chihiro had told Shishio to cook dinner, she couldn't help but gulp her saliva, thinking how delicious his dish was. Finally, I have a chance to taste it this time. Mitaka thought about the breakfast that Shishio had made this morning. Unlike Misaki, who had already shown her saliva, with his personality, he couldn't do such a thing that might damage his image. Oh? Boy, can you cook? Is it really delicious? Mayumi asked, then looked at Sayaka in doubt. When she heard that Shishio could cook, she thought that it was normal, but how delicious was it? She wasn't sure and thought that it might not be bad. I don't know, but from Misaki's reaction, it doesn't seem like a fake. Sayaka had just returned to Sakurasu. She was usually very busy and wouldn't be at Sakurasu most of her time, and it was the same about tonight, but the gathering with her friend was suddenly cancelled, so she chose to come back since she felt bored, and as a result, she met Mitaka and the others at the door, helping with Shina's luggage. Oga-kun, do you need my help? Shiro-san looked at Shishio with a reddish face, but his current sight was a little low, so he was unable to see Shishio's appearance. It's alright, you don't need to help me, Shiro-san, thank you, I can do it myself, but Shiro-san, this is... Shishio looked at Shiro-san, who was flushed, and his body was being pressed under suitcase by Mayumi, which caused him to sigh since the relationship between the two was too good, right? In truth, Shishio also wanted to tell both Mayumi and Shiro-san to play their fetish play somewhere else, not in this place. Mayumi-san, don't play with the suitcase. Ritsu's face turned red when she looked at Mayumi, who was happily playing with Shiro-san. The two of them had been doing this after they played chess in the afternoon, and after Shiro-san had won, Mayumi seemed unable to accept the result and gave Shiro-san a punishment, or a reward. She wasn't sure, or rather she didn't want to know at all. Kanda Sorita. Kanda-kun, are you okay? Shishio found out after he returned to Sakurasu with Shina. Sorita had been watching Shina all the time. From Sorita's expression, he could tell that this kid was in love at first sight, which made him wonder whether this guy would forget about Nanami. What are you talking about, Oga-kun? Sorita, who finally reacted, looked at Shishio, who had called him out just now. However, he glanced at Shina once again, wondering who she was, and he didn't know why. When she appeared in front of him, her existence seemed to be the only thing left in the whole world, just like a white light that suddenly appeared in his world. Okay, don't gather, you all gather in this place. Chihiro looked at everyone who was still at the entrance of Sakurasu and told them to move away. Then she kicked Shiro-san, who was still pressed under the suitcases on the ground along the way. Shishio, go and prepare dinner. The others, Mitaka and Kanda, go and help Mashiro to move her luggage in. After assigning the job, Chihiro pulled the dazed Shina and entered the Sakurasu. When Shishio came to the kitchen, he looked at the tuna in his hand, and even after he bought it for so long, the fish had always been kicking alive. The eyes of the fish were bright, the whole body was glowing, and it had a perfect color without any marks on it. Shishio could also smell a faint fishy smell from the fish. He then pressed his finger on it and felt that the texture of the meat was quite good. In conclusion, the quality of the fish was good. Japan is a country that loves to eat fish. It has developed a variety of ways to eat fish, even the most famous one, sashimi. Although the sashimi culture was passed down from China thousands of years ago, it was quite monotonous and boring, but after it was introduced to Japan, sashimi made a huge evolution, and the most famous fish in sashimi was tuna, which was tender, delicious, and high in protein, which was very suitable for sashimi. In Shishio's hand, he was holding a tuna. Shishio knew to produce delicious dishes from a dish, it was necessary to have good knife skill, otherwise, the quality of the meat would decrease and it would reduce its deliciousness. After Shishio made up his preparation, he slapped the fish with enough power, otherwise, the meat would be damaged when he cut it with a knife. He cleaned up the body of the fish, cut the abdomen with a knife, cleaned up the innards of the fish, and cleaned up the fish with a paper towel. Shishio touched the smooth body of the fish, cut off the fins on both sides, then chopped off the head of the fish along the gills, put it in a pot that had been prepared on the side, and fried the fish head on the pot on both sides, before taking it out. He then added the prepared seasonings, boiled it with a high-temperature fire, and simmered the white soup on the pot where he fried the fish head before, giving it a better taste. In truth, Shishio could use water directly, but it was Shina's first time to enter Sakurasu, so he wanted to give her the best dish. Shishio then glanced at the soup that was still boiling, then turned his attention to the remaining dish. After removing the left and right gills with a knife, the other part of the fish could be eaten. He then laid the fish flat on the cutting board, putting the knife right on the belly of the fish at a perpendicular angle to the body of the fish, and cut it straight to the back. Shishio pressed the back of the fish with his fingers, found the gap between the fish bones, and cut into the back of the fish at the same angle and cut it straight down. After cutting, Shishio gently lifted 2 complete pieces of fish fillet, leaving only a whole fish bone on the cutting board. It seemed the process was very simple, but in truth, it took a lot of skill to do all of that, since most of the time, the meat of the fish would be damaged when it was cut by the knife. Shishio then cut 2 of the fish fillets into small sizes and put them in an arranged manner so everyone could eat them easily. Shishio then looked at the white simmered fish soup, prepared other ingredients for the hot pot, placed the fish fillets on the plate, and after everything was ready, it was time for dinner. Shishio-kun, it smells really good. Have you finished it? Can I eat? Misaki, who was attracted by the smell, couldn't help but get close and wanted to slurp the soup directly since it smelled so good. Shishio watched Misaki with her head stretched out and kept watching all the food on the table without looking away or wiping the saliva on the corner of her mouth. Misaki-senpai, quickly wipe your saliva. It almost falls onto the plate. Shishio was helpless toward Misaki and really thought that this girl was a little boy that was trapped inside a sexy girl's body. Even though most of her actions were quite perverted, she was very pure and very shy toward her true emotion, especially toward her beloved one. Misaki-senpai, can you call everyone? Let's have dinner. Shishio wiped the water in his hand with a towel, and put green onion, mushrooms, cabbage, and other ingredients into the pot in batches, and then poured the white fish soup into the pot. The fish hot pot was completed and all he needed was to put the fish fillets, but he needed to wait for everyone. Okay, Shishio-kun. Leave it to me. Misaki wiped the slobber on her mouth, saluted, directly responded to the task that was given to her by Shishio, and rushed out from the dining room to call out everyone. 53, believe it or not, I will throw you to the Tokyo Bay. Oga-kun, I really didn't expect you to be so amazing. Mitaka was completely shocked by the hot pot in front of him. At first, he thought that this underclassman was very mysterious and might have some kind of unique talent. In truth, he was also quite wary since he could tell that Misaki and Shishio became so close in just a day, but enough of that since he didn't expect Shishio to have such superb cooking skills. Yes, Oga-kun, this is, too amazing, right? Sorita looked at the hot pot in front of him with a shock. The crystal clear milky white soup, and every piece of fish slice flashed with luster, made him gulp and unable to hold his desire to devour all the foods in front of him. Everyone's reaction was mostly the same and they were looking at the hot pot in front of them with eagerness. Then the moment Shishio opened the lid of the pot, a strong and delicious scent spread throughout the room in an instant, making everyone quiet. Even both Mayumi and Sayaka, who had been bickering to each other for a while, also stopped their bickering and shifted their attention to the hot pot in the middle of the table. Sorita rubbed his eyes a lot of time, wondering whether he was in a dream since he just saw a light when Shishio opened the lid. He then looked up and wondered whether there was something wrong with the lamp. Shishio, are you still hiding something from me? Chihiro looked at Shishio, who was smiling in front of her, and suddenly felt a little annoyed, especially when she thought about her older sister who had asked her to take care of Shishio since he might unable to take care of himself before he came over, but she didn't even take care of him, or rather she was the one that was being taken care of. But when Chihiro pondered for a while, she didn't think that her older sister was lying to her, so in the end, Shishio might be too lazy to show his skill when he was with his parents, or rather, she might be too lazy to think and all in her heads were the dish in front of her. Shishio-kun, marry me. Let's go to the government office to register our marriage. I heard that it is open for 24 hours, well, but I have to finish this meal first. Misaki spoke directly to Shishio, but the food in front of her was too tempting, so she felt a bit conflicted about whether she should marry him first, or eat the food in front of her first, but in the end, it would be great to have both at the same time. Shishio didn't answer, or rather he ignored Misaki's marriage proposal since he knew very well that this girl was in love with Mitaka and they only knew for few days, even though that there was a possibility if she was really in love with him, he could say that about that matter later since if he answered this joke, he was sure that Mitaka, who was staring at this moment, would flip the table without hesitation. It smells good. Ritsuo looked at Shishio who sat beside her in surprise and curiosity. Today she heard that Shishio was a monster who got a full score during the entrance exam. She had seen Shishio's paper on the school before and she had to admit that it was perfect, however, if it was only that, she wouldn't be surprised, but this guy seemed to be a powerful martial artist and at the same time, he was also good at cooking. Ritsuo thought of the days when Shishio saved her at the riverside that day. Because of her blunder, she and Mayumi slipped and knocked him down, not only he didn't blame her, but he also saved her, even though he was the one that made him have a nosebleed. After that day, Ritsuo was unable to talk with him alone and all she wanted to do was to apologize to him and also thanked him for what he had done. If he hadn't saved her at that time, she and Mayumi would probably have dived into the river directly. Shishio-kun, it seems that among everyone in Sakurasu, you're the one that is the most amazing. Shiro-san's eyes that were covered by his bangs flashed with thought, and he looked at Shishio thoughtfully. Although Shiro-san's existence was the lowest among everyone in Sakurasu, and everyone thought of him as a pervert, it could be said that he was the richest among everyone in Sakurasu's social circle until Shishio was living here, though, no one knows how rich he is. His identity as a well-known novelist could make him known many different things, and he also occasionally attends some large gatherings and he also had seen a lot of chefs with amazing skills, but the ingredients that they used were all top-notch. However, for Shishio, who could use normal ingredients to create such a delicious dish, at least in Shiro-san's thought, it was very difficult. Shiro-san had seen the fish that Shishio had bought was just a normal fish that was bought in the shopping district and its only advantage was it was very fresh, but that's all. Therefore, Shiro-san believed that Shishio's cooking skill was very amazing. Shiro-san was sure that if Shishio's cooking skill was known by those big people with rich authority and fame, then money would be at his fingertip. Wow! What is this? What is this, Oga-kun? How can it smell so delicious? You're so amazing! Sayaka looked at Shishio with a beautiful smile and amazement since this boy shocked her too much. Sayaka thought that Shishio was just an ordinary high school student, and at most, he should be similar to Misaki or Mitaka, but now, it seemed that he was more amazing than she had thought. If ordinary people were still playing with origami, then a genius like Mitaka and Misaki could already use a remote control model, then Shishio-kun probably had already launched a rocket to outer space. Sayaka thought that the people around her circle in collages were very shallow, except for showing off their new clothes and hair, showing vulgar jokes by looking down on someone which made her disgusted and talked about strange matters that made them think as if they had saved the world. Sayaka thought that compared to Shishio-kun, they couldn't be compared at all. Sayaka didn't expect Shishio to have this kind of ability. There was a saying to make a man fall in love, you need to conquer his stomach, but this sentence was also valid for a woman, if you didn't succeed, then your cooking skill wasn't good enough. Boy, you're too amazing, I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking. Mayumi smiled then raised her chest and said, what do you think of my figure? Do you want to make me your girlfriend? She looked at the hot pot in front of her, its scent constantly tempting her heart. As for her previous boyfriends that were 2-timing, 3-timing, or even 4-timing on her, she decided to throw all of them into the river. Compared to the young man in front of her, they were nothing, and if she had him as a boyfriend, then... Gulp. Mayumi thought the prospect of him as her boyfriend wasn't that bad at all. Sayaka looked at Mayumi next to her silently and based on her understanding of Mayumi, it should be that Mayumi was half serious and half joking, and she knew that Mayumi was greedy for Shishio's face and craftsmanship. Shishio twitched his lip and didn't really want to talk at that moment. Sheena, on the other hand, sat next to Shishio and looked at him silently. Sheena was sitting between Shishio and Chihiro without saying a word, and looking at him so intently, but no words came out from her mouth. Shishio noticed this and asked, what's wrong, Mashiro? He could guess more or else what this girl wanted to ask him since he also knew this girl's personality from his memory and he was sure that this girl wanted him to serve her a bowl, though, he had to admit that Sheena's expression at this moment was quite funny. Sheena continued to look at Shishio silently. Shishio noticed that Sheena's eyes began to fluctuate, and he couldn't help but want to tease her more. Sheena looked at Shishio, then looked at the hot pot in the middle of the table, then she looked at him, and the pot again, she kept repeating this process several times. Shishio was about to laugh at how cute this girl was, but he knew that he shouldn't help her at this moment, they weren't familiar with each other so it would be weird if he suddenly served her a bowl of hot pot. Shishio, she's waiting for you to serve her a bowl. Chihiro also discovered the situation next to her, but it was also her fault since she didn't say anything to Shishio about Sheena. Shishio, Mashiro's condition is a bit special. Because of her family, she has almost no friends from childhood until now, and she is a bit ignorant since she grew up with her grandfather. She lacks common sense, she is relatively slow, and she doesn't have an ability to take care of herself, so Shishio. Chihiro looked at Shishio and Sheena for a while, then. Starting today, you will take care of Mashiro every day, Chihiro said and made up his decision. Me. Shishio glanced at Sheena, who was quietly watching him and sat beside him. Although he had expected Chihiro would give him this task, he felt a bit unbelievable, wondering whether Sheena was really Chihiro's cousin, since this woman simply threw Sheena toward a normal boy in puberty like this. Shishio then glanced at the side, and after hearing Chihiro had asked him to take care of Sheena, Sorita's face instantly dimmed. He couldn't help but frown, thinking whether he should throw Sorita to Tokyo Bay after he put Sorita on the barrel full of cement for thinking to take care of Sheena. Chihiro, nay, I don't think that it is good to leave her to me, after all, I am a boy. Shishio decided to refuse, although he didn't want Sorita to become close to Sheena. Sakurasu was different from Sakurasu in his memory since there were a lot of different people in this place and he didn't think that Sorita was able to take care of Sheena again like in the story. Shishio, have you forgotten your relationship with Mashiro? Chihiro glanced at Shishio with a weird smile on her face while asking this question. 54. Have I stolen the heroine from the protagonist? Shishio-kun, do you have a relationship with Mash Iron? Misaki looked at Shishio with piercing eyes. Boy, don't you? Mayumi suddenly thought a lot of plot on the novel and TV drama, thinking that both of them might be in love or a childhood friend that was separated several years, then met again, which somehow made her annoyed when she thought that there might be a couple that was born beside her. Mayumi was single and she was unhappy, so no one should be happy unless she was happy. And Mayumi would be lying if she wasn't tempted by Shishio that time, if there wasn't Ritsu at that time, she might pull him to the hotel then both of them shared a steamy night for a day or a two. Mitaka, Sorita, Ritsu, and Shiro-san all looked over in confusion and they were also curious about the relationship between the two. Chihiro, nay. Shishio could guess what this woman was about to say but... I am Mashiro's cousin and you're my nephew, well, you two are relatives. Chihiro wasn't sure what to call the relationship between Sheena and Shishio since it was so messy, but one thing for sure, they were relative. Hey! Everyone! On the other hand, Sorita's eyes suddenly burst into light. Since Oga-kun and Shina are relatives, then can I? Sorita became excited, and he looked at Shina, who was sitting next to Shishio, and he almost couldn't control his emotion at that moment. He wasn't sure what he was feeling before, but when he saw Shina for the first time, he really wanted to become close with her and wondered whether he had been attracted by her, but one thing for sure, he felt the meeting between him and Shina was fate. Mitaka, who sat next to Sorita, suddenly glanced at Sorita, then at Shishio, smiled, but he didn't speak. Mayumi and Sayaka felt strange since they thought the relationship between Shishio and Shina was a couple that had been separated for the past few years, but it turned out that they were relatives, which made them feel bored. If Shishio knew what those two were thinking, he should throw the two of them on his bed, then teach them what a single man could do with his rod. Relative. Shina looked at Shishio, who sat next to her, with a curious expression and didn't expect that this handsome boy would be her relative. Shishio didn't care much about the gazes of everyone, his mentality had always been strong and he had gotten used to being gazed at by 100 or thousands of people because he had taught a lecture for business, finances and investments in his previous life, and he had been staring at Chihiro, wondering whether this woman was really going to throw Shina at him. Well, even if both of you are relatives, the blood relationship between you is so far and you can even marry each other in the future if you want, Chihiro said easily. Shina and Shishio. I am a boy, Chihiro nay, Shishio said calmly. But Shishio, apart from me in this Sakurasu, you're the only one who has the closest relationship with Mashiro, so you still have to take care of her. Chihiro looked at Shishio since she was really lazy to take care of Shina and she decided to throw Shina to Shishio, then what if both of them really fell in love and married each other? She didn't think too much, or rather she didn't think that Shishio would have an interest in Shina, how could she tell? It was her instincts as a woman that had been living in this world for the past 29 years and 12 months. Chihiro nay, although it is alright to let me take care of Mashiro in the school, I am still a boy after all, and it isn't convenient for me to go to the girls' area. Shishio was worried since the one who was living in the girls' area wasn't only Shina, but there were other girls too. He was afraid that he might be seduced or be bamboozled by the girls, especially both Mayumi and Sayaka, since he could tell that those two weren't good girls. As a boy, Shishio also needed to take care of himself since he knew very well that there were a lot of carnivorous girls in this country. Let me. Sorita, who had been looking at Shina, was very excited and thought that it would be nice if he could take care of her. When he heard Shishio's refusal, he suddenly spoke out, hoping to let him. I'll take care of Shina Mashiro. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke, and it was Ritsu. I'm a girl. I will take care of Shina when she is at Sakurasu. Ritsu said calmly. When she saw Shishio's embarrassment, she knew that she needed to help him, especially when she had always thought about how to thank him before, and although she didn't know why she didn't want to see Shishio and Shina together inside her heart. But Ritsu, I have said before that Mashiro has zero ability to take care of herself. Chihiro had already told everyone about Shina's condition, and she believed that Ritsu also could understand how hard it was to take care of Shina. It could be said that taking care of Shina was the same as taking care of toddlers. Chihiro decided to leave Shina to Shishio because they were relatives, and she also knew Shishio's character and believed in him, although she also believed in Ritsu. After all, Ritsu had nothing to do with Shina since they were neither friends nor relatives, so she couldn't understand why Ritsu made this decision so suddenly. Is it because of this kid? Chihiro looked at Shishio with a strange expression, but she didn't think it was because of Shishio since it had only been 2 days since both Shishio and Ritsu met each other. I'll take care of her, Ritsu said once again without hesitation. Looking at Ritsu for a while, Chihiro nodded, and she also understood Ritsu's character well, so she decided to leave Shina to Ritsu. Don't worry, Chihiro, I will help Riken too. Mayumi saw Ritsu's determination and decided to help Ritsu. After all, on the Sakurasu, she had the best relationship with Ritsu, although Ritsu's decision was quite sudden. Since Ritsu had made up her mind, she would help her without hesitation. Well, in that case, then on Sakurasu, Mashiro will be taken care of by you, Ritsu. Chihiro couldn't say anything else, and if she wasn't busy with her jobs, then she wouldn't give Shina to someone else and would take care of Shina by herself, although she also understood that it wasn't really convenient to leave Shina to Shishio. She didn't think too much since everything had been solved. Only Sorita lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly, his expression constantly changing, showing unwillingness. What Sorita didn't notice was that Mitaka had been paying attention to him, and Mitaka's expression was a bit serious. Shishio and Sorita both entered Sakurasu one after another, and the relationship between him and the other two was quite similar, and it wasn't that he was more biased, but now, he felt that Sorita was a bit irrational. Shina was very beautiful and Mitaka also admitted that fact. However, Shina was a relative of both Shishio and Chihiro-sensei, and the matter of Shina should be the matter of a family. On the other hand, Sorita wasn't only an outsider, but he was also a boy, and what he did at this moment was little overstepped. Mitaka often visited various social places and he had seen a lot of people. He had long discovered that Sorita had been paying attention to Shina when Shina entered Sakurasu, and whether Sorita was in love at first sight or attracted by Shina's beauty, it shouldn't be a reason why Sorita couldn't understand his position. He could also see Sorita's jealousy for Shishio was for nothing and for no reason, which was absolutely unreasonable. Originally, Mitaka had always regarded Sorita as his underclassman, but now, when he looked at Sorita, there was a sense of distance in his eyes. Mitaka, somewhat disappointed, stopped paying attention to Sorita and sighed in his heart. Shishio. Shina tugged Shishio's sleeves, and her eyes had always been looking at him. Since Ritsu had decided to take care of Shina, Shishio didn't need to feel worried about Shina anymore. If he was really being tasked to take care of Shina, then it would be inevitable for Shina to enter his room from time to time, and he believed that something might happen, and when that happened, it would be difficult to take care of that matter, since unlike in the story of rom-com, romance comedy, everything which happened here was a reality, and if something perverted happened, then he was sure that someone might call police directly. Shishio looked at Sorita, and he could see everything from Sorita's expression. Even Mitaka's enthusiastic expression at Sorita from before had gradually become cold. In this situation, he could only shake his head. He might hate how Sorita treated Shina, but he didn't hate him that much. However, he didn't expect this to happen, though, even if Sorita decided to leave Sakurasu, he didn't care much since the relationship between the two wasn't that close. However, Shishio also knew that if he wasn't here, then he was sure that the development would follow the plot where Sorita would take care of Shina, so, in sense, it could be said that he had cuckolded Sorita. Still, when Shishio thought about how Sorita's operation in the story, and how Sorita had almost ruined Shina's life, who almost ascended to the throne of the art world, he knew that he needed to separate Shina from this poison. Okay, the fish should be cooked now, everyone you can eat, Shishio said. 55. What is the difference between a genius and an ordinary people? How could this fish? Chihiro showed a shock after she tasted the food in her mouth. When they put the fish on their mouths, the expression of everyone on the table was instantly frozen, even Shina, who was known as an expressionless girl. Then everyone's complexion turned rosy, and the whole person seemed to have sublimated, full of happiness. The cooked fish would usually be soft, and depending on the cooking process, the fish would be either watery if it was boiled or crispy, if it was fried, but when they bit down this fish, it was full of firmness, and their teeth could clearly feel the texture of the fish. The taste of the fish mixed with the soup burst out in their mouths. The other ingredients in the pot had been simmered for just a few minutes, making the taste of the hot pot mix together, but when they bit down the fish, they could taste the harmony of every ingredient on the fish made it even more delicious. Hey! After swallowing the fish that was inside his mouth, Mitaka's gaze at Shishio became even weirder, wondering what kind of family was capable of cultivating such a top chef. He's really mysterious. Mitaka knew this kind of cooking skill was impossible to be accessed by ordinary families or ordinary people. He knew that he had already overestimated Shishio's ability in his heart, but he didn't expect to underestimate him, since he knew that it was almost impossible for someone to reach this kind of skill with his age. If the one who cooked this dish was a middle-aged man or an elderly man, then he wouldn't be surprised. The problem was, Shishio was only a teen. Mitaka looked at the crystal-clear fish fillets on his chopsticks. Even after it had been out of the pot for so long, the texture of the fish was still delicate and firm. Anyone who had eaten hot pot fish should know that the taste of the cooked fish would become worse and worse as it cooled after being out of the pot for a period of time, but the one made by Shishio didn't. Mitaka knew that the fish should be cut in a special way, or there should be a secret technique that was used on the fish before it entered the pot, and this kind of knowledge was impossible to be learned by most culinary schools, and he knew very well, the values of the technique, recipe, etc. that were done on this hot pot couldn't be bought by any amount of money. Oga-kun is really amazing. Mitaka smiled, and somehow he liked this underclassman. He knew that the worth of this hot pot could even reach tens of thousands of dollars, but Shishio was willing to share it with everyone. This kind of disposition wasn't comparable to ordinary people, and Mitaka looked at Misaki, who was slurping the soup next to him and couldn't wait to plunge her face directly into the pot. He couldn't help but show a happy expression, and on the contrary, he shook his head when he looked at Sorita, who was eating silently on his side. To be honest, Shishio didn't know that he had become some kind of noble existence in Mitaka's mind. After all, learning all those abilities were beyond his control, and it was rather difficult for him to cook a disgusting dish than for him to make a perfect dish. Cooking mastery. This skill not only optimizes all of his cooking methods and techniques, but also automatically optimizes the quality of the ingredients when he washes the vegetables or cuts the meat. Simply put, this skill is a bit like a passive skill in video games. Even after Shishio prepares the dishes, this skill will add more color, fragrance, and flavor to the dishes, so it is impossible for him to create an unpalatable dish. So Mitaka was completely misunderstood Shishio, but it was also impossible to tell Mitaka about a system, not Shishio planned to. Oh! Oh! Shishio-kun, how did you make this dish? It's so delicious. I have never eaten such a delicious fish hot pot in my entire life. What did you put in? Ho Misaki kept stuffing her mouth with the fish, and even though it was hot, it was hard for her to talk. She kept stuffing her mouth. This. Mitaka was stunned, but he knew that Misaki didn't understand the meaning of her question, but he knew that Shishio's technique must already belong to the category of secret arts in the culinary world, so Misaki's words already belonged to asking about other people's business secrets and family background, although, he knew that Misaki didn't mean that, nor she had a brain to think about it, but he knew very well that her question was very rude. After all, asking someone else's secret was a very serious matter. Mitaka then looked at Misaki with some worry. Even if Shishio could forgive her, an apology was definitely inevitable, since no one could ignore this kind of behavior asking others people for secrets, so he looked at Shishio. Hopefully, nothing big would happen. Chihiro's expression paused, didn't say anything. She wasn't stupid, although she seemed quite irresponsible. It didn't mean she couldn't understand anything, although she was wondering where her nephew learned this secret technique and understood that Shishio's family was very rich. His family didn't have anything to do with culinary business, nor was he a professional cook. Even so, Chihiro could see the value of this skill, so now with Misaki's question, she couldn't make a decision for Shishio, so she looked at Shishio. Shiro-san took a bit of the fish, feeling the firmness of the fish in his mouth, and glanced at Misaki, who acted so silly and asked a rude question. His expression became weird, and really admired this carefree character, and wondered why Mitaka liked this girl. Shiro-san knew that it was impossible for Mitaka to not understand the meaning of Misaki's question based on his ability and insight, but everything was up to Shishio to solve this matter. Thank you for your compliment. If you are interested, then you can come to cook another day. If you don't understand, I can teach you. Shishio looked at Misaki, who happily ate his dish, and he was quite happy with her compliment since her compliment was pure without any hidden meaning behind it. Mitaka, Chihiro, and Shiro-san. What is the situation, is that it? The minds of the three people were all messed up since originally, in their minds, Shishio turned silent, ignoring Misaki, or might even mock Misaki, or in severe cases, it might directly cause a fight in Sakurasu. But they didn't expect this result at all. The three of them had thought a lot of scenarios, but never expected this development to happen, although, they didn't know each other for a long time. With their understanding of Shishio, they were sure that Shishio realized the importance of his cooking techniques, but he shared it without hesitation. Mitaka couldn't understand Shishio and what kind of thought was inside his mind to be able to say such a thing while wondering whether Shishio really didn't care to share his secret with Misaki. He wondered for a while and his expression became quite wary, wondering whether Shishio liked Misaki, who was known as an alien in the eyes of most people. If so, he needed to do something, since if he didn't do something, he knew that Misaki might be stolen from him. Chihiro suddenly wanted to take a look at Shishio's brain and didn't understand his decision to say such a thing, but it was his knowledge, and it had nothing to do with her or his family, so she didn't do anything. However, Chihiro didn't want to stop it since it was Shishio's decision and it made her like him even more. She was also very proud when she heard his answer, since she didn't expect her nephew to have such a temperament after she hadn't seen him for so many years, and the more she looked at him the more gentle her gaze was. Among the people at this table, Sayaka, Mayumi, and Ritsu had never been in contact with such a thing, so the sudden changes in expression on Chihiro didn't make them feel any strangeness. After all, among their social circle, they had never had access to this kind of knowledge, but Shiro-san knew very well, and because of that, he admired Shishio very much now. If this question was being asked to him, then the scenario would change, but it didn't change how rude this question was. It was like when Shiro-san had just written his book, and after writing the manuscript, a friend suddenly asked him for the manuscript of the novel, but he gave it to his friend. Shiro-san glanced at Shishio, who had already started to explain the fish hot pot method to Misaki, then glanced at Sorita, who was eating silently, and shook his head. If you don't understand, I will show it to you later. Shishio looked amusedly at Misaki, who was still taking notes while eating fish, and clearly knew that it was impossible for this girl to recreate this fish hot pot. 56. The gap between genius and ordinary people. Ah, it's so complicated. It's much harder than drawing anime. I don't want to cook. I don't want to do it. I want to eat. Misaki knew that she needed to eat as fast as possible, or else, the food in front of her was being robbed by everyone, and she didn't want that. She then looked at Shina and stopped eating since she was surprised to see how Shina was eating so fast. Shishio only smiled when he saw Misaki's reaction after she heard him repeating the cooking process, since it was very complicated. The cooking process might seem very simple, but it was very difficult to reproduce the taste that he made. From the choices of ingredients, the angle and thickness of the cut, the sequence of each process, the timing of when the ingredients entered the pot, the grasp of the seasoning, the order of the ingredients, the amount of water, the adjustment of the heat and temperature, the cooking time, etc. Every time the chef made a good meal, even if there was only 1 second time difference in the cooking process, or there was a slight change in the ingredients, the taste would change differently, and according to the different adjustments, there may even be thousands of different tastes. In truth, Shishio noticed the slight changes in the expression of the people at the table, but he didn't take it seriously, and with Misaki's character, she was just curious and there was no other meaning behind her question. However, everyone was thinking too much, since there was no way for them to reproduce his taste since they didn't have a skill and system, so even if he told everyone in this world what he had done completely, it was impossible to replicate the taste that was comparable to his, not to mention that there was a passive bonus from his skill. Everyone had underestimated him, and in other words, even if there was a secret skill in his cooking ability, Shishio didn't care too much since his future value was more than this. Even though his cooking technique might seem very important, it wasn't that much compared to all the things that he received from the system, and the food was better to be enjoyed with everyone, though, in truth, he didn't like the guys and hoped that it would be his girlfriend, wife, family and children that would enjoy the deliciousness of his food next time. So it didn't really matter even if Shishio told Misaki about his cooking method. As for the people on this table that compare him to Sorita next to him because of this food, Shishio didn't even know about it nor did he care about it, but if he knew, he felt a bit sorry for Sorita since living in this Sakurasu was already hell for Sorita, who felt that he was inferior to everyone, and when Sorita was being compared to Shishio, it felt like Sorita was being shot down when Sorita was already dead. If Shishio knew, he was wondering whether he should dress in black so he could mourn for Sorita at this moment. Mashiro, did you know that eating hot pot is the tradition of everyone in Sakurasu to welcome their new tenant? By the way, it was all thanks to Shishio who bought the ingredients before, since Chihiro didn't say anything about Mashiro's coming today after all, Misaki said and stood up from her seat, scooping the fish fillets in the pot. Poor Sorita, Misaki had already forgotten that he also bought some ingredients back. Hey! I am busy contacting the rich dads and widowers that I have met at school before, so I forgot to tell you in advance. As a teacher, Chihiro said without shame what she did today. She then drank a bottle of beer in one gulp, turning a blind eye to the few guys around that looked at her with contemptuous eyes. Ding! Hey! It's Ryunishuk's text message. Mitaka received a text message from Ryunishuk. Akasaka Ryunishuk, the smell is so fragrant, is it Shishio-kun's turn to cook today? Unfortunately, Ryunishuk-sama still has a job to do tonight. Please put a portion for Ryunishuk-sama on the bowl and then cover it with plastic wrap. No green onions, thank you. From, maid. Does Ryunishuk want to eat fish? Don't give it to him. Just give him some shiitake mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Chihiro pointed at the few fish fillets left in the pot, and it tasted so delicious, that everyone was robbing each other, completely forgetting the fact that there was another person upstairs. Mash iron, look at this, this is spring onion, it is very delicious. Try it, mash iron, it is very tender and juicy, but be careful when you eat it, mash iron, you have to bite it gently, otherwise, the hot soup will splurt out from it. Misaki held a piece of spring onion with chopsticks and slowly moved it toward Shina's mouth. Wow, Kanda, you're blushing. What are you thinking about, ha ha ha. Mayumi, who was a hooligan, laughed very wildly when she saw Sorita blushing. Kanda-kun, you're so innocent, Sayaka is surprised. Sayaka put her hand on her chin, watching Sorita interestingly. Kanda, your reaction is too exaggerated. Chihiro looked at Sorita with a helpless expression since this kid reacted so much to Shina. Hey, hey. Kaoru-kun is excited about vegetables. I can only do the second round, mash iron, how about this one? Misaki turned toward Sorita, whose face was getting redder and redder before she continued to feed Shina. Sorita. I just heard from Chihiro-sensei, Shina-san, you're from the UK, right? Are you also going to enroll in a high school affiliated with Swime University of the Arts? Mitaka recalled Chihiro asked Shishio to take care of Shina at school, but now the entrance ceremony had just ended, and the entrance exam had already passed a few days away, so how could Shina enter? Well, I joined the school. Shina looked at Mitaka, who was talking. Mashiro will join directly in the first year of the art department, and she received a recommendation so she didn't need to do an entrance exam. Chihiro answered the question for Shina. A recommendation? Everyone was surprised since they knew very well that unless someone had very huge fame, popularity or achievement, it was impossible to get a recommendation from Swime University of the Arts. But unlike everyone, Sorita was disappointed when he heard that he wouldn't be able to meet Shina at the school since they were from different departments and didn't care much about the recommendation. Art department? Sorita looked at Shina and wondered why she didn't enter the general subjects. If so, then they might be able to meet each other every day. Oh? Mash Iron is going to enter the art department, then Mash Iron will become my Kaoru underclassman. Misaki looked at Shina with surprise. So, Mashiro, if you have any trouble with the school, you can also consult Misaki, Chihiro said while looking at Shina, who showed an indifferent expression, and felt quite worried since she knew that Shina was always dazed and absent-minded. Yes, leave it to me. Misaki patted her chest confidently. Sorita blushed and glanced at Misaki's chest movement, then turned his head and continued to look at Shina, who was expressionless. The next step is... Misaki stuffed the last piece of the fist into her mouth and after drinking the remaining soup in her bowl, drank water on the glass, she slapped the table and stood up. Then after waiting for everyone was looking at her. You can start now. This anime is to welcome my cute Kaoruha. By the way, there's a change in the anime because of Kaoruha-kun and then there is also a final change that is made for Mash Iron. Misaki excitedly rushed to the TV and found the remote control. Shishio, who was full, put down his chopsticks and watched the actions of Misaki. He looked at her curiously and probably could tell what Misaki had done, especially after Misaki learned about Shina's arrival. In truth, it was very hard for Misaki, after all, she prepared the anime when she heard Shishio's arrival before, and then again, she learned Sorita who suddenly moved, and made some urgent changes, but she didn't expect tonight, she learned that Shina also arrived. So the final finished product of the anime was made when everyone helped Shina carry the luggage and she made a quick modification, however, even so, she was still confident in the quality of the anime. What? When did Senpai make it? Did you know that Shina will be coming today? Sorita looked at Misaki in confusion since he knew that everyone only learned about Shina's arrival today, and even Shishio who was Shina's relative also learned about it today. He really wondered when the anime was made. In truth, Shishio knew why Sorita asked this question because for those who knew an anime, it was a very long and time-consuming project, even a few minutes of anime there would be a lot of things that needed to be done from the plot, various process such as drawing, background, coloring, splitting, dubbing, and all of that required a lot of time to produce. That's why Sorita was confused and wondered whether Misaki knew about Shina's arrival a long time ago, but in reality, he just didn't understand what genius was, and in many cases, the ordinary people couldn't understand the gap between themselves and genius. Then let's start. Misaki didn't answer Sorita's question but directly pointed the remote control at the TV. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. 57. The talk between unidentified beings. Shishio-kun, Kanda, Mash Iron. Shishio saw 3 aircraft that released colored smoke, flying across the screen on the TV screen, while Misaki picked up the microphone and started dubbing the anime's narration, though, he didn't think that the anime and the dubbing narration were hardly matched on. Sakurasu is waiting for your arrival. Misaki said with full of spirit while watching her anime. The anime on the TV screen was full of various cute and colorful characters and backgrounds. Shishio saw 3 aircraft combined into a fighter robot cat, and it shot out a lot of missiles toward the enemies. Pew 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 kablam. Boom. Shishio looked at Misaki with a frown on his face. It was all good for her to mimic the sound of missiles and explosions, but there was no need to spray her saliva on the TV screen. Countless missiles that had been launched started to chase after other enemies and this time, it was a huge spaceship, but it wasn't easy since the enemy was jumping around and showing extraordinary skill, dodging all the missiles without stopping, and suddenly the enemy transformed into a giant rabbit robot. Then, along with Misaki's dubbing, an explosion happened on the screen, and the giant rabbit robot was defeated by the fighter robot cat. Everyone must get along well in the future. Ka-ching! There were continuous explosions on the TV screen, but when everyone thought that giant rabbit robot was defeated, it returned once again and wanted to fight back the fighter robot cat. The fighter robot cat was in a plight situation until it suddenly used all of its remaining power to shoot a laser beam that covered the entire TV screen and hit the giant rabbit robot, and the laser didn't stop and it destroyed the planet, causing a huge explosion, and resulting the entire screen was occupied by a flash of the explosion. Boom. 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 Crack. Crack. Catch in. Please wait for the next tune. Misaki's magical narration dubbing finally ended when the screen turned dark. It's amazing how the animation and narration are shockingly mismatched, Chihiro said speechlessly while watching Misaki, who was still excited in front of the TV screen. What kind of welcoming anime is this? Mayumi looked at Misaki with a weird expression. After all, when the anime was played before, she also did the magical narration together with Misaki so the sound of explosion would be better, but when she thought about what she had done before, she couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and headache, wondering why she agreed with Misaki's request. If you don't understand, then you don't need to say much, Mayumi-san. Sayaka didn't hesitate to taunt Mayumi, as long as she had a chance to do so. Ha! Try to say it again? Believe it or not, I will uncover the makeup on your face now. Mayumi looked angrily at Sayaka. But Sayaka was also furious at the matter of her makeup, saying had always been off limit. Humph! Believe it or not, I will show everyone your flabby stomach. You. Mayumi and Sayaka started to fight each other, ignoring everyone. Shishio looked at Mayumi and Sayaka who started to quarrel again and couldn't help but shake his head. In truth, he understood that Misaki really made a welcoming anime for him, Sorita, and Shina. After all, the 3 aircraft were made after him, Sorita, and Shina, and the fighter cat robot was Misaki, then the bombing was the dialogue between people in Sakurasu, and lastly, the planet on the final scene was Sakurasu. It's not bad, right? But it is a bit rushed, what do you think? Misaki looked back at the crowd, hoping someone would get her some advice. The microphone was first aimed at Sorita, who was sitting the farthest among everyone. Ah, this, that. I'm actually pretty impressed. Sorita was stunned and his eyes were a bit dodging since he didn't expect Misaki would suddenly ask him about this question. He felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He also really thought that it was amazing since he didn't expect that Misaki would be able to make such an anime. What, that's it? Misaki, who didn't get any useful information, was very disappointed. By the way, why don't you delay the final explosion by about 4 frames? Mitaka saw Sorita's embarrassment and he knew that Sorita didn't understand much about anime, so he interrupted the embarrassing situation. Yeah, I was thinking that. It's a bit too early. It would be better to insert a few frames. Misaki then thought about the last frames. Misaki then looked at Mitaka, who came by and shook her head, but then, she remembered something and looked at Shishio. Shishio-kun, what about you? What do you think? Shishio, who was sipping warm tea calmly, noticed that everyone was looking at him after Misaki asked him that question. In truth, he didn't care much about anime and he was more interested in normal movies since, in the movie, he could see a lot of beautiful and sexy actresses, and they existed in real life after all, and lastly, he was a normal man, so it was normal for him to be attracted to a beautiful girl, right? However, it didn't mean that he didn't know about anime since he had gotten cinematography mastery after he met Misaki before. Lastly, he also had gotten painting mastery when he met Shina, so when he heard Misaki's question, he thought for a while and decided to accept his rewards so he could talk better about Misaki's anime. Do you want to hear my opinion, Misaki-senpai? Shishio asked after he accepted both cinematography mastery and painting mastery. Of course, is there something that catches your eye? Misaki asked since she had a feeling that Shishio really knew something about an anime. If it was Sorita, then he would be caught in embarrassment since he didn't know anything, and it was also the reason why Sorita was a bit excited when Misaki decided to ask Shishio, since it seemed that he wouldn't be alone in this embarrassing situation. However, I feel like the color of the laser that is the fighter cat is a bit too tough and you should give a blooming effect when the laser hits, although, the color of the robot is good now, you should modify the color of the robot to a complementary color so it will give a deeper impression, and for the first aircraft, you can try to adjust the angle by 15 degrees, which makes it to make the composition of the picture and give the beauty of a golden ratio. Finally, when the 3 aircraft are combined and the missiles are shot directly, you might not notice it, but the color is slightly strange there. If you can insert one more frame here, it will give a better picture of the anime. Shishio thought about the anime that he had just watched, although Misaki had done a good job, but it could be better, especially on the color composition and cutscenes, so he couldn't help but say all the things that he said before, especially after he accepted the painting mastery that he just received, but still, even though, all the coloring and illustration problems had been solved, there were other problems on Misaki's anime, but he wouldn't say it now since he had a feeling if he said more, it would break Misaki's heart. Mitaka-jin. Kamiagasa Misaki. Kanda Sorita. Chihiro Sengoku. Shina Mashiro. Shishio-kun, do you know about anime? Misaki looked at Shishio in surprise, recalling what Shishio had told her just now. With her experience and skill, she could quickly understand what Shishio meant in his comments before, and if she modified the anime based on Shishio's suggestion before, then her anime could become more perfect. At the same time, Misaki also felt a little frustrated in her heart, although she knew that she was a bit rushed before, this anime was her finished work. She knew that there might be a problem, but she didn't expect that there would be so many. Now, after she heard Shishio's suggestion, everything became clear, and she also didn't expect that Shishio could find so many problems just by watching it once. It gave quite a blow to her who had always been confident. I didn't expect that besides cooking, you also know about anime too, Shishio-kun, Misaki said, after her confidence being hit by Shishio. Mitaka, who was sitting next to Misaki, was completely shocked since he didn't see the problems that Shishio had mentioned before. After all, he wasn't an expert in this area, although, he always cooperated with Misaki and had been exposed to this knowledge before, it wasn't enough to let him see the problem on Misaki's anime, and when he saw Misaki's shocked expression, he knew that what Shishio had said before was right and it wasn't some kind of nonsense. Mitaka had known Misaki for so long, although, the other party's personality was very irresponsible, bubbly, childish, and outgoing, she was definitely a professional in anime production, so if someone talked nonsense and degraded her work, even if Misaki's character was irresponsible, bubbly, childish, and outgoing, she would get angry, and lost her temper, and now that, he looked at Misaki's shocked expression, and knew that it was enough to prove to confirm what Shishio had said before was right. Mitaka looked at Shishio, who sipped his tea calmly in front of him, wondering what kind of person he was and wondered how Shishio knew so much. If it was only a shallow knowledge, then he didn't care much, but Shishio understood a lot of things anime and gave off a smell of another being or something that a normal human would understand. Cough. Cough. Chihiro almost choked when she heard Shishio's comments on Misaki's anime, and after she recovered, she felt strange toward her nephew. She knew that even though both her big sister and her brother-in-law were rich, they definitely weren't culinary masters nor they came from a family of artists like Sheena. Just now, if these words were said by Sheena, then she wouldn't be too surprised, but those words came out from Shishio's mouth which was why she didn't understand it. Chihiro was an art teacher, after all, so she also knew exactly how deep Shishio's knowledge was about before, however, even she also didn't find there were so many problems with Misaki's anime before. If Chihiro watched the anime multiple times, then she might find something, but Shishio was able to tell all of the problems after he watched the anime once, and each of his words could convince Misaki. She was Misaki's teacher, and she knew Misaki's character very well, so she really wondered whether Shishio was really a child from the Oga family, but then again when she thought about it calmly, she might really underestimate the power of the Oga family. From Shishio's straightforward explanation before, even though Chihiro didn't see Shishio's painting skill, at least, his theoretical knowledge was better than herself and Misaki's. Chihiro looked at Shishio for a while and called him out. Hey, Shishio. What's wrong, Chihiro-ne? Come to the art department. 58, me in her eyes. Shishio wanted to say that he didn't have an interest in art, but he felt that it was too arrogant to say something like that, so. Can Chihiro-ne persuade, Mom? Shishio asked Chihiro with a light smile, however, even if his mother agreed, he was sure that the teachers in the general education department wouldn't agree. After all, he got a full grade on his entrance exam, and if Chihiro really dared to ask him to transfer to the art department, he was sure that the school leaders such as principal would invite her to talk since she dared to do such a thing. Chihiro curled her lips, then let out a sigh, and had no choice after she thought of something, but... By the way Shishio, can you come to the art department, let me see your painting skill. Alright, Chihiro-ne. Shishio didn't think that it was good to hide his real ability, pretending to be nothing, so he could get a normal high school life since reality wasn't as kind as in novel or manga. If he didn't show his self-worth in reality, then his future would be very hard. Unless it was something beyond common sense then he wouldn't show it. Of course, his net worth was also included in this matter since he didn't think that it was needed to show his net worth at this moment. Talent was one thing, but wealth was a different thing and even though he didn't think that they would change after they knew about his net worth, he didn't want to shock them too much since the shock that he had given them today was already too much and he could slowly reveal it slowly in the future. Shishio knows how to draw. Sheena's eyes revealed light since she understood what Shishio had said before. Originally, Sheena came to Japan from England because she wanted to draw manga, but it was undeniable that she spent more than a decade of her life with oil paintings, or in all of her life before, there was only painting. When Sheena came to Japan, everything around her was so unfamiliar. Different schools, different ateliers, different people, and everything was unfamiliar and she had never seen all the colors in this country so she had always been at loss, but when she met Shishio for the first time, what he said had successfully attracted her attention, and she wanted to understand him and why he said that he was a color. Until this evening, when Chihiro talked about Shishio's identity, it turned out that he was still Chihiro's nephew, which meant, both of them were relatives since she was Chihiro's cousin, so after knowing all of that, she felt more intimacy in her heart. When Sheena watched the anime that was played by Misaki, she also noticed the color and the drawing problems, but what really surprised her was that she didn't expect that Shishio would find the same problem. When Sheena was in the UK, she had never met someone around her age, who could understand her, and she didn't understand why those people couldn't do it, even though she could understand it. Everyone had always looked at her with strange eyes, even her roommate, and friend who took care of her life, always form a different circle with other people, separating her from others. Until one day later, Sheena's grandfather explained her doubts, and it was because she was special, and what she could do, it didn't mean everyone could do the same, and maybe, she had never encountered someone as special as her, and because of that, in her world, there was only her there, alone. However, at this moment, Sheena knew why she had been paying attention to Shishio, and it was because he had the same aura as her. She finally met someone that was as special as her in this country. Yes, I know how to draw, Mashiro. Shishio saw Sheena's expression change and went from expressionless to a little pleased. He nodded and understood that when someone was so strong or too talented, their life would be solitary, there wouldn't be anyone besides them and they would be alone. Sheena was also the same, all she knew was painting and she was naturally talented, and because of that she was lonely since no one her age was able to match her, but with Shishio there, she wouldn't be alone again. Shishio-kun, Shishio-kun, take a look again, what else is wrong? Misaki's eager voice came over since the advice that was given by him before was very useful, and she knew that after she followed his statement, her anime would be several times better. Alright, Misaki-senpai. Shishio left his seat and walked towards the two. Let's take a look again. Misaki then replayed the anime to show Shishio again. There are some problems with the composition here. You need to move it to the center point and darken the color of the back by 1, and then change the edge color of the mecha too. Shishio looked at the screen and explained to Misaki one by one. By the way, if you add this shadow in the middle of the frames in this second, then it will be more interesting, Shishio said. Misaki suddenly chuckled since it seemed that Shishio had a lot of funny ideas, and she really wanted to see his head at that moment. And they're in their own world again, and if they're like this, they can't be stopped, and Shizihou also steps to join, it might not end until midnight. Chihiro took a sip of beer and shook her head helplessly. Also, here you can add a frame from the side to give more special effects, it will give the harmonious feeling. Shishio looked at Misaki, and his gaze was different from Mitaka, who was full of love. In his eyes, Misaki was money. It might sound vulgar, but since this girl was so talented, it might be good to get this girl while she was still young since he was sure that he would also enter an anime industry in the future, especially when he owned a publishing house. I see, that's how it is. Misaki nodded and understood that her anime could become better. By the way, would it be better to add a little light effect to this place? Misaki asked and also looked at Mitaka. That's okay, what do you think, Oga-kun? Mitaka asked Shishio. Yes, but you need to lighten the color of the light effect and then rearrange the composition of the explosion. Shishio nodded and thought that their ideas were good. I don't know what will happen if these three get together, although, Misaki and Mitaka are very troublesome kids, they were very dedicated to the production. Now with Shishio's help, it is estimated the anime will become even better. Chihiro looked at the three people who were discussing intensely, it seemed that it was the right choice to bring Shishio to Sakurasu, but now she wasn't sure what to do with the other guy who transferred after Shishio. Chihiro looked at Sorita, who was a little bewildered, watching the scene in front of him, and it made her sigh. Before he moved in, although she had persuaded Sorita that Sakurasu wasn't his place, it had no effect since Sorita didn't understand Sakurasu's situation, and now, when Shishio and Shina moved in, Sakurasu really became a monster's lair. Then Chihiro glanced at the noisy Sayaka and Mayumi, these were considered the most normal tenants in Sakurasu and it would be nice if Sorita could find his place to them, otherwise she really doubted how long Sorita could live in Sakurasu since for an ordinary people this place was hell. Sorita stood there awkwardly, ever since Mitaka interrupted him, he had been standing there, not knowing whether he should sit down or knew what he should say next. The current Sorita was too afraid to make a sound and to make a movement, he was afraid that someone would look at him, now, he only felt embarrassed, and his face was about to burn, and a drop of sweat fell from his face, even though the temperature was slightly cold. Sorita suddenly felt displeasure toward Mitaka since Mitaka suddenly interrupted him before, if he could say something casual, maybe he wouldn't be in this situation now. Sorita looked at Shishio and felt a little bit jealous of him, both of them were the same age, but why did Shishio exceed him so much? It was normal for Mitaka since Mitaka was a senior, but why did Shishio also understand? Weren't either of them in the same situation? They were normal students, right? Sorita clenched his fists tightly, and he felt unwilling to be compared to someone in his peers. Not only Shishio had good grades, but Shizihou also could also discuss an anime together with Mitaka and Misaki. He looked at Shishio in front of him, and his unwillingness and jealousy grew stronger. But then Sorita thought about Shina, after their first meeting, he had always been attracted to her since he felt that she had always been out of place with her surroundings. Now, such an embarrassing thing happened to him right in front of the girl that he was interested in, he felt that he couldn't control his emotions and thought that if he turned his head, Shina would look at him with questioning eyes, as if asking him why he was different from others. However, Sorita still failed to control his impulse. Sorita wanted to know what he was like in Shina's eyes. It turns out. Is it just like this? Sorita ridiculed himself, and when he turned his head to look at Shina, he realized that Shina's eyes were always on Shishio's and she had never kept her sight on him. I feel like an idiot. 59. Rewards after rewards. Night. Shishio laid on his bed while staring at the ceiling, relaxing, while patting his stomach since he had to admit that his cooking ability was good. Shishio then thought about many people who ate his food with relish and thought that he might be able to become a rich chef. With his looks and cooking ability, it would be easy for him to become a chef celebrity, or rather should he recreate a Tutsuki Academy in this world. Shishio wasn't sure about the future, but he didn't want to be that busy since the career was one thing. If he didn't have time to enjoy his hard work, then what was the use of all of that? Shishio then thought about Misaki, who wanted to pull him to her room, talking deeply about an anime, but he didn't want to since he really didn't have that much interest in anime. However, a movie should be interesting. Shishio was wondering whether he could create a movie in the future. Shishio then thought about the relationship between Misaki and Mitaka. He knew that both of them were in love with each other, but for some reason, Mitaka didn't dare to accept Misaki's feelings, and Mitaka became a playboy who would date 7 different girls or more every week. In truth, Shishio couldn't accept Mitaka's behavior and thought that it would be good if Mitaka was being cuckolded by someone in the future. From a female perspective, Mitaka was a scumbag and an enemy of every woman. Still, from Misaki's perspective, she was in love with him. However, when Shishio compared Mitaka to Sorita, Mitaka could at least be a man and didn't blame nor get angry toward Misaki, unlike Sorita, who often got angry toward Shina because Shina was naturally talented than him. When Sorita hit rock bottom and failed on something, Sorita would release all those negative emotions on Shina, that the world was unfair for someone like him who was ordinary. Shishio knew about the feeling between Mitaka and Misaki, which was why he avoided misunderstanding and rejected Misaki's invitation to visit her room since he didn't want a misunderstanding to happen between them and liked what he had said before, Misaki wasn't his type. However, Shishio had to admit that Misaki was really serious at work. Just now, he and Mitaka had almost accompanied her talking about her anime from the beginning to the end several times, and most of them, the problems were solved. As for Chihiro, who ran away shortly after eating, was obviously too lazy to help clean up. Mayumi and Sayaka had drunk a long time ago. They were all minors, so they were really at a loss what to do, so Shishio could only take a blanket and put them on the side of the room to rest since he couldn't bring them to their room, though he wouldn't expect that both Mayumi and Sayaka would start to hug each other. He was wondering whether he was watching the birth of the Lily relationship between the two. Joke aside, Shiro-san also received a call from his editor and left early. Ritsuo pulled Shina, who had been sleepy due to jet lag, to go to wash her body and sleep. Shishio thought about Shina's first night in Sakurasuo and thought that Shina and Ritsuo might become good friends since the two were surprisingly similar in some aspects, and it was all good. After Shishio thought about all of that, he thought that it was his time to accept his rewards since there were a lot of rewards that he hadn't accepted, such as a luxurious apartment building, Silverman Gym, Sankey Shimbun, 5 billion yen, voice mastery, luxurious beach resort, and painting mastery. There were many rewards, and besides painting mastery, he hadn't accepted the rest. Let's begin with the assets. Shishio then accepted the luxurious apartment building, and there was much information about this apartment building. The apartment's location was in Konan, Minato Ward, and it was a good location since the tenants could see Mt. Fuji from the building and watched the scenery of the entire Tokyo along with the scenery of the beautiful Tokyo Bay. There were also many tenants on it, and he could get a passive income from it. What was so surprising was that no apartment room was sold on that building, but there were always many people who wanted to rent it. Shishio didn't think too much about it, then continued with the next reward. Silverman Gym. Silverman Gym is a world-renowned gym chain. It is ranked 28th out of all gyms in the world and has over 3 million registered members. There are many professional martial artists and bodybuilders among the registered members, and every gym trainer is a foremost athlete in each sport. In Japan, Silverman has at least 2 branches in Tokyo and Kyoto, respectively. Shishio thought that he should visit this place since he wanted a place to work out too. Sankey Shimbun. Shishio thought about this newspaper and felt quite amazed. Sankey Shimbun is a daily newspaper published in Japan. It has the 5th highest circulation for newspapers in Japan. It is one of the 5 national newspapers in Japan, the other 4 are the Asahi Shimbun, the Yomiuri Shimbun, the Mainichi Shimbun, and the Nihon Keizai Shimbun. Shishio knew very well the power of this newspaper. Still, even though a newspaper was good, he knew that it was only a time before the newspaper industry would go downhill and the sales of the paper newspaper would decrease. However, Shishio didn't need to worry since he had a way to make his newspaper company become better. Shishio felt that he was a bit overwhelmed, even though he was good at managing a business. If he suddenly received all of that so suddenly, he might not be able to control it, and everything would go into a mess. Fortunately for each company he received from the system had prepared his trusted person to manage those companies. Shishio wasn't sure how all those people could become his trusted people, but the system might have controlled their minds? He wasn't sure, and the only thing that he could do was accept everything since he was already numb. If Shishio reacted every time, he would get tired, only nod dumbly and accept everything. Then next. Shishio then looked at his last 2 rewards related to assets. Then 5 billion yen. Shishio closed his eyes and found out that there were another 5 billion yen inside his investment company, and he had to admit that it was indeed a lot of money. He thought for a while and thought about searching for more companies to invest in again. Then lastly. Shishio looked at the luxurious beach resort that he received. From the information that he got from the system, the resort's location was located at Tateyama, Chiba, which was quite nearby to Tokyo. He wondered whether he should visit this place during the summer since he was sure that it would be a great experience. Shishio would be lying if he wasn't excited, and as a normal man, his reaction was pretty normal. However, he felt that his money was more than enough and what he lacked at this moment should be a talent and something that could make his body stronger. Shishio had received a unique martial art such as thunder breathing, and his vision and body also became stronger because of the system, so in the future, he was sure that his body could become stronger, which made him feel that he was stupid for rejecting the system and didn't want to become a scumbag. Shishio shook his head, then thought about opening his rewards that were related to the skill, since he wanted to go to sleep right away after he had accepted all of his rewards. For the skill that Shishio received from the system, there were two skills, which were Music Mastery and Painting Mastery. Then Music Mastery. Shishio accepted this reward, and there was a lot of information that entered his head. He felt his hands trembling and felt as if he had played various musical instruments for a long time. It felt as if all of the music knowledge was ingrained into his body naturally, and he also felt that he could manipulate his sound to various types to fit into the song that he wanted to sing. Shishio also remembered various songs from Mozart, Chopin, Michael Jackson, etc., and all from his previous world, and at the same time, he felt that he could perform all of their songs better. He rubbed his fingers and felt that he might have become the best musician in the world after he got this ability. Shishio, once again, had to admit that the system was amazing, which made him wonder what stopped him from being a scumbag, after all, and those rewards were amazing, which was why his feeling was in a mess at this moment. However, Shishio also knew that when he wanted to get something more, he needed to sacrifice something, the same when he became a successful businessman in the past. During his startup, he was so busy that he didn't have time to take care of his girlfriend. Luckily, she understood him very well, but he couldn't see her again, and there was nothing he could do at that moment. Shishio then checked the painting mastery that he had accepted before, checking the details of this ability. Shishio closed his eyes and knew that he had mastered every painting skill, whether it was coloring, drawing, tools, etc. Shishio knew that he should be happy, but when he suddenly received all of those rewards, there was no happiness, but rather a numbness, since he realized how amazing this system was. At the same time, even though he didn't want to become a scumbag, there was a voice on his heart that told him to not worry about anything and just become a scumbag so he could get all of those rewards, which made him have a headache every time he tried to reject or deny it. But enough of that, since Shishio felt that the painting mastery was a very amazing ability. He knew that some legendary painters might be able to create an art that was capable of pulling someone to enter the world of their creations, giving off an illusion of what they had created truly alive. Shishio knew that many people might doubt such a fantasy-like ability, but he knew that some master painters were capable of doing that kind of thing, but the number was small. Some painters might be on the verge of breaking through to the master level, but just that one step was something that someone might not achieve in their life, and most of them wouldn't be able to break through the master level. As for Sheena, who should be on the verge of being a master class, Shishio remembered that her grandpa told her that she was just one step away from the limit of an artist in this world, so she decided to come to Japan to seek a breakthrough, but it was a pity that she met a scumbag. Not only she failed to break through, but even lost all of her previous ability as a genius painter and became a normal painter because of that scumbag. Shishio really wanted to curse Sorita, but with him here, hopefully, Sheena would be able to break through that limit, and he also wouldn't let Sorita drag Sheena down. He was about to sleep, but he decided to check his phone since he knew that someone had sent him a message before. Miu. 60. Texting is how youngsters communicate with each other today. Miu was wondering whether she was hated, but then she thought that he might be busy. After all, she only received the reply to her text from him that she came to the school today. Unless someone was busy, that should be the case, though she wasn't sure, and that was the reason she was quite troubled by him. Before Miu received his reply, she couldn't fall asleep, wondering what was wrong since it had been a while for her to send a message to her opposite gender besides her father and little brother, and she didn't have that many friends and all the upperclassmen on her club had graduated, leaving her alone inside the club, which was why even though she might not realize it, she was quite happy with her meeting with Shishio since it somehow resembled a meeting of protagonist and heroine on the novel. However, Miu didn't think any of that, and the reason why she might be thinking about him all the time might be because she was lonely. She might not have realized that she was quite lonely, and she was happy that she could talk with someone, especially when she was in trouble and she wanted to talk to someone, which was why when she received Shishio's reply the morning before, she was very happy. However, as a good student, Miu read Shishio's text after the class ended, and when she read it, she somehow couldn't hide her smile, reading that text, and wondered where they should meet each other since she wanted to repay his money. No, probably, it was because she wanted to meet him again. Miu then thought for a while and asked him, where they should meet each other. She waited for his answer, and she received her reply in the evening. Even though it was quite late, she had prepared her heart better, but she was glad regardless. Vanyeria, hey. Miu thought for a while and remembered that there was such a restaurant near her school, so she agreed without hesitation, and after they made their appointment, they continued their text since both of them were curious about each other. Miu didn't have many friends after all, and with her quiet personality, it was very hard for her to take an initiative, so when Shishio asked her, she answered his question happily, though she would never expect that he was in freshman in high school, which meant he was her junior, which made her startled. Miu, are you really a freshman in high school? Not college. Shishio smiled and replied. Shishio, do I look that old? Miu, sorry. I am not saying that you're old, but when you talked with me before, you were so composed and mature which made me think that you're older than me. Shishio had to admit that out of all the girls that he had met and was capable of triggering his system, Miu might be the most normal, but he also knew that she also had her own problem, and in her case, based on their first meeting, it should be a problem with her communication which was caused by her shyness. However, such a girl was really cute and he really couldn't help but wanted to bully her somehow. Shishio somehow wanted to see her expression when he teased her. Unfortunately, it might be a bit hard for both of them to meet each other. They continued to chat with each other and Miu couldn't help but laugh when Shishio told her some jokes that she had never heard before, and Shishio also asked her about a novel since it seemed that she was very knowledgeable about this matter. Shishio just received a publishing house from the system, but even so, he didn't understand much about the market, but he could mostly guess that the most popular genre of the novel would be either mystery or romance, then after that, it was either fantasy, science fiction, horror, thriller, etc. As expected, Shishio was right since Miu told him that the most popular genre in the novel was both mystery and romance. He nodded and thought that there weren't seem many differences between this world and his previous life in terms of culture, but of course, the famous work in this world, and in his previous world was different since he didn't see the famous work in his previous world in this place. However, for the names of companies, there were some that were similar and there were some that were different, which was why Shishio was a bit hesitant to invest his money in some of the companies that he knew in his previous world, even though those companies were great in his previous life. Shishio was reincarnated in a different world, and even though he knew that the development of the world might not be different in his previous world, he couldn't be 100% sure and needed to be careful. Unless Shishio was 100% that the growth of those companies wouldn't be different from his previous world, then he wouldn't invest in hasty. The talk between both of them was very enjoyable and Miu couldn't help but ask where Shishio's high school was. Shishio, I study at Swime University of the Arts. Shishio didn't think too much and answered where he studied, however. What? Miu was startled. Nei-chan, what's wrong? Miu's little sister, who was sleeping, suddenly awoken, when she heard her big sister's loud voice, and even though she was quite sleepy, she was curious why her big sister suddenly let out such a voice, since it was her first time hearing her big sister hear such a voice from her big sister. Miu quickly calmed herself and said, Nothing, Mia. You should continue with your sleep, you need to wake up in the morning, remember? Oh. Mia nodded and didn't think too much before she continued to sleep. Miu and her little sister shared a room together since they were living in the apartment, which was why her little sister would wake up when she let out such a loud voice. Shishio Oga. Miu thought for a while and suddenly remembered the name of the first-year student who got a perfect score on his entrance exam, and she had a feeling that it was him. She thought for a while and decided to ask him. Miu, Oga-kun, are you the one who received a perfect score on the entrance exam? Shishio, that's me, what's wrong? Are we from the same school? Shishio might be surprised, but nothing could surprise him anymore in this world, or rather, if that wasn't the case, he felt that it would be unnatural somehow. He couldn't describe it very well, but it was as if the girls kept coming toward him, one after another, but when he thought about his quality, he didn't think that it was weird. It was similar to when an ant would gather around the sugar, and in the eyes of women, he might be as sweet as a sugar. Miu was very happy when she learned it, not because Shishio was the one that received a perfect score on the entrance exam, but because they were from the same school. She suddenly thought about her club, since after all the seniors in the club graduated, there was only her, and if it wasn't because of the advisor teacher of her club, then her club might be disbanded. So Miu was a bit nervous, but she decided to encourage herself. Miu, Shishio-kun, have you joined a club? Club? Hey. Shishio felt speechless when Miu asked this question. After all, he had just entered the school, but this girl asked him whether he had joined the school or not, but he didn't bother to refute. After all, he could guess that she gathered a lot of courage to ask him this question. He thought for a while and felt that it would be good to join a club, but he needed to see whether Miu's club was suitable for him or not. Shishio, do you want me to join your club, Ashihara-senpai? Miu was Shishio's senior, so it was normal for him to call her by senpai suffix. Miu, do you have any plans to join other clubs? She was a bit shy when she thought that she was older than him, but at the same time, she pouted when she remembered that he treated her like a little girl before. She was older than him, alright? Shishio, not yet, but I might try to visit your club, is that alright? He had a feeling that Miu was going to invite him, so he decided to take an initiative. Miu was full of happiness when she read Shishio's reply. Miu, of course. I am waiting for you. Both of them talked for a while before they ended their conversation. Shishio then noticed that Nana also sent him a message with a dirty joke, which made him a bit helpless at that moment, but he didn't think too much and ignored the joke, then telling her to go to sleep since school would start early. Nana complained, but in the end, she also decided to sleep and told him that she wouldn't lose against him. Lost. Shishio felt a bit strange, wondering what Nana meant by losing, and he was also curious about the reason why she talked to him at the school. After all, he was sure that she wasn't the type of person who would talk to a man that she didn't know, especially when Nana didn't bother to ask other male students' phone number at the class except for him. Even though he had to admit that he was quite handsome, he felt that Nana was a bit aggressive. If Nana was a man-eater or a carnivorous girl, then Shishio wouldn't be surprised by her action, but he was good at seeing people's character and he knew even though Nana was quite active, or rather quite hyperactive, and Kira girl, he was sure that she wasn't the type of girl that he mentioned above. Well, in truth, Shishio was a bit cheating. After all, he knew who Nana was from the memory of his previous life. Let's sleep. In the end, Shishio didn't think too much, and as an adult, it was impossible for him to think about romance like a teenager, where he would be shy, thought that Nana was in love with him, married, then thought about how many children they would have in the future. Even though such a thought was a cute adolescent phase that every boy had felt during their lifetime, he had already passed that phase. Once was enough, there was no need to repeat it again. And Shishio closed his eyes and let out a sigh. He then called out Hajins to talk about the matter that they had talked about, before ending the call. He then looked at his mobile phone subconsciously because of a habit, but he quickly realized that he was Shishio Oga now. Shishio put his phone on the side, showing a bitter smile, and knew that he couldn't go back and saw her again. He then shook his head and closed his eyes to sleep, hoping that the next day would be better than today, but at this moment he didn't realize that someone was investigating him. 61. This is the only way. After her meeting with Shishio, Togo directly asked her secretary to investigate Shishio's information since from her instinct, she felt that he really had changed. She had met him few years ago, but when she met him again, she had a different feeling and he felt dangerous, or rather, he gave off a feeling of a powerful fighter that she often saw, which was why she was curious about Shishio, but before that, she had very huge trouble that she needed to solve. Hong, what the fuck did you do? How the hell are you going to be responsible for this? Togo looked at Hong, whose leg was being cast since it was cracked, and there was also a bandage over his chest, showing that he was injured. Hong was in silence and he couldn't say anything since he was indeed at fault. He tried to taunt Shishio, but in the end, he got beaten up by him. Don't worry, Miss Tamari, I can fight, even if my leg is cracked and my chest is wounded, I can fight very well. Hong tried to reassure Togo and said, did you forget about my technique? I can shut down my pain. Even though his leg cracked, it didn't mean he couldn't fight since he had a technique that made him capable of shutting down his pain. Even if he was injured, he could fight anytime, so there was no need to worry, right? You can fight, but can you win? Togo was really furious and even pressed her finger against Hong's head, showing how she wanted to throw him out to the Tokyo Bay for giving her a lot of trouble. If your opponent is a normal fighter, then I don't care, but your fucking opponent is Fang of Metsudo, the strongest fighter in the Kengan Association. It isn't some opponent that you can fight with your fucking cracked leg. Togo knew that even though Hong's technique made him able to shut down the pain, it didn't mean the injuries on his body disappeared and it was still there, and as she had said before, if his opponent was a normal fighter, then she didn't care, but the problem was his opponent was the strongest fighter in Kengan Association and Hong was her strongest fighter at this moment, which was why she was confused what to do about the match that would be held in a few days later. Hong, who listened to Togo's words, felt speechless, but he didn't refute her words. After all, it was right, even though he believed that he wasn't weaker than the strongest fighter in Kengan Association, his condition wasn't optimal, especially when his leg cracked at this moment, and he also knew even though he could shut down the pain, the cracked bone was still there and it would become a weakness during his battle. Miss Tamari, I have brought all the data that you want. Yuri Hamafuzi, Togo's secretary, talked nervously to Togo, who was very furious at this moment. Inwardly, she thought that Togo was interested in this young man and couldn't help but feel happy since this merchant of death seemed to have a heart and Togo wasn't as heartless as she had thought, but she had to admit that the face of the young man was very handsome, but she didn't have time to appreciate it since she was always busy. Oh? Have you gotten all of his data? Togo lost all of the anger instantly and took the documents from her secretary. She was a successful businessman and she was very good at controlling her emotions. In a second, she was angry, and in another second, she was all calm. It was something that she could do easily, like walking or breathing. However, Togo was dumbfounded and looked at her secretary. Is all the data here real? For some reason, after she read all the documents about Shishio, she couldn't calm down at all. Yuri Hama let out a sigh and also understood Togo's reaction since she was also the same, since it was amazing for someone in his 15 to be able to do all of this. Yes, it is real, Miss Tamari. I have used our trusted person to conduct this investigation. Togo was silent and was in shock when she saw all the assets that were hidden by Shishio, and she knew very well that there might be more that was hidden from the public, or rather, she was surprised that Shishio was able to achieve all of this without being known by the public. What the hell is this? From a private hospital, a shooting range, to a luxurious apartment building, but if it was alone, it wouldn't surprise Togo, but Shishio had some relationship with a burning holding investment, and with her mind, even though there was no proof, she could pretty much tell that the boss behind a burning holding investment was probably Shishio. Togo was in shock since she didn't expect Shishio to be a genius at investing in financial related matters, and she, of course, also knew about burning holding investment, even though it wasn't as famous as other investments companies in this country since it was relatively low-key and it didn't accept outside money since it was used to manage the owner's money and manage the companies that were owned by this holding company. If you don't know that it is a holding company, you can say that it is a company that owns another company. Its sole purpose is to avoid tax such as inheritance tax, etc., or just to hide one identity from the public, such as those hidden powerful families. For example, you can check Walmart. The owner who holds most of the stock isn't one or two members of the Walton family itself, but rather a holding company that is owned by the Walton family. If you don't understand, then just read Berkshire Hathaway since this company is also a holding company. Togo wasn't sure about the details of burning holding investment, or how many assets it had in the country and overseas, but one thing was for sure, with all those assets that were listed above, she knew that Shishio, the child that she knew a few years ago, had already become a billionaire. Togo smiled and thought that it was amazing, however. Hong was curious and wanted to look at Shishio's data, but he also knew about his place so he didn't do anything. Togo then put the document down on the table and said, "Enough about this matter, what we need to do is how to solve the Kengan match that is about to begin in few days. Should I send Hong to the match? Or should I search for another fighter in the remaining few days?" Even though Shishio's information was amazing, there was something more important that she needed to do at that moment. Listening to Togo's words, Hong and Yurihama were silent. Yurihama wasn't sure whether their company was able to get another fighter that was as strong as Hong, and it was also impossible to poach a strong fighter from another company. Even though Togo's strength wasn't weak, the company with a strong fighter also wasn't weak either, and there was no way that they could poach a strong fighter with just a few days, and even if it was possible, the price wouldn't be cheap. "Miss Tomari, can I say something?" Hong suddenly said. "What's wrong?" Togo looked at Hong, wondering whether he had a good idea to solve their problem. "What do you think about that boy?" Hong asked. "That boy? 2x. Togo and Yurihama said at the same time, and suddenly there was a face of a young man that appeared on their minds. "You mean?" Togo furrowed her brows. Hong nodded and said, "This Oga Shishio." He pointed his finger at the document on the table and said, "He's very strong. Stronger than me." Even though it was hard to accept, he had to admit that Shishio was stronger than him, and if it was Shishio, then he had a feeling that Shishio might have a chance to defeat the strongest fighter at the Kengan Association. When Hong saw Togo was in silence, he continued his explanation. "He's a master of Bajikwan and you should know how strong this martial art is." Hong was from China after all, and of course, he knew how powerful Bajikwan was. Even though he didn't know how such a young man was able to master Bajikwan, he didn't hide his admiration for him since Shishio was able to master this martial art from such a young age, and the only explanation that he could find was that this guy was a peerless genius. "You can't win against Shishio?" Togo asked in doubt. After all, Shishio was only 15 years old, and martial art wasn't something that could be learned with just a few years, after all. "No." Hong shook his head and said, "He's very strong and he didn't even get serious before. You two are acquaintances, right? Can you ask him to become your fighter representative, Miss Tomari?" Togo twitched her lips. If Shishio was just a normal acquaintance, then she would contact him right away, but Shishio was the grandson of her big client. If his grandfather knows? Togo thought for a while and her expression was very difficult at this moment. Unlike Hong who didn't know much, Yurihama understood Togo's difficulty since she knew Shishio's identity. "Miss Tomari, you can ask him first to see whether he's interested or not, and while you're inviting him, I will try to search for another fighter," Yurihama said, but even so, she wasn't confident that she was able to find someone who was as strong as Hong in a very short time. Togo nodded and didn't hesitate anymore. "Good, do all of that." Togo didn't want to lose that contract and knew that it was the only way. 62, let's walk together. The next day, since Shishio had prepared, he woke up very early at 5 in the morning. He got up quickly and changed his clothes to sports get-up to start a jog around the neighborhood, but well, rather than a jog, he did a full sprint for 15 minutes, then did 5 minutes jog before he returned to Sakurasu. When Shishio returned, he went to the yard, which was in the middle of Sakurasu, to start his martial art training. He didn't have a sword, so all he did was Bajikwan training. He did very high-intensity training and his clothes and body were full of sweat, but he felt more alive than ever. He felt that every muscle, bone, blood and cell were working together, and his eyes were full of excitement since the more he moved, the more that all the techniques and experience from Bajikwan mastery merged with his body fully. Shishio forgot the time, and when he heard a movement, he stopped and noticed Shiro-san, who was looking at him. When he stopped, he felt a hunger hit him, but it was still on a bearable level so he didn't think too much. He looked at Shiro-san and greeted him. Good morning, Shiro-san. Good morning, Oga-kun, you sure are very diligent for working up in the early morning. Shiro-san was in truth amazed when he saw how Shishio was fully concentrated on his martial art training, since even though he stood there for 10 minutes, Shishio didn't say anything, but that was all good since it felt like he was being ignored. You're also very early, Shiro-san. Shishio took a towel that he had prepared and wiped his sweat. He wanted to take a bath right away and ate a lot of breakfast since he was very hungry. He might have realized it before, but his food intake might increase, however, it was normal since his workout was very intense and his physical ability was doubled. He then glanced at the clock and saw that it was around 6 in the morning, so there was still a lot of time before he went to school. Hehe, I always wake up early in the morning. Shiro-san smiled and asked, by the way, is that Bajikwan that you have just done just now? He knew that Shishio learned a Bajikwan from their conversation in the bathroom before, but he didn't expect Shishio's movement to be so powerful that it amazed him. He looked at the slight crack on the ground and couldn't help but twitch his lips, felt that his bone might be crushed if he was stepped by him. He might love being stepped, but he didn't want his bones to be broken. It's Bajikwan. Shishio wiped clean his sweat and said, I will take a bath first, Shiro-san, then I will cook breakfast, do you want to join? Of course. Shiro-san said without hesitation and was about to follow him, but... I mean, breakfast, not the bath. Even though Shishio had taken a bath with Shiro-san before and it might be normal for a man to take a bath together in this country, he refrained from doing it again and it might be his imagination, but he was wondering why Shiro-san was a bit disappointed. He didn't think too much, or rather he was afraid to think. Luckily, Shiro-san seemed to not trigger his system, but if Shiro-san was really able to trigger, then... even if the system was very powerful, Shishio was going to fight it to death. Jin, wait for me, I haven't had the breakfast made by Shishio-kun yet. Misaki screamed and didn't want to get out of the dining room. Misaki, that's Oga-kun's breakfast, if you eat it, Oga-kun won't have breakfast. Let's hurry up, the director is waiting for us. Mitaka looked helplessly at Misaki, and even though Shiro-san also ate the breakfast that was made by Shishio, he subconsciously ignored him, which made Shiro-san excited. Having a good breakfast, and being ignored, Shiro-san felt that he was in heaven now. Mitaka, who naturally ignored Shiro-san, was helpless when he saw Misaki, who didn't want to go out because she wanted to eat Shishio's breakfast, even though he also understood her feeling, but there was something more important than that, so he forcibly pulled Misaki away. After the three of them discussed each other last night, Shishio's words gave Mitaka a lot of inspiration, so in the middle of the night, he urgently contacted the anime director who employed Misaki. He wanted to talk with the director again, so he was very anxious and wanted to go with Misaki as soon as possible. Shishio looked at Mitaka and Misaki, then let out a sigh. If you want, I can prepare a simple onigiri before you go, do you want some? Yes. Misaki said without hesitation excitedly. I am sorry, Oga-kun. Mitaka felt a bit guilty, but he didn't mind having a simple onigiri from such an amazing chef. Before, he might be wary that Shishio might fall in love with Misaki, but it seemed that it was his misunderstanding, so he felt quite relaxed. But if Shishio decided to become his love rival, then he needed to do something since Shishio was very tough. Shiro-san, who was eating his breakfast, was also curious about the onigiri, but he didn't stop his hands and kept eating. Onigiri was very easy to make, or rather Shishio might only need a few seconds to make it, though, the only problem was the fillings since there was a lot of variety, but at this moment, he chose a simple one such as umbashi, Japanese plums, but he also gave a special one. Shishio-kun, what kind of filling is this? Misaki asked curiously. It's shiokombu cheese filling, tell me whether it tastes good or not later after you have gone back, Shishio said and finished all the onigiri in few minutes. I will. Misaki gave Shishio a salute and thought that she had been given an important task, so she needed to give her best to eat Shishio's onigiri and told him that it might be the best onigiri that she had ever eaten since she could see the rice was glistening, which made her unable to hold her urge to eat the onigiri right away. Shishio took a random bento box from the kitchen and put all 4 onigiris on it, before giving it to Mitaka, since if he gave it to Misaki, he was sure that she would eat it immediately. Mitaka-senpai, here you go, and please clean the bento box yourself, all right? Yes, don't worry. Mitaka nodded and accepted the bento box. Ah, Jin. Let me eat. Let me eat. Misaki was dumbfounded when Shishio gave the bento box to Mitaka and wanted to rob it from him, but Mitaka didn't give her a chance. Let's eat it later. Let's go, the director is already waiting. Even though Mitaka also wanted to eat, he could do it later, so he pulled Misaki, who complained and told him that he was a demon, but he ignored her and walked out of the kitchen. Shishio-kun, can I ask an onigiri too? Shiro-san asked, since he was tempted, especially when he thought that he could eat the onigiri while he was writing his novel. By the way, I can buy ingredients for food later, Shiro-san said without hesitation, and if Shishio wanted, he could even pay for his food later. Then I won't refuse. Shishio was quite thrifty and as long as he could save money, he would do so, even though he was full of money. Shishio then made an nigiri for Shiro-san and he also thought to make some for Ritsuo and Shina since both of them hadn't come out until now. For Sorita, he knew that guy had left early, but he didn't care much about him. Then Shiro-san said goodbye after he ate breakfast and cleaned up his dishes, but of course, he said thank you and brought his onigiri, placing it inside a bento box since it seemed he went out somewhere. Shishio also ended his breakfast and when he thought that both Shina and Ritsuo hadn't come out, he could tell what had happened. He then also packed a bento and left the kitchen, but then, he happened to see Ritsuo who pulled Shina, who was in a daze from the girls' area. Good morning, Mashiro, Kawaii-senpai. Good morning, Oga-kun. Ritsuo also saw Shishio, and there was a trace of unnaturalness flashed on her expression. Good morning, Shishio, Shina answered feebly. Shishio looked at the two people, and he could see the dark circles in Ritsuo's eyes. It seemed that she was still sleepy and her hair was also a little damp. He then looked at Shina, who yawned as if she hadn't woken up, her clothes were a little wrinkled, and there was some part of her clothes that were wet from the water. Shishio twitched his lips and asked, Mashiro, why are your clothes wet? In the bath, the water is very naughty, Shina said. Shishio was wondering whether water could be naughty, was the water alive? If so, then should Shina had already reached a master level of painting so she could make the water turn alive? Or was Shina a water bender? Joke aside, Shishio could tell that Ritsuo was really working hard. Kawaii-senpai, are you okay? Even though Shishio knew that Ritsuo wasn't okay, he still needed to ask after all. It's alright, it's just that I didn't expect what Chihiro-ne told us last night would be so serious. Ritsuo was so tired and her expression turned ugly when she thought about what had happened this morning. Shishio suddenly remembered and said, by the way, here's an onigiri, I have made some. Gulp. When Shishio opened the lid of the bento, Ritsuo and Shina gulped at the same time, since the white rice of the onigiri gave off a white luster that increased their appetite. Thank you. Ritsuo decided to accept without hesitation since she knew that she didn't have time to prepare breakfast and at the same time, she wanted to cry at this moment since Shishio was like a light during her darkest time. Her morning was very hard, but with the onigiri in front of her, she felt that it gave her the power to work hard. Shishio knew that Ritsuo had been looking at him with a weird expression on him for the past 2 days, but he didn't care much since he could tell that she was still feeling sorry about what had happened on the riverbank before. Watching Shina and Ritsuo, who started to nibble the onigiri on the entrance of the dorm, Shishio looked at both of them, felt that it was too rude to directly leave them so he decided to ask, Kawaii-senpai, Mashiro, do you want to go to school together? Cough. Cough. Ritsuo suddenly coughed her onigiri, fortunately, her back was padded and she felt better. Are you okay, senpai? Shishio was wondering why this girl suddenly choked her onigiri. I'm alright. Ritsuo felt better after her back was padded, but there was a blush on her face since his hand was touching her back. She didn't hate this feeling, but she was very shy at that moment. Wait here, I will bring you water, Shishio said and walked back to the kitchen. Shina didn't say anything and only ate her onigiri happily since it was delicious. Ritsuo wasn't sure why, but she started to imagine a relationship between a lover where they walked together and went back together from the school, except there was Shina there, but she could ignore that since Shina was like a pet in her mind. When Shishio brought back the water, Ritsuo quickly thanked him and drank the water quickly, feeling good after everything was washed down by the water. She then looked at the glass, then looked at Shina, and then looked at Shishio. Even though she was a bit shy when she thought about how troublesome Shina was. Shishio, let's go to school together, Shina said, agreeing with his invitation. Shishio didn't answer Shiina immediately and looked at Ritsuo since everything was decided by this girl. Alright, let's go together, Ritsuo said since she thought she could read her book, if Shishio came with him, right? If Shishio walked with them together, Ritsuo thought that she could read her book since she stopped at the most exciting part which was why she was going to walk together. She definitely didn't feel excited when she thought that she could walk with him together. Shishio didn't know what had happened on Ritsuo's mind, but he definitely knew that even though he hoped Shina would be able to become a master painter, he also hoped for her to be able to take care of herself, even though it might be quite hard to do it. 63. I don't have a boyfriend. After coming out of Sakurasu, the three of them walked together and Shina was in the middle with both Shishio and Ritsuo on either side. Shina's eyes were closed and she seemed to be very sleepy, walking feebly while being pulled by Ritsuo. On the other hand, Ritsuo had this helpless expression on her face, but in the end, she held Shina's hand with her left hand and she wanted to use her other hand to read a book, but she was a bit troubled with Shina. Senpai, do you want me to hold Shina? You can read your book that way, Shishio said since he could tell that Ritsuo wanted to read her book at this moment. Ritsuo was tempted, but when she thought about how Shishio would hold Shina's hand along the way, she felt quite uncomfortable. She shook her head and said, "It's all right, I can read it when I reach the school later." Shishio was a bit surprised by Ritsu's answer since he knew very well how this girl couldn't even get away from a book. He looked at Ritsu's condition and he could tell that she was a bit of a mess, but since she was a beauty, there was no problem. "Senpai, how is Shina in the morning?" Shishio knew that Shina was similar to a toddler and he might remember how Shina was in the story, but he was wondering whether Shina was really that troublesome in real life. Hearing Shishio's question, Ritsu couldn't help but wonder why she was so impulsive and decided to take care of Shina, even though she remembered Chihiro's words clearly last night. Although, it was a bit hard to imagine, when Ritsu went to wake Shina in the morning, the moment she opened the door, she almost wanted to call the police since she thought a thief had come, but no one could blame her though since the whole room was a mess and covered with clothes. Ritsu couldn't find Shina when she entered Shina's room and it was after a while that she found her sleeping under a pile of clothes and Shina was naked. When Ritsu thought Shina was naked during her sleep, she felt glad that she decided to take care of Shina by herself, and if it was Shishio, who took care of Shina. After such a morning, Ritsu quickly dressed Shina, but when she took her to the bath, she was fighting against the water and everything was in a mess again, even though she was only trying to brush Shina's teeth. However, because of that, Shina was wet from head to toe, so she had to change Shina's clothes again. Then after everything was ready, Ritsu walked out together with Shina and met Shishio who walked out of the dining room. She thought that she might be late since she also needed to prepare breakfast. Fortunately, Shishio prepared them an onigiri and it was very delicious which made her very glad that he was living in Sakurasu. Ritsu looked at Shishio and didn't understand the reason why she decided to replace him to take care of Shina, but when she thought about his smiling face that he showed her on the riverbank that day, and then when she thought if Shishio took care of Shina, she somehow felt irritable and strangely enough, she didn't want both of them to become close to each other. Ritsu might not say it, but she was also quite jealous when Shina and Shishio called each other by their first names, but since they were relatives, she understood why they called each other by their first name and their relationship might seem close. However, even though they were relatives, they weren't close relatives and they could still marry each other, right? Ritsu didn't understand this feeling, or rather, she decided not to think about it, shook her head, and gave up understanding this feeling. When Ritsu was worrying about her feelings, Shishio thought that Ritsu was really troubled by Shina since her expression changed from time to time which made him worry whether taking care of Shina was really that stressful. Shishio thought for a while and suddenly remembered something. "Senpai. Here's pocket money from Chihiro-ne, you can use it for Shina," Shishio said. In truth, it was his money, but when he thought that Shina had zero ability at taking care of herself, he had a feeling that this girl might escape somewhere and eat something without paying. If it was him, then it was all good since he didn't care much about a small amount of money and both of them were relatives, but Ritsu was different since she had volunteered so it would be too rude if she also needed to use her own money to take care of Shina, right? Shishio then thought that this irresponsibility trait of Chihiro might be one of the reasons why she hadn't married, not that he was going to say it out loud though. Ritsu nodded and accepted the money, thinking that Shina might come to her during school and thought that this girl might not be able to buy the lunch by herself. "Still, I thought that you were going to reject me when I invited you to go to the school together, Senpai," Shishio said. When he thought about it calmly, he felt that he might be a bit too rash since he knew that high school loved to create rumors and talk some nonsense, so he was sure that when the three of them walked together some boring students might talk about them. He didn't care about himself, but it was different from both Shina and Ritsu, though, if it really happened, he was going to teach a lesson to the person who promoted the rumor. However, Shishio might think too much since he didn't think that the high school students would be so boring, right? And unlike some boring and ordinary protagonists in the story, if those protagonists were surrounded by a beautiful girl, then there might be a talk. However, his specs were so high that some people could only look up at him. His words might sound arrogant, but that was the truth since if there was a hierarchy at the school, he was sure that he was in the top position. "Why do you think so?" Ritsu asked. "I mean, aren't you afraid that your boyfriend might misunderstand your coming to the school with me?" Shishio asked. Shina opened her eyes slightly when she heard Shishio's words and looked in Ritsu's direction curiously. Ritsu was surprised, but her reaction was very fast, quickly shook her head, and hurriedly said, "I don't have a boyfriend." She wasn't sure why, but she didn't want to be misunderstood by him. Looking at Ritsu's reaction, Shishio felt that this girl was quite cute and he couldn't help but want to tease her. "Really? Then I guess the students at the school are blind since they can ignore someone as beautiful as Senpai," Shishio said while looking at Ritsu, but he didn't expect that she would react so much. Ritsu was stunned, then her face gradually turned red and she let out a cute voice. What are you talking about?" Shishio nodded and seemed satisfied with Ritsu's reaction, somehow it was fun to see her like this, but he also knew that her face was also quite cute, especially when she read a book, she would show a very lively expression, but when he observed her expression, his sleeve was tucked. Shishio, Shishio. What's wrong, Mashiro?" Shishio looked at Sheena curiously. I don't have a boyfriend, Sheena said with a monotone voice. Shishio and Ritsu weren't sure what to say for a moment, especially Ritsu since she quickly recovered when she heard Sheena's words. I don't have a boyfriend, Sheena said once again. Shishio thought for a while and suddenly got an idea why this girl suddenly told him that she didn't have a boyfriend. He hesitated for a bit, but when he saw Sheena's expression, he directly said, then I guess, the guys in the UK don't have eyes since they can ignore someone as cute as you. Unlike Ritsu, there was a question mark at the end of his words, however, Sheena seemed very pleased with his answer. He let out a sigh of relief since it seemed that he was right and he also understood that even though Sheena might be a bit unique, Sheena was also a girl. Ritsu raised her eyebrow and looked at Shishio, but then, she quickly shook her head since she didn't think that this guy would have a girlfriend after the first day he was at school, right? But... Ritsu looked at Shishio and she had to admit that Shishio might have an ability to become like Mitaka, or rather he might become even scarier than Mitaka. By the way, Oga-kun. What's wrong, senpai? Don't be like Mitaka-senpai, alright? Ritsu stared at Shishio with a serious expression. Shishio stopped his movement for a bit before he followed them, matching his steps with them once again, and said, I won't. It might be for a moment, but he could see a smile on Ritsu's face, but he was wondering why his words seemed to not have any credibility on it. Was it my imagination? Shishio didn't think too much, but in the end, the three of them didn't talk much and walked together to the school, enjoying the morning together, and whether he was being stared enviously at by a group of guys for walking with two beautiful girls, he didn't care or rather no one said anything since it was one of the perks of having a handsome face, but the question that was asked by Ritsu suddenly appeared on his mind once again. Will I become like Mitaka-senpai? Shishio snorted and shook his head, even if he became a scumbag in the future, he wouldn't become someone like Mitaka who didn't dare to face his own feelings and caused their loved one to suffer because of indecisiveness. Shishio continued with his steps, but it might be his imagination that his steps seemed to be lighter than before, but anyway, he felt pretty good today. 64. Showing a muscle. Oga-kun, good morning. Good morning, Kanda-kun, you left early this morning. Shishio, who had just entered the classroom, looked at Sorita, who was already sitting in his seat. He woke up very early before, but when he was preparing his breakfast, Sorita was already carrying his school bag and left Sakurasu, in a very weird condition, so he didn't greet Sorita when Sorita left before, nor did he care much, but he was wondering why this guy left the school so early. Yes, something happened in the morning. Sorita's eyes dodged and he scratched his hair, acting as if he was alright. In truth, he hadn't had a good rest since last night so he decided to go to the school early in the morning, wishing to get away from Sakurasu as soon as possible. When Sorita thought about what Shishio had done last night, it really shocked him. He had only been living for 2 days in Sakurasu, but it shocked him when he found out that he was the only one that had nothing. Did you have a good rest yesterday? Shishio could tell from Sorita's eyes this guy hadn't had a good rest and wondered whether it was because of what had happened last night. His EQ wasn't low and very high at that so it was very easy to understand Sorita's thought, but personally, there was nothing that he could do for him, and he also felt troublesome to do so. If Sorita became a beautiful girl then Shishio might help him. Unfortunately, Sorita was a boy and an ordinary one at that. Shishio only realized it when he observed Sorita's appearance, this guy was really ordinary so it might be impossible to find him among the crowd. It's okay, I just like to stay up late. Sorita was really uncomfortable at this moment, and he really hoped for Shishio to not appear in front of him, since when they were standing next to each other, he could feel how both of them were so different and how he was so inferior which made him hate himself and Shishio. Shishio suddenly could feel two softness on his back. He twitched his lips and felt a bit agitated, but he didn't move, slowly enjoying this feeling, and said helplessly, Nana, what are you doing early in the morning? Wasn't it because you ignored my call last night? Nana pouted, showing that she was annoyed. When she thought about last night and how this guy told her to sleep directly, ignoring her call, and only answered her text, she felt a bit annoyed. She was a beautiful girl, alright? You know, if you act coquettish like this, you'll be mistaken as my girlfriend, Shishio said. Hee, that's hilarious. Nana chuckled and said, but that isn't bad, do you want us to become a couple? This is my first time hearing such an unromantic confession before. Shishio shook his head and said, wait till you're 10 years older then say that again to me. He then walked back to his seat and escaped since he was afraid, it might be hard to control his little skyscraper if Nana kept pressing her 2 soft melons on his arm. What? Do you like older women? Nana quickly chased after Shishio, ignoring Sorita, who was there from the beginning to the end. Sorita let out a long sigh and felt tired, somehow, he felt more jealous, especially when he could see that Nana was so beautiful and sexy. If it's me. If Shishio knew what Sorita was thinking then, without doubt, Shishio would say that Sorita would be dumped without hesitation since Shishio knew very well Sorita didn't know how to treat a girl, besides using something which was known as yasashi, kindness. When Nana was about to ask Shishio, the bell suddenly rang. You should go back to your seat, Shishio said calmly. Nana snorted and had made up her mind to defeat this guy. But if I make him fall in love with me, then should it count as my win? Nana didn't think that it was that bad if she decided to date him, but it should be him who confessed so she would be the winner. Nana then chuckled and thought that it would be fun to see that scene where Shishio confessed to her. Okay, let's start the class. Koharu, the homeroom teacher of the class, entered the class with a cute white suit and skirt, then announced the start of the class. Shishio let out a sigh and felt that it was useless to listen to this class since he had learned all of them. He knew that he might offend his teacher, but when he thought that he would spend his 3 years with such a useless class, Shishio couldn't bear it and took out a logbook that he had bought to read it. He didn't have a hobby of sleeping during the class and it was better to use his free time to read something, but when he was engrossed in his book. Oga-kun, Oga-kun. Shishio looked up and saw Koharu, standing on the podium looking at him angrily. Yes, sensei. Shishio said calmly. Koharu frowned and said, Oga-kun, can you come up and answer the questions on the blackboard? In the beginning, she thought that Shishio was learning, but when she saw the book in his hand, she knew that he was slacking and he did that on the first day of school which made her even more annoyed and thought to teach him a manner. Shishio ignored the expression of the gloating boys around since he could tell that all of them were jealous of his relationship with Nana and his popularity with the girls in the class, which made him realize how childish a high school student could be. He put down his book and nodded toward Koharu since he could tell that this teacher wanted to punish him. Shishio walked toward the podium without hesitation, with his back straight, showing no doubt that he could solve it. Do you think that Oga-kun can solve the question? A girl whispered to another girl next to her. Oga-kun is so pitiful. Another girl seemed worried. If the guys were jealous of him, the girls were worried about him, since Shishio's popularity was very high. It was his fault on slack during the class, he deserves it, the jealous boy said. How can we solve this kind of problem? I have no idea at all. The smart students in the class muttered and they didn't have an idea to solve the problem which was written on the board. Oga-kun. Candace Sorita wasn't sure why and he knew that it might sound petty, but he felt that he would be happy if Shishio couldn't answer this question. Unlike everyone, Nana looked at Shishio with full of interest, wondering what Shishio was about to do. Oga-kun, if you don't know, then it is all right. Koharu looked at the students in her class that started to whisper underneath and started to regret her impulsive behavior. Koharu didn't really want to punish Shishio, but she was a little angry since he ignored her and read another book that didn't have any relationship with her class right after he became a high school student. She was also quite worried since she knew how complicated the question that she had given, and thought that it might give him a big blow. As for the source of this question, it wasn't something that could be solved by a high school student, it was a question that was given by her current university lecturer to check her level, and she needed to spend a whole day to solve this question reluctantly. Although this question could be solved by someone who knew high school knowledge, it was impossible for a high school student to solve it. It's all right, Shirayama-sensei. Shishio smiled lightly toward Koharu, who was next to him. He knew that this teacher cared about him since what he did was indeed wrong for reading another book during the class, but he didn't regret it, or rather, he wanted to prove his ability so no one would say anything when he ignored the class, and as his homeroom teacher, she must also know about his scholarship, but the premise that he must always be in the first rank. If Shishio failed in his studies, then it would affect his scholarships, but then again, Koharu didn't know anything about his system after all. Moreover, Shishio also didn't feel the slightest malice from Koharu, and he knew that it was only a moment of impulse. Then, I will start to solve the problem, sensei. Shishio then picked up the chalk and wrote the answer on the blackboard. Then after more than 10 minutes, he looked at the answer that he had written in satisfaction, and then looked at Koharu, who was dumbfounded beside him. Sensei, it's done. Yes. It's correct. Koharu somehow felt very weak at this moment and looked at Shishio with a complicated gaze. Shishio only smiled lightly, put down the chalk, and looked at the stunned crowd. In truth, there were a lot of ways to solve this problem, but he was too lazy to do it. The entire class was in silence and no one said anything since they were too stunned and dumbfounded to say anything. Shishio then sat down on his seat and continued to read his book, calmly, and handsomely, ignoring everyone's complicated gaze on him, especially the guys, but when it came to the cute girls, he didn't mind teasing some girls. He looked at Nana, who happened to see her, and gave her a mischievous smile. Nana's position was quite far from Shishio, so when Shishio showed this mischievous smile, most of the girls in the class thought that he was smiling at them, which somehow made their hearts beat very fast. Nana snorted, but she thought that it might be a bit hard to beat him on the exam, so she was going to defeat him through love. On the other hand, Koharu twitched her lips and looked at the perfect answer on the board, letting out a long sigh. She knew how difficult this problem was and she needed one day to solve it, but Shishio could do it in a very short time, which made her wonder whether she wasn't smart enough, but she quickly shook her head. It wasn't that Koharu was stupid, but Shishio was too smart. Koharu then looked at Shishio, who continued to read his book calmly, ignoring her class, but she didn't care anymore since she knew that there was nothing that she could teach him at this moment, and at the same time, she was wondering whether Shishio was the reincarnation of God of Learning. Cough. Cough. Let's continue the class. Koharu didn't say anything again and everyone also didn't say anything since their level difference was too big. 65. Hose before brothers. When Koharu's class ended, Tegami and USA, who were sitting nearby Shishio, couldn't help but look at Shishio in amazement. Ahem, Oga, I really wonder why our gap is so big even though we go to the same high school, Tegami said helplessly. Yeah, all those calculations almost made my head explode, USA said while holding his head with a painful expression. Shishio closed his book and looked at Tegami and USA. His relationship with everyone in the class was quite normal, he wasn't that distant, nor he was that close, but when he saw both Tegami and USA in his class, he knew very well that both of them were coming from the same story as Shiro-san, Mayumi, Sayaka, and Shiro-san. It was also the reason why he didn't mind having a closer relationship with both of them. Shishio looked at USA and had to admit that this guy was better than Sorita since, unlike Sorita, this guy had never gotten angry toward the heroines, but well, similar to Sorita, this guy used a weapon known as Yasashi, kindness, to get the heroine too, but unlike Sorita, USA was a truly good boy. However, when Shishio thought about it calmly, most of the protagonists in the story would use Yasashi, kindness, as the main trait, however, it was also the reason why there was a lot of NTR doujinshi about them, which made him wasn't sure whether he should laugh or felt sad about them. Shishio then looked at USA and he was wondering why USA didn't go to Sakurasu. Should he go to the normal dorm? Shishio felt that the possibility was bigger since no normal students wanted to live in Sakurasu, which was a bin of loony, after all. In front of Tegami and USA, Shishio was quite modest and he didn't need to act like he was arrogant too since an arrogant character was very troublesome and he also didn't hate to talk with someone. In fact, I have seen a similar question before, so I can solve it so smoothly. With his enhanced memory, Shishio could remember all the names of the students in this class easily, and during the introduction yesterday, he talked with both Tegami and USA. Even though he didn't like to talk with guys too much since it was better to talk with a girl, he also knew that it was necessary to have one of two boys that he could talk with since sometimes guys had some conversations that couldn't be talked with girls, especially porn-related since he was sure that both Tegami and USA had a lot of it. Shishio's hunch was always right, and he also knew the personality of Tegami and USA weren't that bad so he didn't mind talking with them, though, he wasn't sure how USA's reaction was when this guy knew that he was living with his heroine. Lastly, the class was also another form of society. If Shishio didn't communicate with everyone, then he would be left alone, everyone would pretend that he wasn't there, especially when he was so good, even though he didn't care much, or rather, a high school was only 3 years, and after they graduated, he was sure that everyone in this class would only become one among everyone so even if he didn't talk with them, it didn't really matter, but as a businessman, he didn't want that, he wanted to be in control so he needed to communicate with them, even though their conversation was quite meaningless, especially boys, when they were together. The only things that they were talking were either about girls or porns after all, but it was still several times better than talking about someone behind their back, right? You. I know that you are trying to be humble. USA said helplessly. We, as stupid students, should pay our respect and worship toward you before the exam in the future. Tegami touched his chin and thought deeply, and got up and wanted to show respect to the person in front of him. Please don't, I don't want to be called the teacher for engaging in a cult. Shishio showed a helpless expression since this guy really dared to do it, and Tegami didn't seem to joke around, and he had a feeling that this guy would really do if he didn't stop him. Then Shishio, Tegami, and USA talked to each other for a while until the next lesson started. Sorita looked at Shishio, who was talking with Tegami and USA, thinking that Shishio was just like everyone else in the class, and Shishio was only an ordinary student in this society, but when he looked at him, he could see that Shishio was different from everyone and, Sorita, he was just one among everyone. Sorita looked at Shishio, his face was a bit lonely, and there was some jealousy that couldn't be hidden appeared on his heart, wondering why Shishio was so good, but Shishio could still stay among the ordinary people, and because of that, it made him appear inferior, and maybe, if there wasn't Shishio there, he could have a chance to talk with Shina Mashiro. Just when Sorita was caught in a whirlpool of jealousy, he failed to notice Nanami, who had been watching him silently from behind. Kanda-kun. Nanami was a CU, voice actor, and because of that, she also learned about facial expressions and the psychological conditions of the characters on the screen, so she felt that Sorita's current condition wasn't right. Is he jealous of Oga-kun? Why is that? Nanami couldn't understand, and although Shishio was indeed very smart, especially when she thought about the last question from Koharu-sensei. She had a huge headache when she thought about that question, let alone solving that question. She, who had always been average at her grade, that question wasn't something that she could solve at all. Nanami then looked at Sorita and Shishio with doubt. Aren't they friends in Sakurasu? However, why Nanami felt that Sorita became unfamiliar and became more and more distant from how she remembered him. When Nanami recalled the day Sorita picked up Hikari, she watched Sorita holding Hikari and said that he would take good care of it until he found someone who would take good care of it. Nanami knew that her heart might be shaken and she felt the change of her emotion toward Sorita. Perhaps, she felt that she might like the boy that held the cat a bit, and there was also a voice that told her to confess to this boy, but when she looked at Sorita's expression at this moment, she suddenly felt that everything was just an illusion, and maybe it was the right choice that she didn't confess to him at that time. Then the next class started, and Shishio had always been reading his book, but in English class, he was called by the teacher in charge and was told to translate the texts in English. However, he was very fluent and there was a British accent on his words, which made the teacher, wondering whether he had lived in the UK for a while, and when he was being asked the teacher, he only told the teacher that he was being taught during middle school since there was no way that he would explain that he had a system, right? During the physics class, Shishio's life wasn't peaceful since the teacher seemed to target him, so all he could do was to answer the problems that were given to him easily. Everyone was dumbfounded once again since they didn't expect Shishio to be so good at physics, but the physics teacher was going to provoke him, so Shishio also didn't give him mercy and he was thinking whether he should try to expel this teacher. The teacher, who tried to provoke Shishio, was, in the end, left in embarrassment, his bald head was red, blushing like a tomato, and rushed out of the class directly. Shishio ignored it since it was normal for an incompetent teacher to be kicked out sooner or later, so it might be good to fasten the process, right? The girls in the class looked at Shishio with very aggressive eyes, and if they weren't in the class, they might jump into him, asking one or two children from him, probably. The boys seemed to show that everything was hopeless and they knew that they couldn't beat him, but from Sorita, there was strong jealousy that was radiated from him and it became more and more intense. Other than that, everything else was normal. When the class ended, it was time to break. Shishio, Tegami, and USA were about to grab lunch, but Shishio, come with me. Nana grabbed Shishio and pulled him directly away from Tegami and USA. Wait, Oga, bring us with you. Tegami quickly responded, especially when he saw Nana pulling Shishio away from them. He knew that the relationship between Nana and Shishio was good and he also didn't have an idea about Nana, even though Nana was very beautiful, but it was different for Nana's friends. Tegami knew that Nana's friends were very cute and beautiful, so if both Nana and Shishio dated each other, as Shishio's friend, shouldn't he have had a chance to date Nana's friends? This was why Tegami didn't want to lose that chance, but he was too late and he saw Shishio make an apologetic gesture, then left with Nana. This guy, is this a hoe before bro? Tegami was helpless. Give up, Tegami. USA patted Tegami's shoulder and said, if I am also being given a choice between hoe and bro, then I will also choose a lunch with a girl without hesitation. Tegami was silent, but he also knew that USA was right. If there was a girl that was interested in him, then he was going to go with that girl, leaving his brothers behind. He let out a long sigh and patted USA's shoulder. You're my brother, USA. You're my brother too, Tegami, USA said with a smile, since unlike in middle school, his life should be normal without any weirdo around him. But he's our brother too and hopefully he can set up a mixer for us, Tegami said with a hopeful expression. USA looked at Tegami and could only shake his head, but as a young adolescent boy, he was also excited when he thought that he would have a girlfriend and went to a mixer. But is that all right? Won't we trouble him? USA asked, unsure. Let's ask him first, there's no harm in asking, right? Tegami said with a smile. Well, that's true. USA nodded since there was really no harm in asking. Then both of them went out together to start their lonely lunch, though, because of that, the three of them became friends with each other. 66, help us to buy it. After the class ended, it was time for a break. Shishio planned to eat lunch with USA and Tegami, but suddenly Nana came and pulled him out of the class. What's wrong, Nana? Shishio let Nana pull him, but he didn't receive an answer, but rather, he saw two beautiful girls that seemed to be waiting for both of them. Nana, you're late. If we can't buy it then it is your fault. Two girls directly complained to Nana, and they didn't seem to notice Shishio, who was pulled by Nana. Sorry, you should know how fierce that place is, right? And with that many people, some people might take advantage of us, so I get help, Nana said with a smile, didn't care about the two girls' complaints at all. Help. 2x. The two girls seemed to notice Shishio, who was being pulled by Nana. Both of them were a bit surprised since they had to admit that this guy was very handsome and somehow he was also their type. Nana, are you going to introduce your boyfriend to us? Yesterday was the entrance ceremony, but do you already have a boyfriend now? The two girls looked at Nana with an envious expression, even though they didn't care much about a boyfriend and were more interested in their hobbies rather than a relationship. Both of them were girls, even though they hid it, they were very interested in love. Sorry to disappoint you, but I am not Nana's boyfriend. Shishio interrupted Nana, who was going to introduce him since he had a feeling that this girl might mess something up. My name is Oga Shishio, you can call me Shishio, like Nana, if you want. He then glanced at Nana, who seemed dissatisfied that she was being interrupted, curled her lips, and puffed her cheeks. Hello Shishio, I am Mako Asanoi. You can call me Mai, are you really not Nana's boyfriend? It is my first time seeing her with a boy after all. I am Maya Uchifuji. You can call me Maya even if you are not Nana's boyfriend. Maya and Mako introduced themselves. Shishio had to admit that both of them were very cute. Mako had shoulder-length brown hair, blue eyes, and she wore a hair clip on her hair. Maya, on the other hand, had long black hair that wasn't longer than her shoulders with her bang covering most of her right eye and brown eyes. The same as Nana, both of them were also Guru from their appearance, but he didn't expect that. Shishio didn't expect that he would receive a reward from the system, but his expression didn't change much since it wasn't his first time to receive a reward. Anyway, we can talk about whether he's my boyfriend or if we have something more important to do. Nana suddenly reminded them. That's right. 2x. Maya and Mako quickly realized that they might be late and a lot of people might be there already. Hurry up. 3x. Shishio didn't know what had happened, but since the three of them had given him a reward, then he decided to follow them, not he was reluctant since his hand had been held by Nana from the beginning to the end. Shishio had been wondering what the three of them were about to do, but he didn't expect to see a lot of crowds right in front of him. What is this? In truth, Shishio might have seen this scene in his previous life, and the scene in front of him made him recall the scene where he gave a donation to an unfortunate person. He recalled that when he shared those donations, they wouldn't stay in line and each of them would rob each other, trying to get as much as rice, cooking oil, or other foods related during the donation session. It might sound rude, but the scene in front of him really resembled the donation session that he had held before. We're late. What should we do? Maya and Mako seemed to be very disappointed when they saw a crowd of people had already gathered in front of them. It's too early to give up, don't you remember why I brought him here? Nana said proudly and quickly pointed her finger at Shishio, who was standing right beside her. Maya and Mako quickly realized and looked at Shishio with a hopeful expression. Shishio, you need to help us. If you don't help us, then we might not be able to eat lunch. Shishio didn't answer their request immediately but observed what was the cause of this crowd. He raised his eyebrow and asked, do you want me to buy bread? Nana, Mako, and Maya nodded at the same time. Shishio was speechless that the reason why Nana brought him here was because of the bread, but when he saw the crowd in front of him, he also didn't think this crowd was suitable for a girl, especially when he saw a lot of guys there. He knew that it was very easy for a girl to be taken advantage of in this situation. Alright, what kind of bread do you want? Shishio asked. Nana's expression turned serious and said, Shishio, you can't underestimate this crowd. Yes. Maya nodded and said, you can see over there, there is a group from a sumo and a judo club. She pointed her finger at a group of huge guys. If you can't enter the crowd, then your chance to buy the bread is 0. Mako had this serious expression on her face. Shishio only wanted to buy bread, and it wasn't like he would enter a battlefield. Well, in the mind of everyone, this might be another kind of battlefield in the minds of everyone. Believe in me. Believe in me, that believes in me, Shishio said of some nonsense while pointing his thumb toward himself. Nana, Maya, and Mako were in awe at how illogical these words were, but they had to admit that this guy was very handsome at this moment. What do you want? I will get it, Shishio said, and in truth, he was also quite curious about the yakisoba pan that usually appeared in the story. I want chocolate bread. Mako said. I want strawberry bread, Maya said. What about you, Nana? Shishio asked. Nana had a serious expression on her face and said, I want the special bread. Special bread. 2x. Maya and Mako were in shock when they heard Nana's words. Special bread. Shishio raised his eyebrow. Anyway, you will know when you enter the crowd, good luck, Nana said while patting Shishio's shoulder. She then took out her money and was about to give it to Shishio. Here's the money. Maya and Mako were also ready to take out their money to him. Give it to me later after I have returned, Shishio said and entered the crowd. Wait, Shishio. Nana wanted to stop Shishio, but it was too late. Is that all right, Nana? Maya asked. That special bread is very expensive, Mako said with worry. When they saw how Shishio was able to enter the crowd, they knew that his chance to buy the bread was very high, but they were afraid that he might not bring a lot of money, especially when they knew that special bread was quite pricey. Nana was also quite worried, but there was nothing that she could do right now since Shishio had entered the crowd. She might seem quite careless and irresponsible, but she also knew how to hold back and knew that she had caused trouble to Shishio. If only I gave him money before. What money? Nana, Maya, and Mako were surprised when they saw Shishio was right in front of them. What's wrong? What's with your eyes? Shishio raised his eyebrow. Did you buy the bread? Nana asked. I bought it. Shishio showed a lot of bread inside the plastic bag and said, but I didn't expect that special bread would be so expensive. He didn't expect the special bread that Nana asked him to buy was quite pricey and its price was 2,800 yen, but when he saw the ingredients of the special bread, he understood why it was expensive. If Shishio wasn't wrong, inside that bread, there was Iberico pork cutlet, caviar, foie gras, and truffle which made it very expensive. Shishio was, of course, quite curious and also bought the same bread. Nana looked at Shishio with bewilderment and apologized. Sorry for not telling you about the special bread before, here's the money. Seeing you apologize honestly makes me quite uncomfortable for some reason, Shishio said while looking at Nana weirdly. What did you say? Nana was annoyed. In this situation, you should say thank you, not sorry, Shishio said with a smile. Nana looked at Shishio for a while, then there was a bright smile on her face. Thank you, Shishio. You're welcome, let's get away from here before I give your bread, Shishio said. The three of them nodded and walked out from the crowd since it was too uncomfortable to stay in this place. However, when Shishio was about to go with them, he saw a girl that seemed to be troubled and couldn't enter the crowd. From her expression alone, it seemed that this girl was about to give up buying the bread. Wait here for a moment, Shishio said and left them for a while to the girl. Nana, Maya, and Mako looked at Shishio curiously, wondering where this guy was going to go, but they didn't expect that this guy would walk toward a girl. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. The girl was looking at the crowd in front of her and thought to give up since she thought that it was impossible to buy bread in this situation, but she couldn't help but feel disappointed. She touched her stomach and felt a bit hungry, but there was nothing that she could do. She thought to go back and bought a drink on a vending machine, but she heard a voice. You can't buy bread. The girl turned her head and saw a handsome tall young man. In truth, she didn't like boys, since a lot of them often were ogling her on her chest, but the eyes of this boy seemed a bit different from those boys since he had been looking at her eyes, not her chest. Here is a chocolate cornet, I have bought a lot of bread, you can have one. The girl was stunned for a bit and couldn't give him a proper response. Shishio, did you ditch me because you want to flirt with a girl? You're so cruel. Don't you think about our feelings? The corner of the boy's lips twitched and said, don't say something that can cause a misunderstanding. He then looked at the girl and said, don't listen to them, here's the bread. He then put the bread on the girl's hand and said, then I will leave. He then left without waiting for the girl to say something since he was afraid the three girls might cause even more trouble and said, your bread is on me, I won't give them to you if you keep messing around. Is this how you treat a girl? Dictator. Give us our bread. The girl looked at the bread, then looked at the boy, who was surrounded by three girls. She wasn't sure why, but she felt jealous of the three girls, who could talk happily with the boy before. She then shook her head and left, but she didn't notice that there was another boy that was also about to give her bread. The boy looked at the girl for a while but didn't do anything. Kunimai, what's wrong? Nothing. Let's go back. Oh. Whether the girl and boy would know each other, everything would depend on the future. The boy, who helped the girl before, was Shishio, but he didn't expect that he would meet another girl that could trigger his system. Shishio thought that his luck was very great today. 67. Irresponsible cousin. After they bought the bread, they went to the school atrium to eat together since it took a long time for them to return back to class, and it was also good to enjoy the food in this place since they could enjoy the scenery of the school. Shishio had to admit that the building of this high school was quite rich since the area was quite wide, and there were also various animals inside the school. In the future, if he saw the principal and a deer fighting with each other, he wouldn't be surprised, but then, there was something that he needed to solve. After Nana took a bite on the special bread, she showed a happy smile, and then she couldn't help but ask, Shishio, do you like that girl? What do you mean? Shishio asked while eating the special bread since he had to admit the taste was quite unique. It was quite good, but he could have done better. You don't feel lust toward that girl's chest? Nana asked with a smile. Shishio was speechless and he had to admit the chest of the girl that he helped before was quite large and it gave more erotic feeling since she put on her uniform properly. However, even though that girl's chest was amazing, Nana's chest was also very amazing, and he also couldn't accept the fact that he was being teased by Nana. I know that it might sound like sexual harassment, but yours is better, Nana, Shishio said calmly. Hey! Nana was surprised, but then she showed a bright smile, then squeezed her chest, and said seductively, then do you want to touch Nana's chest? Shishio was speechless when he was about to say something. Cough. Cough. Shishio, can you come with me? Shishio and Nana turned their heads at the same time when they heard this voice. Maya and Mako, who had been silent, also turned their heads. The four of them were startled when they saw Chihiro looking at them with a frown. Chihiro-ne, what are you doing here? Shishio asked in surprise. Call me, Chihiro-sensei here. Chihiro coughed and said, anyway, come with me first. Shishio nodded, but when he was about to go, he flicked Nana's forehead. Ouch! Nana held her forehead in pain and asked, what are you doing, Shishio? Don't tease me too much, Nana. I am a man, and if you keep doing so, then I might take you seriously, Shishio whispered, then left with Chihiro. Maya and Mako stared at Shishio and Chihiro curiously, then looked at Nana, whose tan skin turned red for some reason. Nana, why is your face so red? Maya asked. Is he really not your boyfriend? Mako asked. No, we're not a couple yet. Nana said with a blush, but because she wore makeup, her blush wasn't noticeable. If you want him, then we'll help you, Maya said. Yeah, such a guy, I am sure that there are a lot of girls who are going to confess to him, Mako said with a serious expression. It was their first time seeing their friend show such an interest in a guy, so as their friends, they were willing to help her, though, if they didn't have a Shotokan as a hobby, they might also be tempted to confess to him since having a man that could protect you was every girl's wish. Nana blushed and quickly said, anyway, let's hurry up and eat, then we can return back to the class. Ow, Nana is so cute. I guess, spring has come for you. Stop teasing, Nana. Nana was furious at her two friends and Maya and Mako only laughed, spending their time, teasing Nana, who might be falling in love for the first time. When Shishio walked with Chihiro, he noticed that her steps were a bit too fast and the sound of her high heels was quite loud for some reason. Chihiro-ne, are you angry at me? Shishio asked. No. Chihiro shook her head and said, but I guess that you're so popular that you already have a girlfriend on your second day of school. It had been a few days since Shishio was at school, but she didn't expect that he had found a girl that could offer her chest to him. As her aunt, and someone that had been entrusted by Shishio's mother, she couldn't let this guy go astray and became like Mitaka since she knew if this guy became like Mitaka, his potential was even scarier. Chihiro also wasn't sure why, but she felt a bit irritated when she saw him, flirting with a girl before. She was wondering whether she became as petty as Mayumi, who often cursed all the couples in this world. Shishio raised his eyebrows and felt weird since he knew that his aunt felt jealous of him. In his mind, there were two reasons why she felt jealous. One was because she was still single, but her nephew had already found a girl just right after the entrance ceremony, and the second reason was that her aunt might have a feeling toward him. Shishio was wondering if his aunt was so desperate that she wanted to marry him, but unlike those little girls, Chihiro was an adult and her mind was pretty complex, so there was no way for her to fall in love with him so easily, but he felt that it was useless to think too much and it was better to fix the misunderstanding between them first. Chihiro-ne, you misunderstand. Shishio then explained what had happened. The three of them were his friends, and how he helped them to buy bread. Hearing Shishio's explanation, Chihiro felt better, even though she didn't realize it. She then only remembered her purpose of calling Shishio and asked, by the way, how is Mashiro? I left too early in the morning and didn't see her. Shishio was speechless by this question and said, well, from how Kawaii-senpai in the morning before, she was very troubled by Mashiro. Kawaii-senpai looked quite haggard, and there were also a lot of watermarks on Mashiro's uniform. He recalled the scene that he saw in the morning, then he looked at Chihiro in front of him, and couldn't help, feeling helpless at how irresponsible Chihiro was since Chihiro had been entrusted by Shina's parents, but Chihiro didn't care much about Shina. That's why I told you to take care of her. She is so beautiful, don't you want to take care of her? Chihiro looked at Shishio with a smirk. First of all, I am a boy, and it'll be very inconvenient for me to take care of her since we're living in different areas and as you have said before Mashiro is beautiful, do you want to see me date her? Shishio looked at Chihiro speechlessly, thinking that this woman was really irresponsible. In fact, Shishio couldn't understand why Chihiro could believe in Sorita to take care of Shina. As a result, the accident happened a lot of times in the story, and the scum, Sorita, used various accident and plot, that was repeated several times, making Shina unable to get away from the scum, feeling dependency toward him. If Chihiro would talk to Shina from time to time to learn what had happened between Shina and Sorita, then Shishio was sure that Chihiro would stop the relationship between Shina and Sorita before it was too late since there was no way for Chihiro to let her cousin's naked body be seen by another boy several times, right? However, in the story, Sorita saw Shina's naked body several times and he even got used to it. If Sorita wasn't Yasashi, kind, guy, but a bastard, then, without doubt, Shina would be eaten right away. Fortunately, Sorita was a chicken and a virgin without any experience, so Shina's virginity was still well protected until a year or two after they had confirmed their relationship in the story. However, Shishio also couldn't blame Chihiro that much since he also understood that this woman also had her own problem and she was also in hurry to marry, being urged by her parents, works problems, and there were a lot more. Taking care of herself had already a limit and there was no way for her to take care of Sheena who wasn't that much different from a toddler. In this world, there were a lot of parents that neglected their children. The relationship between Chihiro and Sheena was only a cousin, but no matter what, Shishio really couldn't appreciate Chihiro's irresponsibility. I can't help it, I don't have time at all, after all, I have to go to work, write teaching materials, and deal with disobedient students in the school, such as Shishio, Chihiro said then looked at Shishio helplessly. Me? What's the matter? Shishio looked at Chihiro and didn't understand what his aunt meant. In the teaching room today, I have heard that you have caused trouble to a lot of your teachers today, even the physics teacher in your class walked out embarrassingly from the class before, right? That bald guy hasn't been able to calm down until now, Chihiro said while looking at Shishio whose expression didn't change much. This kid is too brave, right? Shishio only shrugged his shoulders and didn't care much about the teacher's fragile heart. He wasn't the teacher's mother, there was no way for him to pamper that bald guy, right? But right now, we're talking about Mashiro, not about what I have done during the class, Shishio said while staring at Chihiro. Okay, don't look at me like this, and you don't need to worry about the teachers. The break time is almost over and I have to get ready to go to class. If I have time then I will go and see Mashiro later. Shishio only shook his head and didn't think that Chihiro would really look after Sheena. He also didn't stay too long in this place since as she had said before, the break almost ended so he was going to return, and with him around, he didn't think that Sorita would be able to get Sheena after all, unless… Well, if Sorita really dared to do that, Shishio was going to beat him to death then throw him to Tokyo Bay or bury him in Aokigahara. 68. Each person is different, there's no need to worry about that difference. Kanda-kun, I heard that you live in Sakurasu, right? Shishio, who had just entered the classroom, heard several people yelling around Sorita, talking about Sakurasu. He looked at a group of people in the circle with Sorita in the middle with confusion. Ah, yes, I live in Sakurasu. Sorita was a little embarrassed to answer this question, although, he had asked strongly to move to Sakurawas before, his original purpose to move in was because of Hikari, his cat, but he didn't expect that place was hell for him and in that place, he felt that he was nothing, without anything. Shishio, come here. Nana called Shishio, waving her hand toward him since she had been waiting for him. Shishio looked at Nana, then walked toward her, while listening to the conversation of Sorita and his classmates. Then Kanda-kun, do you know Mitaka-senpai and Kamiagasa-senpai? Are they in a relationship? Shishio looked at the one that asked this question but didn't intend to say his name since he believed that this character wouldn't appear in the next chapter. Ah, I just moved in 2 days ago. The seniors are very good at taking care of me, but why did you suddenly ask them? Sorita could only answer this classmate's question with doubt since he was a bit surprised why this guy suddenly asked him this kind of question. Look, this magazine, both Mitaka-senpai and Kamiagasa-senpai are on the cover again, and there is also the latest information about them. The classmate took out a magazine and handed it to Sorita with excitement. Shishio was a bit surprised and looked at the magazine with curiosity before moving closer toward them, looking at the magazine on the table from a close distance. Oga-kun, are you also interested in the information of the 2 seniors? The classmate looked at Shishio in surprise. In fact, as a male, he felt quite jealous since Shishio attracted the attention of all the girls in the class, but when he saw him this morning, he completely gave up since he knew that the distance between them wasn't something that could be shortened by hard work. However, he also knew that he didn't need to worry about his crush to be taken by Shishio since he saw how close Shishio with Nana was, and probably, they should have already dated to each other, considering how close they were. Right? So there was nothing that he should be worried about, right? Yes, I am also very curious, can you tell me more? Shishio smiled and said that he was only interested in the information of both Mitaka and Misaki, but he didn't say that he knew both of them. Sorita. Haha, then let me tell you because you have only entered this school from the high school, you might not know about them, however, for us, who directly promoted to middle school know about both Mitaka-senpai and Kamiagasa-senpai. They're not only a pair of geniuses, but I have also heard that they're also childhood sweethearts. The classmate recalled the information he knew, then picked up the magazine to open one of the pages then pointed it at Shishio. Look, this report, here is the genius high school girl student appears, and there is also a specific report on Mitaka, although the 2 of them are a bit weird, they're extraordinary geniuses, they're really amazing, don't you think so, Oga-kun? The male classmate looked at the report's explanation of both Mitaka and Misaki information with an exclamation. Yes, indeed, Mitaka-senpai and Kamiagasa-senpai are indeed very good. Shishio gave a perfunctory answer and looked at the group photo of both Mitaka and Misaki who occupied almost the entire cover of the magazine, and even though he gave a perfunctory answer, he had to admit that it was quite good for high school student to be able to achieve all of this. I remember in the questionnaire the future goal that was made by the school before, Kamiagasa-senpai wrote that she hoped to become an alien or cosmic person in the future. I have also heard that the person who was in charge of Kamiagasa-senpai was an old man in his 60s, and after he heard her answer, he directly entered the infirmary because of how shocked he was. Shishio felt that this rumor was a bit exaggerated, but he also knew how rumor had always been very exaggerated, after all. But it is a pity, why would such two super geniuses decide to live in Sakurasu where weird people would live? The male classmate was puzzled, looking at the photo of the two in the magazines in his hand. Shishio didn't know what to say, and he was also wondering why Sakurasu had such a bad reputation, and this guy also directly said that Sakurasu was a place where weird people would live. Was this guy asking him and Sorita a fight? Shishio wasn't sure, but he really lamented how gullible the high school student was. He believed that if he was given time, this high school would be his, controlling all the people in this school would be a piece of cake for him, but he felt that it might be too tiring to do that since he was sure that he wouldn't meet the majority of them when he became an adult, so he didn't care much. Sorita, who listened to this male classmate, felt very uncomfortable, and the way this guy talked about Sakusei made him feel that he was stabbed by a knife, since this guy dared to say that Sakurasu was a place where weird people would live, so which meant, he was also a weird person too, right? With a dark face, Sorita looked up at Shishio, who was still silent. Yamada-san, in fact, Oga-kun lives in Sakurasu just like me. Sorita also wanted to drag Shishio with him, since he didn't feel comfortable that no one knew that Shishio was living in Sakurasu. They were living in the same place, so shouldn't Shishio also receive the same treatment as him? The male classmate was silent and turned his head awkwardly to look at Shishio, who had a light smile on his face. In his heart, he wanted to complain to Shishio why Shishio didn't tell him that Shishio was also living in Sakurasu, but he didn't dare to say so in front of Shishio. If I said that I have never had a chance to say it, can you believe me? Shishio looked at the people nearby, but didn't care much about their opinion. After all, Sakurasu's reputation was very well known. The male classmate could only curse his luck. Hey, Shishio, are you really living in Sakurasu? Nana asked. Unlike the rest of them, she didn't have that much prejudice toward Sakurasu. Shishio also didn't intend to continue his conversation with this random classmate that wouldn't appear in the next chapter, and joined Nana with her friends to talk with each other, since it seemed that they were also curious about the fact that he was living in Sakurasu. My aunt is the manager there, so it is easier to live there, Shishio said. They nodded and knew that Shishio was from Kyoto, so it wasn't wrong for his family to let him live with his aunt, so they would be reassured, but they couldn't help but feel empathetic toward him since he had to live in Sakurasu. The rumor about Sakurasu was very loud after all, and no one thought that place was a good place. Then are the people who live there really weird? Mako asked curiously. That's where you're wrong, Shishio said. What's wrong with me? Mako asked with a confused expression. Each person in this world is different, from gender, appearance, personality, hobby, family, friend, etc., and there is no way for each of them to be the same, but when people see something different from them, they'll call those people weird, but in my opinion, rather than calling them weird because they're different, I like to call them individual characters. Even though Shishio had to admit that Shiro-san's hobby was quite weird, he didn't want to talk bad about him and the people from Sakurasu. He also believed that the reason why most people talked Sakurasu was a place for weird people because that place was a gathering for geniuses, and of course, it was normal for people to be jealous of them, then spread a rumor that Sakurasu was a place for a weirdo, which led into the current situation. Then what do you think of those individual characters? Maya nodded, then asked. I guess that depends, but if I can't accept them, then I won't say much and respect their choices. If we don't do well to each other, then we will drift apart. If we're very good at each other, despite that difference, then it is all that matters. It is as simple as that. Shishio said, since there was no way to force his thought toward everyone, nor did he have the energy to do so. All he could do was to accept that difference, as long as they didn't harm the people around or the world. No one cared much about their little quirks. Then what do you think of little children? 2x. Maya and Mako almost asked at the same time. Little children. Shishio raised his eyebrow and said, I guess, it's normal for us to like little children since they're cute, but don't become criminals. If you can do that, then it is all good. He knew that a little children's topic was a very sensitive matter, and one wrong word, an FBI might knock on his door. Of course, we won't. Maya said confidently. We won't do something like that. Mako nodded vigorously. Is Shishio-kun here? Someone is looking for you. Suddenly a voice came from the back door of the classroom, interrupting Shishio's conversation with Nana, Maya, and Mako. What's wrong? Shishio stood up and walked toward the door at the back, wondering who had called him. Maya and Mako looked at Shishio's back and couldn't help but say. Nana, if you don't grab him hurriedly, then I might take him. Yeah, he's totally my type. What? Nana, who was moved by Shishio's words before, was dumbfounded by her two friends' reaction. She looked at her two friends, who were smiling and couldn't help but want to slap their butts. After all, she didn't expect such a betrayal from both of them. 69. Who is this cute girl? When Shishio walked toward the door, he was a bit surprised when he saw the figure that was waiting at the door, staring at him blankly. Mashiro. When Shishio walked out to meet Shina, everyone in the class noticed them, including USA, Tegami, Nana, Meiko, Maya, and Sorita. Shina-san, why? Sorita looked at the figure outside the door with some surprise. He didn't expect Shina to come to his classroom, let alone to meet Shishio. Oga-kun. Sorita looked at Shishio's back with a complex heart, asking in his heart why Shina didn't come to meet him. Looking at Shina who appeared outside of the door, her eyes moved toward Shishio, directly ignoring everyone in the classroom, including himself, who sat next to her at the dinner party last night, not even a second moment. On the other hand, Tegami and USA twitched their lips since Shishio was just too popular, right? Nana raised her eyebrows, wondering who that cute girl was. Nana, you're going to have a tough opponent, Meiko whispered. She's very cute, but don't worry, your chest is bigger than her, Maya whispered. Nana really wanted to slap the butts of her two friends at this moment. Mashiro, why are you here? Shishio looked at the girl in front of him strangely, wondering why he was here. Shishio said. Shina looked at Shishio and said softly. After all, Shina's way of thinking was quite special, so Shishio couldn't apply his technique to understand most of the people that he met toward her since it might cause a misunderstanding, so he was wondering why she was here. Shishio said that he was going to take care of me during the day, Shina said, stating what she remembered last night. Oh, yes, I did say that. What's the matter, Mashiro? Do you need my help? Shishio sighed in relief since he was afraid that Shina was going to say something strange here, but it seemed that wasn't the case. It's okay, Chihiro told Shishio's class, so I came to confirm it. Shina explained her purpose to come to Shishio's class. I see. Shishio's arm was just raised, but then he realized something. He quickly lowered his hand, so the position of his hand was quite awkward, but no one cared much and he put his hand on his pocket. Shishio had to admit that Shina's appearance was quite deceptive. It wasn't about her age, but her expression and her tone when she spoke. Sometimes she was as cute as a little girl, who did well and asked for praise, so he almost couldn't control his hand and was about to pat her head. Fortunately, Shishio reacted quickly, otherwise, he was sure that there would be another gossip that appeared among his classmates, though, he didn't care much. So do you need my help to help you return to the class, Mashiro? Shishio asked back. After all, the school was quite big, so he was a bit afraid for her to get lost. No, I have to go to see Ritsu. Shina shook her head, indicating that she could go by herself. By the way, Kawaii-senpai's next door, you can see her in that class. Hearing Shina's answer, Shishio pointed at Ritsu's class, showing where Ritsu was. Shina turned to the place where Shishio was pointing, but she didn't speak, then she looked back at him. What's wrong, Mashiro? Shishio asked, wondering whether there was something else. After school, do you want to go home together? Shina said her thought. Shishio remembered that he was going to meet Miu after the class since he wanted to visit her club so he couldn't go back with Shina. Sorry, I have something to do after school, can you go back with Kawaii-senpai first to Sakurasu? Although Shina was always expressionless, Shishio could still clearly feel that this girl was quite unhappy. He couldn't help but smile and decided to coax her for a bit. If you're not in a hurry, then do you want to go with me? Shishio asked. Where do you want to go? Shina asked curiously. I am going to visit a club, maybe you want to join me to visit the club too? Shishio asked. Shina was about to agree, but she also remembered that she also needed to meet someone. Her expression was stagnant and it seemed that she was in deep thought. Shishio had to admit that this girl was very cute and understood why Sorita fell in love with her. Unfortunately, he wouldn't let Sorita have this cute girl. If you have something to do then you don't need to force yourself, we can go back home together tomorrow, Shishio said. Okay. Shina nodded and her expression better than before, she glanced at him before turning around and leaving. Shishio looked at Shina's back, but then he felt something soft on his back. That girl is very cute, who is she? Nana asked with a seductive voice, pressing her chest on Shishio's back. Shishio felt that his entire body was quite excited until. That's not fair, Oga. There are a lot of cute girls around you. If you take all of them, then what should we, normal people, do? Tegami complained directly to Shishio. Tegami, that's a bit too much, USA said with a helpless expression since he knew that Tegami had said too much, but he had to admit that he was also quite envious of Shishio. That girl is very cute. In fact, Not only Nana, Takumi, USA, Maya, and Meiko were curious about Shina, but all the people in this class were also curious about Shina since they had to admit that Shina was very cute, and even though Shina was the same age as everyone, they felt that they wanted to pet her head for some reason. Shishio, who is that? You're not cheating on Nana, right? Maya asked. If you hurt Nana, then we won't forgive you, Meiko said with a serious expression. Since when did I date Nana? And Nana, don't you need to tell your friends that we're not dating? Shishio said. Anyway, who is that? Nana ignored his friend's teasing and asked the crucial point, wondering who that girl was. It's just a friend from Sakurasu, Shishio said simply. Cough. Cough. If she is just a friend, then can you? Tagumi's expression was full of expectation. Do you want to die? Do you need me to send you to hell now? Shishio shook his head and understood that most of the guys on the adolescent would be interested in the opposite gender, but enough about Tagumi, since Nana's reaction was a bit unexpected for him, but he knew that this girl was still far away from falling for him, and might be interested in him because of some reasons. However, with the appearance of Shina, Nana felt a bit quite displeased since Nana felt that Shina might become a threat for her or something. It was like when an animal's territory was being entered by another animal, in response, that animal would try to scare or even fight the animal that entered their territory. But since Nana was a human, she wouldn't fight directly, she needed to fight smartly by inquiring about the identity of Shina first. Then she determined what Shina's relationship was with Shishio so there wouldn't be any misunderstanding between them, and after knowing they were only an acquaintance, Nana sighed in relief, even though she didn't know why. Nana was one thing, another person that made Shishio was a bit surprised was USA. When Shishio looked at USA, he had to admit that USA's personality was unexpectedly a bit plain, and the reason why in the story, USA was quite prominent was that everyone besides USA was a very individual character, so USA was unexpectedly quite popular, but well, he didn't care too much since USA wouldn't trigger his system, right? By the way, Nana, can you let go of me now? Shishio asked since he only realized at this moment that being in puberty was very troublesome. There was this hormone that made him excited with just a slight smell and feel of the breasts of a girl. No, bring me to my desk this way. Nana said with a smile since she loved to see his troubled expression. You know, your panties might be shown to everyone here, Shishio said simply. Nana then stepped down from Shishio's back obediently and asked, can you tell me more about Sakurasu? Not only Nana, but everyone was also curious about Sakurasu since they only heard about it from the rumor after all. If it was someone else, they wouldn't ask this question, but it was different since the one that they asked was Shishio, who might be the most popular guy in the entire first year, or, the entire school. When Shishio and his group were talking, there were still some people around Sorita. But still, I also want to try to move to Sakurasu. Not only are both Mitaka-senpai and Kamiagasa-senpai there, but also such a cute and beautiful girl is living in that place. The classmate, who brought the magazine before, looked at Sorita and Shishio with envy. Don't look at me like that, I just know two seniors, A and D. Shina-san, we're not familiar with each other, Sorita said with a bitter expression on his face, but the classmate before didn't care much about his expression. In fact, Sorita felt that although Shishio moved into Sakurasu only a day earlier than himself, the relationship between Shishio and the others in Sakurasu was much better than his relationship with everyone in Sakurasu. Although there was only one day away, Sorita could clearly feel that Mitaka-senpai and Misaki-senpai, then Ritsuo-senpai, even Mayumi-san, and the others, were very close when they were with Shishio, as if they had known each other for a long time, including Shina, who had just moved into Sakurasu. He could tell that the relationship between Shishio and Shina was very close. In his eyes, everyone's eyes were always on Shishio, and he, Sorita, had always been out of the circle, which made his jealousy became even bigger. Kanda-kun. Nanamai looked at Sorita with a complicated expression in her eyes again. 70, what is scumbag? Asterisk ding. Dong, asterisk. The school ended as usual, and after the break, Shishio repeated what he had done before since he really felt that all the knowledge which was taught by the teacher was useless for him. However, even though he might not listen to the lesson, he was very quiet and didn't bother the lesson, so no teachers tried to bother him since they didn't really want to be embarrassed by him like what he did to the physics teacher. Chihiro might have reminded him, but Shishio really couldn't bring himself to listen to the lesson since he didn't like to waste his time on something useless. If there weren't any heroines in this school that might trigger his quests, he might have decided to skip the school directly as Ryunosuke did. However, Shishio knew that to be able to skip school blatantly like Ryunosuke, he needed to show talent or some achievements that could increase his fame in his school. The fastest way was to write a book, and fortunately, he was about to visit the literature club after the class. Why did Shishio decide to become a writer? There were a lot of reasons for that, but the first reason was that last night, Shishio had promised Miu to visit her club, and her club was a literature club, which was why he thought to write a book. The second reason was that, unlike other art performers that were quite mainstream in this country such as mangaka, singer, or actor that would take a lot of his time. If he became a writer, he could write his book in his free time, and with his physical ability, it would be very fast for him to write down the manuscript, so it wouldn't take a lot of his time. Unlike most people who would think that time was money, he didn't think so, since he felt that time was more important than money, since no money could buy time. The third reason was that his enhanced memory made him remember a lot of famous works in his previous life, which made it possible for him to copy those famous works. However, he knew that it wouldn't be very easy for him to write down all of those famous works, since he needed to get the feeling to write those works into a paper. After Shishio had gotten the painting mastery, he knew that even though the writing could be done by anyone and it didn't need a special skill to do so, it needed a feeling to write one great story, which was why he couldn't copy something randomly, since he didn't want to turn those great stories into the garbage. It's also a great way to say goodbye. Shishio had a story that he wanted to write, since he wanted to say goodbye properly, and he would be lying if he didn't have a lingering feeling toward his past. Lastly, Shishio also had a publishing house, so he didn't need to worry about anything when he wanted to publish his book. In truth, Shishio also thought to draw a manga, since it was part of this country's culture, but he felt that it was very troublesome since it needed a lot of time to draw the manuscript, and based on his estimation, he needed at least half an hour to draw one page of the manuscript, and for one chapter of the manga, he needed at least to draw 18 to 20 pages of the manuscript, which meant, he needed to spare 10 hours of his time every week to draw a manga. Shishio couldn't spare 10 hours of his time drawing a manga, and he didn't have an aspiration to become a mangaka either. Oh, Shishio almost forgot another reason was that a writer had a good reputation, and among the art performers such as singer, actor, mangaka, etc., a writer's caste was the highest, and it might not be related, but a lot of politicians in this country were writers before, and he thought that it might be interesting to become a prime minister in the future. Jokes aside, Shishio had really decided to become a writer, and whether the characters of the stories that he wrote would appear in this world, or not, he didn't think too much, since he was going to use a pen name, and he was also a major shareholder of one of the largest publishing houses in this country, so he believed that it should be alright for him. However, he also thought that it was better to write a fantasy-related genre, since he believed that there wouldn't be any characters from fantasy stories in this world. However, Shishio really hoped that he would be able to receive a programming mastery or hacking mastery from the system, so he would be able to see whether the characters that he wrote in his book in the future would exist in this world or not. System. When Shishio thought about his system, he realized how hypocritical he was. He loved the system and its rewards, but he tried really hard to not become a scumbag. But then again, what was the description of a scumbag? From the dictionary, a scumbag was a despicable person, but then how was this description going to be applied in a relationship? Based on his understanding, there were a lot of ways to describe how a scumbag would be in a relationship. The first one was two-timing or cheating. It was the most standard answer, and there were a lot of people who did this. The second one was a man who would leave the girls that loved him after he had gotten her body or money. Well, there were a lot more ways to describe what a scumbag was, but in a simple way, a scumbag was someone who hurt their partner. Shishio was a normal man, and he would be lying if he wasn't tempted to have one or two women at the same time, and it was quite normal for rich people to have one or two women or more at the same time, but even if it was normal, he wasn't sure whether his woman would be able to accept such a relationship, and he wasn't confident whether he could make all of them happy. The best way for him was to find a girlfriend that he could love wholeheartedly in high school, since he knew that love during high school was the purer, unlike in adult world, since there was a lot of reason why a couple become one or married, such as money, business alliance, etc. The reason why two high school students decided to become a couple was that they liked each other, even though the reason might sound shallow, such as appearance, reputation, etc. Well, Shishio wasn't going to say that all the love life in high school was all pure, but one thing for sure, they decided to date each other because there was a word like between them. Unlike when someone became an adult, though, of course, there had always been an exception, and love had always appeared so suddenly. No one could predict about this problem at all. Even science was helpless about love. However, even though a human, scientist, researchers, doctors, etc. were helpless about love and they couldn't find an answer to solve this problem, no one would deny that they wanted to love someone or to be loved by someone during their life. In conclusion, love is the source of happiness and curse. It is a double-edged sword. If Shishio wasn't an emotional man, then he wouldn't be this troubled by the system. He could play around with the girls that triggered his system as much as he wanted, fuck them, then got all the rewards easily, and he would be lying if he wasn't tempted to do that, but there was a voice on his heart that stopped him. He knew very well whose voice it was, and there was also the guilty feeling that he felt when he did it with Rui a few days ago, which was the reason why he refused to become a scumbag, but that feeling started to weaken after what he had gotten a lot of rewards from the system and when he saw a lot of beautiful girls appeared one after another in front of him. Shishio closed his eyes and let out a sigh. He felt that he lacked conviction, whether he wanted to date someone or not, or whether he decided to become a scumbag or not, or whether he would become a source of happiness or a curse for the heroine in this world. Shishio knew that as a man, he needed to man up and decided to do something without hesitation, but one thing for sure, He hadn't met a girl that was able to shake his heart so, until that, he was going to make his decision later. When he was in the middle of a thought, he saw something huge and created a shadow that covered his face, which made him dumbfounded since the cause of this shadow was. Nana, what are you doing? Shishio asked since he had to admit that this girl's chest was so huge that it could cover his entire face, and it might be the biggest one that he had ever seen. Are you free today? Do you want to play? Nana asked. Play? Shishio looked at Nana curiously. Nana nodded and said, let's go to the arcade or karaoke. Shishio was speechless and said, sorry, I don't have time today. It was only the second day after school, but he didn't expect that this girl really wanted to play. I see. Nana was a bit disappointed, but then she asked, so what are you going to do? I am going to visit a club, do you want to go with me? Shishio asked. Club? What kind of club? Is it a sport? Nana had touched Shishio's body before and he knew very well that his body was very good, so she thought that he might join a sports club. No, it is a literature club, Shishio said. Literature? Are you sure? Nana was surprised. Nana, let's go. Nana heard her name being called by her friends and showed a conflicted expression since she wanted to follow Shishio. You don't need to force yourself, I only come to visit the literature club because I know someone, Shishio said. Do you know someone there? Nana raised her eyebrow and asked, is it a girl? It is a girl, Shishio said since he didn't see any reason to hide it from Nana. Then I will go with you. Nana said without hesitation. After a moment of pause, Shishio said with a smile, welcome. He thought that Miu would be happy when there would be another member who would join the literature club. Then both of them decided to go to the literature club together and Nana rejected the invitation to play which caused her friends to feel disappointed. It might not be related, but Nana was really popular and the reason why she talked with him before was that she had always been ranked 1 before, but with him around, she became ranked 2, which was also the reason why she told him that she wasn't going to lose last night. The location of the literature club was located on the second floor of the school and it was several classes away from their classes, however, it was still quite far from their class since the school building was quite huge. Shishio and Nana said goodbye to most of the students in the class and left together, which made them think that they might be dating each other, but neither he nor she thought too much about it since it was useless to think about others people thought and if they were really dating, they would just date each other, it was as simple as that. However, Tegami was crying, feeling quite envious, hoping that he would also have a girlfriend soon. He thought to talk with either Maya or Meiko, but he was ignored since both girls decided to go home first. USA, on the other hand, didn't think too much since it was still on the second day of school, and he also hadn't found a girl that could make his heart skip a beat, feeling excited all over since he wanted some romantic love during high school, not a shallow one like Tegami. As for Sorita, no one cared much about him. Shishio walked with Nana while talking to each other, feeling the breeze in early April, then noticed Shina, who was talking with a woman before slowly leaving from the school gate. From his observation, the age of the woman should be older than Shina and younger than Chihiro. Shishio then remembered that Chihiro had told him that Shina had an acquaintance in Japan, and was wondering whether it was that woman, and he was also wondering why that woman came to the school, but when he thought about the story, he remembered that Shina wanted to become a mangaka and that woman should be Shina's editor based on her appearance that he saw before, so he didn't think too much and continued to talk with Nana until they arrived at the room where the literature club located. Based on Miu's information before. Is this the club room? Nana asked. It should be, I will open it, Shishio said, knocking on the door, and opened it directly without waiting for an answer, but he didn't expect to see a scene which made him raise his eyebrow. There he saw panties. No, it should be a girl that fell down, showing her panties right toward him and Nana. White. Shishio nodded, but then his eyes were covered by Nana. You can't look. Shishio was often wondering whether he was a harem protagonist since his luck with a girl was very good, right? Anyway, why don't we help her first? 71, Literature Club 1. Before Shishio and Nana came to the clubroom of the literature club, Miu came first and thought to clean up the clubroom so Shishio would join her club without hesitation. After all, he hadn't said anything whether he was going to join or not. Miu knew that the literature club was on the verge of being disbanded since she was the only member after all the members of this club graduated, and it was because of the teacher advisor of this club that this club would stay without being disbanded, even though it only had one member, but she knew that she couldn't let it continue like this and she needed to invite a new member to enter this club or else, this club would really be disbanded. Miu had told the advisor teacher that there would be a new student that she knew would join the club, which made the teacher greatly surprised and told her that he would also come to the clubroom after the class. Miu was full of spirit and after the class ended, she came directly to the clubroom and thought that it was a bit messy, so she decided to clean up, but she didn't expect that the books would fall down and crush her to the ground. It might sound a bit exaggerated, but as a girl, her power was relatively weak, and the number of books that fell on top of her was quite a lot. Ouch! Miu felt her head was a bit painful and she wanted to ask for help, but there was no one in this club room so she waited for a while until someone came, but she didn't expect that the one who helped her would be Shishio and another girl that she didn't know. Shishio and Nana quickly helped Miu, who was buried under a lot of books on the ground. Ashihara-senpai, are you alright? Shishio asked. Thank you, Oga-kun, Miu said while caressing her head since it was still painful. Shishio noticed that Miu's panties were still shown, but he didn't say anything since he was going to avoid the embarrassing situation since he knew that Miu was very shy, and at the same time, he wanted to take a look more, but when he noticed Nana glanced at him, he quickly looked away, helping to clean up the book. Senpai, your panties are shown, Nana said directly after she glanced at Shishio since she realized that this guy was a pervert, but after all, he was a man, and she couldn't help but blush when she remembered what she told him before. Miu quickly closed her skirt with a blush on her face. Oh, you're all here now. Miu, Nana, and Shishio turned toward the door and saw a man in his 30s was looking at them with a smile. I heard that there was going to be a new member that was going to join the club from Ashihara-san so I came early, but I didn't expect that there would be two members at the same time, the man said with a smile, feeling happy that his student seemed to be grown up since Miu didn't feel shy and dared to invite the freshman to join the club. Shishio and Nana looked at each other and said, we haven't decided to join the club yet. Somehow the warm atmosphere turned awkward all of a sudden. After they cleaned up the club room, they sat down together to have a chat so they could get to know each other better. The advisor teacher also wouldn't let both Shishio and Nana go out so easily since the literature club was really desperate at this moment and needed more members. Let me introduce myself. The male teacher smiled warmly and said, my name is Reiji Kiriya, and I teach modern Japanese for the 2nd grade and the 3rd grade so you two might not know me well. Kiriya is a handsome man with shoulder-length light purple hair that has a few strands hanging over his face and empty dark-colored eyes. Shishio had to admit that Kiriya was a bit similar to him, though, he was more handsome than Kiriya and his purple hair was darker than Kiriya, but enough of that since he also needed to introduce himself. My name is Oga Shishio, I am a freshman this year, nice to meet you, Kiriya-sensei, Shishio said. Kiriya was a bit surprised and asked, you're that Oga-kun? Do you know me Kiriya-sensei? Shishio asked. Kiriya then let out a chuckle and said, I think that every teacher in this school knows your name, especially after you have caused trouble earlier. Shishio was speechless, but he only shrugged his shoulders and didn't think too much. However, I didn't expect Ashihara-kun to know the smartest boy in 1st grade, how did you know each other? Kiriya asked curiously at Miu. Miu blushed and she wasn't sure how to answer Kiriya's question since her meeting with Shishio was like the meeting of the heroine and the protagonist in the romance novel, however, when everyone saw Miu's reaction, their expression started to change. Kiriya showed an amused expression and a bit of curiosity, but on the other hand, Nana stared at Shishio, wondering how many beautiful girls that he knew. Sensei, if you were wondering how we met each other, we met at the bookstore last Sunday, Shishio said directly so there wouldn't be any misunderstanding between them since he had to admit Miu's reaction easily caused a misunderstanding. Oh? In the bookstore? Kiriya was even more curious. Miu was a bit shy, but she nodded. I didn't have enough money to buy a novel last time and Oga-kun had helped me to pay for the book. Kiriya and Nana, who heard Miu's story, felt like the meeting between Shishio and Miu was like a meeting between a heroine and protagonist in a romance novel. Starting by coincidence, the protagonist helped the heroine, who was in plight, then the heroine unable to forget the protagonist, then by another accident, they encountered each other and they happened to be a student at the same school, then by another accident, a lot of things happened and both of them became a couple. It was the most cliché of cliché romance story plot, but it happened in reality, which somehow made Kiriya and Nana feel speechless for some reason, but depending on how the future plot, this kind of romance story was quite interesting. Cough. Cough. Shishio then coughed to gather their attention and introduced the beautiful girl beside him. Let me introduce her, she's my classmate, her name is. My name is Sunoera Nana, nice to meet you. Nana introduced herself with a guru style and saluted cutely toward everyone. I have heard that Shishio is going to visit a club so I came to visit too, is that alright? Yes, it is alright, you're all welcome here. Miu nodded with a smile and said, if I'm not wrong, are you Sunoera Nana, who was the student council president in the middle school and also the rank 1 on the entire grade in the middle school too? Yes, that's me. Nana was a bit surprised and asked, how did you know me, senpai? After all, her appearance was Aguru and it was a bit hard for someone to think of her as a smart student so she was quite surprised when Miu suddenly asked whether she was the top student without showing prejudice on her face which made her have quite a good impression on Miu. Kiriya, on the other hand, looked at the three of them thoughtfully and knew that two girls might have feelings towards Shishio, but rather than showing jealousy or envy, he felt very happy. He felt happy that he could watch the most interesting love story between the three of them from the front seat. He then looked at Shishio and wondered whether there would be more girls that would join this group and at the same time, he had to admit that Shishio was very handsome. Kiriya wasn't gay, but he could appreciate someone who was handsome, and at the same time, he believed that love could transcend age, gender, as well as social norms and status. Whether Shishio would become a scumbag in the future or not, he wasn't sure, nor he thought too much, since it was part of the growth, and as their teacher, he would watch over them, but he hoped that they wouldn't make a mistake. Shishio looked at Nana and Miu and didn't expect that both of them could become friends with each other so quickly, but he also had to admit that Nana's communication skill was quite good and Miu wasn't someone that would judge someone by appearance or rumor. Cough. Kiriya gathered everyone's attention and said, I know that you two are still hesitant whether you are going to enter the club or not, but let me ask you, do you like books? But, in truth, whether they liked a book or not, he was going to let them join the club no matter what. 72. Literature Club 2. The reason why Kiriya asked this question was that he wanted to know what kind of books or literary works that Shishio and Nana loved to read. After all, this place was a literature club, so all they did was related to literature. Book. Nana rubbed her chin and said, I like manga. Kiriya and Miu were silent and speechless when they heard Nana's words. Even though Nana was smart, she didn't really like to read serious literature works, or rather she only read her textbooks and manga. Besides that, she loved to play games. Miu was lost of words, but Kiriya smiled and nodded. Yes, the manga is a great invention of literature between illustrations and storytelling. So there is a manga here? Nana asked. Unfortunately, no. Kiriya shook his head sadly and said, but we can put a manga here in the future if you decide to join. Well. Nana looked at Shishio and waited for his decision, since the reason why she came to the literature club was because of him. How about you, Oga-kun? What kind of book do you like? Kiriya asked. Shishio thought for a while, and in truth, he hadn't read much of literary works in this world, besides Shiro-san's work that he bought before, but he hadn't even read it since he didn't have time to read it. It might have already been the month that he had become Shishio Oga, and there were a lot of things happening that he didn't have time to relax. In Kyoto, Shishio needed to remember all the memories of the previous Shishio, and at that time, he couldn't calm himself, thinking a lot of things from his future, his family, lover, business in his previous life, and there was a lot more. When Shishio came to Tokyo, a system suddenly appeared and it made his life change 180 degrees. He lost his first time, he fought against someone for the first time in Tokyo, watching that there were a lot of unique people in his restaurant, there were a lot of things happening, where he had time to read a book. Well, Shishio had a lot of time during his school time, but rather than reading works of literature such as novels, poems, autobiography, diaries, memoir, letters, and the essay, it was better to read lore-related books. Everyone was watching, Shishio, who was in the middle of a thought, and Nana couldn't help but say, Shishio, didn't you read a book during the class before? It's a different kind of book, I read a lore-related book, not a work of literature which we're talking about at the moment, Shishio said. Oga-kun, didn't you buy Shizuru-sensei's novel before? Miu asked. I bought it, but I hadn't read it since there were a lot of things happening in the past few days. However, right now, we're talking about Kiriya-sensei's question. Shishio rubbed his chin and said, personally, I like books and I like to read light novels, Shishio said. It wasn't exactly him who loved to read a light novel, but it was the previous Shishio Oga, who had a hobby to read a light novel, and after he had got an enhanced memory, he remembered everything, including the story of all light novels that had been read by the previous Shishio Oga. That's great. Both of you love to read books, so let's just use this chance to join the literature club. Kiriya said, then took out 2 registration forms to join the club. Shishio and Nana were speechless in Kiriya, since they could tell that he was very eager for both of them to join the club. Nana didn't say anything, waiting for Shishio, since whether she would join or not, it was based on Shishio's decision, but... Sensei, are you a writer? Shishio suddenly asked, changing the topic of conversation. Oh? Why do you say that? Kiriya neither nodded nor shook his head, waiting for Shishio to tell him about why Shishio thought of him as a writer. When I entered this club room, there were a lot of weird things here, Shishio said. Weird things? 2x. Nana and Miu were confused, since they didn't think that there was anything weird in this club room. There were books, chairs, a table, shelves, a clock, and various things which were related to literature, but none of those things could be said weird, which was why they were a bit confused. What's so weird about this room, Oga-kun? Miu asked with worry, wondering whether this place was dirty. This place is weird because there are books here, Shishio said. Hey. 2x. They felt dumbfounded when they heard Shishio's reasoning. I mean, there is only Miu-senpai as a member of a literature club, right? This means, a literature club isn't an official club, or rather this club should be disbanded, right? But why are there a lot of books here? After all, since a literature club isn't an official club, then there's no way that it can keep all the books here, and maybe, the school will move all the books here to either the library or warehouse. Shishio knew that the club room in the school was limited and there were a lot of clubs that wanted to expand their club room or get their club room after they made their own club, right? When Nana heard Shishio's words, she nodded and started to feel weird by this club room since she also knew that as a non-official club, there was no way that a literature club could get this room. Then the question is, how can the literature club maintain its condition to the way it is after most of the members have graduated, and leaving only Ashihara-senpai as its member? Shishio then looked at Kiriya and said, the answer is you, sensei. You're the reason why the literature club is still able to keep its club room today. Kiriya nodded with a smile and said, interesting deduction, but you should know that your deduction doesn't even tell us why you think that I am a writer, right? This is just the beginning, please be patient sensei. Let me explain slowly, what are the other weird things in this room, Shishio said. Nana and Miu looked around curiously, wondering whether there were other weird things in this club room. What are the other weird things? Hurry up and tell us. Nana said and shook Shishio's shoulder. Miu was also very interested since it seemed like she was watching a great detective who was about to uncover a great case which made her very excited. Kiriya, on the other hand, was smiling and didn't say much, but he thought that Shishio was interesting. The other weird things in this room are very obvious. Shishio pointed his finger at the person, who sat in the middle of the table. That's you, sensei. Your presence in this room is weird. Nana and Miu were dumbfounded and looked at both Shishio and Kiriya at the same time. Kiriya chuckled and said, it is rude to call your teacher weird, Oga-kun, but please tell me your reason why you think my presence in this room is weird. If your answer can't satisfy me, then I will have you join this club and also invite at least another 3 people, no, 5 people to join this club too. He raised his palm, showing that he needed to invite 5 people into the club room if his answer couldn't satisfy him. Interesting. Shishio smiled and didn't hate this kind of challenge, or rather, he wanted to make it more interesting. Sensei, that's not fair to me. If I lose then I will have to invite 5 people to join this club, but what if you lose? As someone who proposes such a bet, you should also prepare yourself. What will you give me if you lose, right? Kiriya's smile was even bigger and said, interesting, I like your challenge. Say what you want. As long as it is within my power, I will do my best to grant your wish. Nana and Miu were dumbfounded since they didn't expect that it would suddenly turn into a confrontation between Shishio and Kiriya. Oga-kun, Kiriya-sensei, you shouldn't bet each other here. Miu realized that the situation might be out of control, which was why she wanted to stop them. It's alright, it is part of the club activity and the bet is just some game between student and teacher, there's nothing weird about this, right? Kiriya looked at Shishio. Shishio nodded sagely and said, as a good teacher, one must know how to encourage their students to work harder and I can see that quality in you, Kiriya-sensei. Thank you very much. Kiriya nodded with a smile. Miu was troubled and wasn't sure what to say, but Nana laughed since she felt that this situation was interesting. However, both of them could tell that Shishio and Kiriya were really having fun at this moment. Sensei, I have one request, Shishio said. What is it? Kiriya asked. You teach modern Japanese, right? Yes, what's wrong? Then is it possible for you to give me a perfect score? Shishio opened his lion mouth directly. What? 2x. Miu and Nana were dumbfounded by Shishio's request since no one expected him to ask Kiriya to give him a perfect score, but Kiriya shook his head and said calmly, that bet isn't fair to me and I don't really want too many members in the club room to change your request. He could ask Shishio to invite more people so the bet would be fair, but he didn't do that since if there were too many members, it would be hard to control the literature club, so it was better to limit the number of members and he also didn't really like a place that was full of crowd. Shishio thought for a while and felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't ask such a request, but he didn't think too much and asked a different request. Sensei, you have said to Nana that it is alright to bring a manga here, right? Kiriya looked at Shishio for a while and asked, yes, I have said that, so what do you want to bring? He could guess mostly what Shishio wanted to ask, so he directly asked him. Well, I might bring something like a wooden sword, guitar, or... Shishio looked at Nana and asked, Nana, is there something that you want to bring to the school? Nana was a bit surprised when she was asked so suddenly, but she thought for a while and said cheerfully, I want to bring a TV and game console. What? Miu was dumbfounded and wondered how this clubroom was going to become their house. Good, I agree. Kiriya nodded without hesitation. Sensei. Miu quickly cried out. Calm down, Ashihara-kun. Kiriya smiled and said calmly, our club is fairly lax after all, and as long as they don't cause too much noise and play in consideration, then it is all good, and lastly, I might not be the one who is going to lose. He looked at Shishio and said, we have made a deal, Shishio-kun. If you lose then you need to bring at least 5 people to join the club. Deal. Shishio nodded directly, afraid that Kiriya might change the terms. After all, there was a lot of loophole on Kiriya's request. Oh, by the way, you need to bring 5 of them at least in a month, all right. Kiriya said with a smile. Shishio twitched his lips but didn't say much since he didn't think that he was going to lose. Then I will tell you now, why Kiriya-sensei's presence in this room is weird. This confrontation might be the first confrontation that happened in the literature club, and a decade later, it would be written on the anthology of the literature club as the talk of the literature club. 73, Literature Club 3. Miu was quite nervous since she didn't expect that the situation would turn into this. However, Miu had to admit that the confrontation between Shishio and Kiriya was very interesting since they weren't fighting each other by using their fists, but using their wits. They also had quite a fair duel with her and Nana as their witnesses, so even though she didn't want both Shishio and Kiriya to bet on each other, she wanted to know the reason why Kiriya's presence in this room was weird. Nana was waiting for Shishio's answer with anticipation and thought that a literature club was very interesting, but she knew that the one who made it interesting was Shishio, so if he decided to join, then she would join, but if he decided to not join, then she would also follow him too, since she knew that as long as she was with him, her days would be full of fun. Then let me tell you the first reason why Kiriya-sensei's presence in this room is weird. Shishio raised his index finger and said calmly, the first reason is Kiriya-sensei's status as the advisor teacher is weird. Hey! Nana was confused and asked, what's so weird about that? Is it normal for an advisor teacher to be in the club room? Normal. Miu thought for a while and realized something. Ah! What's wrong, senpai? Nana was startled when Miu suddenly exclaimed. Ugh! I know, why Kiriya-sensei's presence in this room is weird. Miu looked at Shishio and said, it's because this club isn't an official club, right? Shishio nodded and said, yes, it is because the literature club isn't an official club, so there's no need for an advisor teacher to be here, since an advisor teacher's job is to supervise the activity of the club, not to solicit a student to join the club. He looked at Kiriya and apologized. Sorry, if my words are a bit rude, sensei. Waving his hand, Kiriya said, it's all right, but if this is your answer, then it won't even satisfy me. No, you won't be able to satisfy all of us here. Shishio knew what Kiriya meant, but why were Kiriya's words so misleading? He didn't think too much and said calmly, of course, it isn't over yet, sensei. He said his thoughts and continued with his explanation. As a member of the literature club, it should be Ashihara-senpai's job to invite a new student and not a teacher, since it isn't their obligation to do so, or rather a normal teacher will think that it is very troublesome to become an advisor teacher and even invite a student to join the club, since as an adult, they have their own lives, but of course, Ashihara-senpai has done a good job for inviting me, since because of that she also has indirectly invited Nana here. Hearing Shishio's words, Miu, who was a bit down since she knew that she was a bit incompetent since she couldn't invite a new member of the literature club, suddenly became shy and happy. She thought that it was her luck to meet Shishio at that time, and if she didn't meet him, then she might not be able to have this kind of fun talk in the club room. But Nana was blushing, wondering why Shishio's words were so misleading, as if telling them that the reason why she came to the literature club was that she thought of Miu as a threat, but that wasn't wrong since that was the reason why she came here. She looked at Shishio and wondered whether this guy realized that she was interested in him. If so, then she would be very embarrassed. But Nana thought that it might be her imagination and didn't think too much, since she didn't hate the idea of dating him at all, or rather she might really love it. Then what is the reason why Kiriya-sensei decided to help? Shishio raised a question to everyone in the club room. Hearing those words, Nana and Miu looked at Shishio without blinking. The first reason is that both Kiriya-sensei and Ashihara-senpai should be lovers. Shishio dropped the bomb directly. What? Miu and Nana were dumbfounded, and quickly Nana looked at Miu and Kiriya with an incredulous expression, since she didn't expect that this shy senior would date the teacher. Miu was startled, but she refuted Shishio's words. Of course not. I am not dating sensei. Miu said loudly, since she was afraid of being misunderstood by someone. She then glanced at Shishio and Kiriya, hoping that the misunderstanding would be solved as soon as possible. Watching Miu's reaction, Shishio knew that Miu might have a feeling for Kiriya before, but well, he didn't think too much, or rather it was better like that, since it was more fun to conquer her. What the fuck am I thinking? Shishio was dumbfounded when he could think such a scum-like thought, but he quickly regained his focus, since it wasn't the time to think something like that. Senpai, you don't need to deny it so hard. I know that both of you are not dating, and if you deny it so hard, it is too pitiful for sensei, Shishio said with a light smile. Kiriya twitched his lips and asked, did you do it on purpose, Oga-kun? Of course not, sensei. Shishio shook his head and said, but it is also part of my deduction as to why you have decided to help Ashihara-senpai, but I know that both of you don't have that kind of relationship. Nana sighed and felt disappointed to know that Miu and Kiriya weren't dating each other. She curled her lips and thought that it wasn't fun. How can you be so sure? Both of us might date secretly after all, Kiriya said with a smile, trying to test Shishio. What? 2x. Nana and Miu were dumbfounded once again. Alright, you don't need to tease everyone, sensei. I know that you are not dating Ashihara-senpai, Shishio said calmly. You didn't answer my question, though, Kiria said. It's your eyes, Shishio said. His eyes. 2x. Miu and Nana looked at Kiria's eyes and didn't see anything wrong with it. I have also fallen in love with someone before. Shishio's words caused the clubroom to turn silent. I know very well how the eyes of someone who is looking at the woman they love and your eyes aren't like that, Shishio said. They were in silence until. Who did you love before, Shishio? Nana suddenly asked quickly when she heard Shishio's words before, she felt very uncomfortable. Miu didn't say much but also looked at Shishio. Kiria looked at the reaction of Miu and Nana, and thought that this had become very interesting and he thought that he should make the three of them become a member of the literature club no matter what. Does it really matter? Shishio was speechless. Of course, I want to know who your first love is. Nana said without hesitation. Cough. Cough. Shishio coughed and said, it isn't a time to talk about that since we have something more important to do, right? He looked at Kiria, asking for help. Yes, you need to tell me why you think that I am a writer, Kiria said with a smile. Yes, and that reason is related to why Kiria-sensei decides to help Ashihara-senpai to invite both of us into a literature club. Shishio then looked at everyone calmly and said, since both Ashihara-senpai and Kiria-sensei are not lovers, then the reason why Kiria-sensei decides to keep the literature club is that he has something that he wants to do in this club. What is that something? Nana asked. I am not sure, Shishio said while shaking his head. Hey. 2x. Miu and Nana were dumbfounded. Then how can you be so sure that Kiria-sensei is a writer? Miu asked. It's his hand, Shishio said. Hand. 2x. Miu and Nana looked at Kiria's hand and saw that there was a trace of ink in his hand. There is a trace of ink in his hand and probably last night he was on deadline so he might not have a good sleep, especially when there is a black circle on your eyes, sensei. Shishio looked at Kiria and said, with your identity as a writer, then I am not surprised why you want to keep this club. Nana and Nana were speechless since they didn't realize that there was a trace of ink on Kiria's hand, but they also knew that it was because that it made him able to say that Kiria-sensei was a writer, and without it, there was no way to tell that he was a writer, but then, why? Why with only those reasons was Shishio sure that Kiria was a writer? It was because the board on the school was using chalk and every teacher in the school would use their laptop or computer to write the materials for the school. On the other hand, a writer in this country had a weird habit where they wrote their manuscript on paper and a pen. Even though most writers in the world would use either a computer or a laptop, the writer in this country loved to use paper and pen to write their manuscripts which were part of the culture in this country. It was also the reason why Shishio thought of Kiria as a writer since to this day, it was very rare for someone to use both a pen and a paper, except for a writer. Kiria chuckled and said, Oga-kun, in fact, I am not satisfied with your reasoning since I can break your deduction by telling you that the stain of ink on my hand happens because of an accident and the black circles on my eyes are because of insomnia, but you're right, I am a writer so let's say our competition is a draw. However, Shishio shrugged his shoulders and said, if I lose then I lose sensei. I am not a man who can't accept a defeat and I know that there are a lot of holes in my deductions so I will join the literature club. He had to admit that he was too eager for the competition and it was because of this that he had lost and his condition to win was to create a satisfying reason why he could tell why Kiria-sensei was a writer, but his answer was unable to satisfy Kiria-sensei, so he lost. Shishio wasn't someone who couldn't accept a loss and if he lost then he was going to accept it like a man, but still, it seemed that his deduction skill was still far behind a kid with a red tie, a blue suit, and glasses. Nana, how about you? Even though Nana came with him, it didn't mean that he could decide everything for her and he needed to ask her opinion. I will join. Nana said without hesitation with a smile since she loved it when he asked her about her thoughts, after all, even though she would join without hesitation since if he decided to join, it would be different if he didn't ask her opinion and told Kiria-sensei and Miu that she would join with him directly since it meant, he didn't respect her opinion, but it was different now and she knew that he respected her choice after those words. Shishio then looked at Kiria and said, so I only need to invite 3 more people, right, sensei? Kiria chuckled once again and said, you're so sneaky, Oga-kun, but I don't mind and that's right, you only need to invite 3 more people. Kiria had never said that Shishio should join the club during their bet before and only told him to invite 5 people to join the club, with both Shishio and Nana joining together, then Shishio only needed to invite 3 more people which was why Kiria said that Shishio was sneaky. Then Nana and Shishio wrote the form of registrations without hesitation and gave it to Kiria. I accept your form of registration, Kiria said with a smile. Miu was very happy since she didn't expect that there would be 2 people who would join the literature club. Right, I almost forgot to say this. Kiria looked at Shishio and Nana with a warm smile and said, welcome to literature club. 74, I don't want to give my aunt. After Shishio and Nana decided to join the literature club, they talked to each other about what the literature club would do and the schedule of the club. Miu told them that the club would be held on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 2 days a week after school, and she told her that they would mostly read a book, gather together, and discuss each other about a book. In other words, they were mostly free. This club is really free, Nana said with a speechless expression since she didn't expect that the literature club would be free and there was nothing to do besides reading a book and discussing a book. Yes, there isn't much to do at the literature club, but during the school festival, we might create a journal, so I hope that you can be prepared at that time, Kiriya said. I. Sensei. Nana said with a smile. Kiriya nodded and said, by the way, it is good if you want to bring a TV or a game console, but you should play it in consideration. Thank you very much. Nana smiled brightly, then she pulled Shishio's hand and said, when there is a game console, let's have a duel. Sure. Shishio nodded and asked, should I give you a handicap? Nana snorted and said, I should be the one who is saying that. I will give you a handicap so you won't lose so quickly. Let's make a bet at that time to make it more interesting, Shishio said. Sure, let's do it. Nana smiled, then looked at Miu and asked, Senpai, how about you? Have you played a game? What? Miu was a bit jealous when she saw both Shishio and Nana talking so closely, but when she was asked so suddenly, she nodded her head gently and said, yes, my little brother has a game console at home. Then let's play a game together. The loser has to receive a punishment. Nana said cheerfully. Miu was speechless and looked at Nana with a slight complaint, but Sunohara-san, this is a literature club, not a game research club. Senpai, even though we might seem to be playing a game, but in truth, we're also doing an activity for the literature club, Shishio said. Hey! Nana and Miu were confused when they heard that playing a game was a part of the activity of the literature club. To create a game, someone needs to write a game plan and they also need to write the script for the game story, so in truth, a game is also a fine literature work but with a different media, Shishio said smoothly. Kiriya smiled and said, that's true, especially on the RPG game and Gouch, you need to have a good story if you want to make a good game. Nana was a bit surprised and asked, Sensei, did you also play a game? Yes. Kiriya nodded and said, but I don't play much since I mostly read books during my free time. He then looked at Shishio and said, you have said that you want to bring a wooden sword and guitar, right? If I am not wrong, there should be both a guitar and a wooden sword in the school warehouse, you can bring it here if you want. He knew that both Shishio and Nana weren't bad children and he thought that he could trust them, or rather, even if the literature club became a den of delinquent, he thought that it was also a good challenge for him to reform a group of delinquents into a group of bookworms, but of course, Shishio, Nana, and Miu didn't know what he was thinking. If I'm not wrong, there should be a TV too, I'll ask permission to bring it to the club room on Thursday. Thank you, Sensei. 2x. Shishio nodded with a smile and it felt great to borrow those two things from the school. Nana was also happy that she didn't need to bring the TV to the school, but then she asked, why do you need a guitar? Can you play the guitar, Oga-kun? Miu asked. It is just my hobby during my free time, so I will play it if I have free time, Shishio said. With your appearance, I am sure that it'll be very easy for you if you decide to become a singer, Kiriya said with a smile. Shishio was speechless, but he didn't say much, only smiled wryly. After all, it wasn't uncommon for someone to show an interest in the music in this school, especially when this school focused on art. By the way, Sensei, what's your pen name for your novel? Shishio asked. It was almost the end of their club activity, but he almost forgot to ask this question. My pen name is Yu Hashikawa, Kiriya said with a smile. What? Miu was startled, but this reaction caused both Nana and Shishio to become confused since neither of them had read that much of the book. Is Sensei famous, Senpai? Shishio asked. He's very famous. Miu quickly told who was Yu Hashikawa and what kind of book that Kiriya had written along with the total sales. Shishio looked at Kiriya and wondered why Chihiro hadn't made a move on Kiriya since Chihiro was so eager to get married. He also had to admit that this teacher was quite handsome and gentle, being a teacher also gave him a stable job, but Kiriya was also a famous writer, which made him also a good stock to become a husband candidate. When Miu wanted to keep talking, Kiriya stopped her since it was the end of their club activity and he told them that they would see each other again on Tuesday. When they were coming out, Shishio couldn't help but ask, Sensei, are you married? His question aroused curiosity among everyone. Kiriya smiled and said, no, I am single, what's wrong? Are you interested in me? Shishio was speechless, but for him, who had seen a lot of things in the past few days, it felt like a warm breeze when he knew that Kiriya might be gay, but for Nana and Miu, both of them were in shock. Nana quickly stood in front of Shishio, tried to protect him, and Miu looked at Kiriya with a complicated expression. Shishio wanted to ask whether Kiriya wanted to date his aunt, but somehow, he was reluctant to say so. Even though he had said that he was tempted by his aunt, after all, his aunt was his mother's little sister and their appearance was quite similar to each other, and there was no way that he could cross the river to date his aunt, right? If Shishio dared to do so, then it would be incest, even though he didn't mind it. It was different for his aunt since she might be targeted and being talked by people for seducing him. After all, in this society, when an older woman and a younger guy dated to each other, without doubt, most people would think that it was the fault of the older woman, thinking that the older woman might have seduced the naive younger guy. That's how it works in society. Especially when the relationship between Shishio and Chihiro was between nephew and aunt, which was why he thought to recommend Kiriya, who was single, to date his aunt. Shishio thought that Kiriya was a pretty good guy, and he thought that Kiriya would be suitable for his aunt, but when he was about to say that, he stopped since he wasn't sure why he felt uncomfortable by it. Shishio might be able to date Chihiro, but he couldn't give her a marriage, which something that Chihiro had always wanted, so he thought that it was better for Chihiro to be with a different guy, and even though he always flirted with his aunt, he really didn't have any ideas with her since he knew very well that a family was pretty much forbidden. But still, why do I feel uncomfortable by it? Shishio shook his head and threw all his useless thought. I'm just asking if you're single, then it is all right, you don't need to make such a joke, sensei, Shishio said with a speechless expression. Kiriya smiled and said, I was just joking around, you don't need to take it seriously, Ashihara-kun, Sunahiro-kun. He smiled at two girls, who seemed to protect Shishio like their lives depending on it. See you on Thursday. Shishio looked at Kiriya's back and didn't expect that this teacher could say such a joke, but if Kiriya really swung that way, he could only say sorry for him since he was normal. He then noticed Miyu's complicated reaction. What's wrong, Ashihara-senpai? Hey. Miyu was startled and asked, what do you mean, Oga-kun? It might be my hunch, but do you have a feeling for Kiriya-sensei? Shishio asked. What? Nana was startled and looked at Miyu in surprise. Ugh. Miyu was startled, but she quickly shook her head and was about to refute it. She might feel grateful toward Kiriya, but she didn't feel him that way, so she quickly said, no, I don't like sensei. She didn't want to be misunderstood by the boy in front of him after all, and she was wondering how he thought that she had a feeling for Kiriya-sensei, which made her a bit offended. Looking at Miyu's reaction, Shishio thought that he might have teased her too much and he might really misunderstand her. I am sorry, senpai, I might have said too much and it is my misunderstanding, Shishio apologized and admitted directly that he was wrong. On Miyu's cheeks, there was a tint of red blush which made her cuter, and said, it's all right if you understand. Unlike before, when she talked quite nervously, she could talk freely with him without stuttering right now, but she still talked very with him, but she was still very polite. She was also quite pleased that the misunderstanding was solved. By the way, senpai, can I call you Miyu-senpai? You can call my name directly too, Shishio suddenly said since he felt uncomfortable calling her Ashihara-senpai all the time. Hey. Miyu was a bit surprised. You can call me Nana too, Nana said with a smile. Miyu looked at Shishio and Nana for a bit and nodded with a smile. Yes, Shishio-kun, Nana-san. After all, she would be lying if she didn't feel jealous when both Nana and Shishio called each other by their first names. It's Nana, Miyu-senpai, Nana said. Miyu was a bit shy, so she continued with Nana-san. They continued to talk and exchanged contacts, walking to the entrance of the school, talking about where they lived until Shishio noticed a group of luxurious sedans that were parked nearby suddenly moved in front of him, and attracted everyone's attention. Miyu and Nana weren't sure, but they felt slightly nervous, so they stood close to Shishio. Shishio didn't move and waited until the dark window on one of them cars was opened, which made him surprised to see who was inside. Tamari-san. Shishio, can you come with me? I want to talk with you for a bit, Togo said, ignoring two girls beside Shishio. 75, I know that you are going to use me, but I won't let you do it so easily. After Shishio said goodbye to Miyu and Nana, he entered Togo's car and went to Vanyeria to talk. Why Vanyeria? Shishio thought that it would be good to use this chance to promote his restaurant since Togo was fairly famous after all, and if someone saw a famous CEO would come to Vanyeria to eat, then, without doubt, a lot of people would be attracted, right? On the other hand, Nana looked at the back of the car that slowly left and felt curious about the relationship between Shishio and that woman before. Is she his sister? Nana thought that might not be the case, but she thought that both of them should be acquaintances, and at the same time, she was wondering how that guy knew a lot of beautiful girls. Nana thought that she might need to move faster, but then, she noticed Miyu's expression was a bit weird. Miyu-senpai, what's wrong? It might be my imagination, but I might have seen the woman that picks Shishio-kun up before, Miyu said unsurely. Really? Nana thought for a while and felt that she might also have seen that woman somewhere. However, both of them were sure that Togo might be someone with a great influential or rich person with a lot of cars and people who followed as her bodyguards. Shishio and Togo walked next to each other and entered Vanyeria together, leaving the bodyguards behind. Welcome. As expected, the one who greeted them was the lowly waitress whose name was Popura. Popura noticed Shishio and let out a surprise exclaim. Ah, guess, you have come again. After all, Shishio was very handsome and he also came 2 times in the past few days, so she remembered him very well. Hello. Shishio nodded with a smile and asked, is there an empty table? If he was free, then he might talk with Popura. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Yes, please follow me, Popura said with a smile and guided them to the table. Togo observed Popura and raised her eyebrows. Does your restaurant hire underage children? Shishio didn't feel surprised by Togo's reaction and said, she isn't an underage child, she's a high school student. If you don't believe me then you can ask her. However, he raised his eyebrow when he heard Togo's words since Togo found out that this restaurant was his, but he didn't think too much since it wasn't that he kept it a secret and as long as someone investigated it closely, they would find out, but he didn't really like it and thought that it might be good to tighten his secret. Togo nodded and didn't say much since she believed what Shishio told her. Both of them then sat down and Popura gave them a menu book. I will have a coffee, Togo said. I will have strawberry parfait and French fries, Shishio said. 1 coffee, 1 strawberry parfait, and French fries. Popura nodded, wrote all the orders, then said, please wait for a while. She bowed her head slightly and went to proceed with their order. Shishio looked at Togo, who was in silence and didn't say anything since he knew that the one that broke the silence was the one that was lost, so he waited. He wanted for Togo to say something since he knew that he couldn't take the initiative. After all, he knew that Togo wanted to ask him something, whether it was a favor or something, he didn't know, but he knew that it would be related to a business. Even if Togo had a good body and was quite beautiful, Shishio's principles in business had always been the same and he couldn't do a lost transaction. Unless they weren't talking about a business. Unfortunately, they weren't. Togo also didn't say anything and kept looking at Shishio, but the more she looked at him, the more uncool he was since this guy didn't follow the script. Here's the order. Popura said to the kitchen, then picked some orders that were ready for another customer. All right, the chef from the kitchen said. There were 2 chefs on the Vaniera, one was a tall young man with blonde hair and long bang that covered one of his eyes, and the other one was a fairly normal young man with blue short hair and a smiling face. That guy comes again. Takanashi, who was one of the waiters on Vaniera, had an uncomfortable expression on his face, especially when he remembered how Shishio said that he was a girl. Well, he wasn't a girl, but he had cross-dressed as a girl in his childhood time and he didn't want that face to be known. That was why Takanashi was quite uncomfortable towards Shishio, wondering how that guy could guess his secret somehow. Takanashi-kun, are you bad with that boy? What? Takanashi was startled and looked at the young man who suddenly talked to him. He let out a long sigh and said, Suma-san, don't talk, startle me. He was helpless but didn't say too much since he was a bit scared of this young man. Suma looked in the direction of Shishio and Togo but raised his eyebrow. What's wrong, Suma-san, do you know them? Takanashi asked. Suma's eyes opened slightly and said, the woman is fairly famous, she is the merchant of death, the famous weapon dealer, Togo Tamari. What? Takanashi was startled. Suma, are you sure? The one who asked this question was the other chef, Jun Sato, the one with blonde hair and a long bang, since he had heard their conversation before. There were only 3 guys on the back and Popura had gone out to the front to do her job again so they could talk freely. Suma nodded and said, she's fairly famous after all, and you might watch her talk on some television programs on TV, but you don't need to worry, her business is legal and her company is also doing a lot of business besides a weapon dealer such as heavy equipment and large machine tools. Hearing that identity, Sato and Takanashi were dumbfounded instantly, and at the same time, they felt weird. Why did such a woman come to this restaurant? Takanashi asked with a confused expression since he couldn't find a reason why such a famous woman would come to this kind of normal family restaurant. His mother was a famous politician and he knew very well how those people with money wouldn't come to this kind of restaurant, unless... Takanashi then looked at Shishio and asked, Suma-san, do you know that boy? He thought that Shishio and Togo were a family or some acquaintance and Togo visited Shishio since from Shishio's uniform, he could tell that Shishio should be from the Swime University of the Arts, which was nearby. I am not sure, what I know his name is Shishio Oga, he's a freshman at Swime University of the Arts, and he's living in Sakureiseu, that's all. I don't know much about him, Xiaoma said with regret since he hadn't had enough of time to gather Shishio's information. Takanashi and Sato were speechless and they started to move away from this dangerous guy a few meters away. Takanashi-kun, Sato-kun, why did you move away from me? Takanashi-kun. Sato-kun. Shishio and Togo hadn't said anything for a while and they were only staring at each other. Shishio could see that Togo's expression started to get tighter and she showed an annoyance since nothing went according to her plan. Here's your order. Popura came and brought their order, then put all of it on the top of the table. Thank you, Shishio said with a light smile, then started to eat his strawberry parfait, ignoring Togo, who was starting to get impatient. You. Togo let out a long sigh, then grabbed some French fries from Shishio's and said, you know that Hong is hurt because of you, right? Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, what is it? Are you going to act like a yakuza who pretends to be hurt just because of a slight touch? He remembered from some plot where a yakuza pretended to have a fake broken bone, then asked for compensation to someone who they hit deliberately on the street, and in his mind, Togo's action was quite similar to that. Slight touch? Both of you are fighting fiercely, damn it. Togo couldn't think the fight between Shishio and Hong was just a slight touch. So whose fault was it? It wasn't me who provoked it first, I have also reminded him before, Shishio said calmly and took one fries then dipped it on the parfait before eating it. He had to admit that the combination of saltiness and sweet ice cream was quite nice, ignoring the fact that Togo was almost exasperated in front of him. Togo stared at Shishio for a while and complained. Damn it. The older you are the more uncut you are. Shishio smiled and said, isn't that good? It means that you have thought of me as a man. Togo snorted and said, what? Do you want my pussy? You want to seduce me like those little girls? She didn't think that it was weird if this guy wasn't a virgin, and considering his charm, it would be weird if he didn't have a girl, and she was sure that those naive high school girls would open their pussy for him without hesitation if he asked. Shishio didn't expect that this woman was so vulgar and his words could be interpreted that way, but he knew that this woman also tried to lead the conversation in her direction and he didn't want that. By the way, do you want to taste the parfait? It tastes good, Shishio said and scooped some ice cream and strawberry jam from his strawberry parfait, then moved it in front of Togo as if he tried to feed her. He didn't really want to feed her and only wanted to change the topic of conversation, but... Chomp. Togo directly chomped down the parfait that was fed by Shishio, and after she ate it. She then moved back and said, Shishio, do you know Kengan match? Shishio raised his eyebrow, ate his parfait again, ignoring the fact that they had an indirect kiss, and repeated Togo's words. Kengan match. He stared at Togo and had to admit that Togo was very sexy for some reason. However, in the eyes of the people who saw them such as Takanashi, Sato, and Suma, they were startled and thought that the relationship between Togo and Shishio wasn't that simple and they might be lovers, but Togo and Shishio didn't care about that since they were about to begin their conversation. 76. Don't pretend, I know that you have realized it. Shishio didn't think too much about the indirect kiss, but Togo raised her eyebrow slightly, somehow, wondering whether he was trying to seduce her. She snorted inwardly, but she didn't hate it, or rather there was something that was more important than a mere indirect kiss. If Shishio knew what Togo was thinking, he could only say that this woman was a slut since she didn't care much about an indirect kiss. Jokes aside, he was wondering whether he was also such a vulgar man since he could share an indirect kiss with girls. That's right, the reason why I have invited you here is because of Kengan match, Togo said. After Togo said those words, she observed Shishio's expression, but he didn't show a change in his expression and continued to eat his strawberry parfait and French fries. Shishio was, in truth, quite interested in the Kengan match and he also had an idea what it was, but what made him interested was because there would be a lot of heroines there, so he was quite eager when he thought that he would meet those heroines and receive various rewards, but at the same time, he knew that Kengan match was dangerous. He also had an idea why Togo came and invited him to talk, and because of that, he didn't want to take an initiative to talk since the one who was in need was Togo, not him. Togo didn't care about Shishio's reaction and she knew very well that he listened to all of her words, so she directly explained what Kengan match was. Togo kept talking and didn't care whether someone was listening to their conversations since the people who sat on the side, back, and front were all the bodyguards that had changed their clothes in the car and ate at this family restaurant together, silently protecting her, though, she didn't even notice the face of her bodyguards seemed to be stunned when they saw their boss was being fed by Shishio. Togo knew that Vanyeria was Shishio's restaurant and she came, asking him for help, so she didn't want to bother him by causing a commotion in the restaurant with her bodyguards and told them to change their clothes before they entered. It might sound quite exaggerated to bring her bodyguards inside the restaurant, but Togo was, after all, a weapons dealer, and even though Japan was a safe country, and a firearm was extremely restricted here, she needed to be careful, right? Togo explained about Kengan match and Shishio listened to Togo while eating silently. Kengan match is a system implemented over 300 years that enables large corporations, organizations, and businesses to settle conflicts in business deals by sending fighters to determine the victor in organized fights. In Shotoku Year 5, 1715, in the darker recesses of the nation of Japan, there were bloody conflicts between the merchants as they all desired the status of shogunate purveyor, the highest rank among all merchants' purveyors. With the merchants willing to go to any lengths to achieve the status, the increasingly violent conflicts spiraled out of the merchants' control until the intervention of the 7th shogun of the Tokugawa shogunate, Tokugawa Ieyasu. Summoning the merchants at the heart of the quarrel, Ieyasu told them to settle their conflicts by battling it out fair and square. Upon the shogun's command, the the merchants formed a guild and, whenever a dispute arose, they would establish a venue of competition through the guild with the results of the competition being indisputable. Conflicts were settled in a simple one-on-one fist fight between combatants hired by opposing merchants. As such, merchants entrusted their desires to the fists of fighters. That's how the Kengan match begins, Togo said and sipped her lukewarm coffee. She then raised her hand, calling out the waitress. Yes. Papura trotted toward Togo and asked, is there something that I can help? Can I order a chocolate parfait? Togo asked. After she ate Shishio's strawberry parfait, she had an urge to eat a parfait too and her mouth was quite bitter after she drank a black coffee, so a chocolate parfait should be perfect to wash her mouth. Yes. Papura nodded and wrote down the order, then asked once again, is there something else that you want to order? Then I will take a steak, hamburger steak, and water, Shishio said. Papura wrote down the order and said, can you eat all of that? Guess. She looked at Shishio's body and even though he was tall, she was worried that he couldn't eat all of the food. It's alright, I eat a lot, Shishio said, since after his body became stronger, his food intake became bigger, he also trained a lot, and more importantly, he couldn't get fat because of the system. I might also come here quite often, so you can call me Shishio rather than Guess. He looked at Papura's tag name and said, Tanshima-san. Papura smiled and nodded. Yes, Oga-kun. She then confirmed their order and after confirming that it was correct, she proceeded with their order. Togo was in silence, looking at Shishio, who was talking with Papura, wondering whether Papura might be eaten by him. Even though she knew that Papura wasn't an elementary school, she felt that it was a bit wrong to date such a small girl, even if her chest was huge. Shishio then looked at Togo and asked, I don't understand why you have told me all of this. He showed a confused expression, wondering what Togo wanted to say. Togo was annoyed and really wanted to flip the table at that moment, but she quickly calmed her breath and asked, you don't understand. Her eyes were very fierce, staring at Shishio. Shishio nodded and said, after all, I am just a freshman in high school, and what you have told me is like something that is coming from a manga, do you want me to believe just like that? He shrugged and expressed disbelief. Shishio, stop pretending. I know everything about you. Togo then threw a stack of documents on the table to show it to Shishio. Shishio raised his eyebrow, then took the stack of documents and felt a bit uncomfortable when he saw that it was a collection of his information, but he didn't think that it was weird for someone to be able to get this since he didn't really make his identity secret, but for a normal people, they wouldn't get his information unless he showed it, but Togo was different, after all, she was the CEO one of the famous companies in this country. Shishio read the document calmly and saw that some of his assets were written there, but not all of them since it seemed that Togo was unable to find it. He felt uncomfortable and thought that he should strengthen his security first. He put down the document, then looked at Togo calmly and said, I don't understand what you want to do here, Tamari-san? But what you do now is very creepy, and please don't stalk me. Shishio's charm might be good, but he didn't believe that he could make this shrewd businessman, who was known as a merchant of death, to fall for him. Not even the previous Shishio Oga would think so too, since even though they had met each other, it only happened a few years ago and they had only met 4 times. Shishio knew what Togo wanted him to do, but he still needed to pretend that he didn't know, right? When Togo wanted to say something. Sorry to make you wait. Papura came and placed all of their orders on the table with a cheerful smile, thanking them, then continued her work. Togo's momentum was broken, and she saw him start to eat his steak, but she didn't care and said directly, be my fighter. Shishio stopped his movement and showed a surprise. What? Be my fighter and fight on the Kengan match that will be held late Saturday this week as my representative fighter, Togo said without looking away from Shishio. Are you serious? Shishio raised his eyebrow, but he could tell that from this conversation Togo was very desperate at this moment and he was wondering what kind of business deal made her so eager to win this Kengan match. Can I take part in it too? Yes. Shishio would make sure that he would take part in this business deal since Togo needed him, and he had a feeling that Togo might not be able to win this Kengan match without him, but he wasn't in a hurry and didn't show a change in his expression. After all, Togo's business deal wasn't something that could shake him. However, he might not realize that all of his thought previously was just him who tried to make an excuse for himself, since in truth, he just wanted to have a fight and proved that he was the strongest. Yes. Togo nodded and said, if you want, let's visit the Kengan match tonight. There should be a match tonight. Shishio thought for a while and would be lying if he didn't have an interest in it. He also knew that there would be a chance for him to get his reward there, so I'll call my aunt now, so can you ask her permission? Togo wasn't sure what to say for a moment, but one thing for sure, she was happy that stage 1 of the negotiations had been completed, but at the same time, she hadn't lowered her guard since she had a feeling that Shishio might open his lion mouth, asking him outrageous conditions to become her representative fighter, but you can call your aunt later, eat first, it won't be good, if your food is cold, Togo said. Shishio nodded and started to eat. Togo took her chocolate parfait while watching Shishio, eating his food, and she had to admit that he had grown up to be a fine young man. She scooped a chocolate parfait and ate it. Sweet. Togo thought at that moment. 77. A night without Shishio. At night, most of the tenants on the Sakurasu had returned, or rather, everyone had returned quite early today, except for Shishio since everyone wanted to taste Shishio's food once again. Unfortunately, Shishio hadn't returned from the school and somehow everyone was in silence, feeling that something bad might happen since they could see that Chihiro was in a very irritable state. Chihiro's mood wasn't good, especially when her appointment with the rich dad and the rich widower that she had made before was cancelled, so she quickly returned and decided to eat Shishio's food to make her mood better, but she didn't expect that he hadn't returned. Chihiro didn't think too much before, but when she thought that it had been few days since Shishio had been in Tokyo, she didn't expect that he had stayed out quite late, which somehow made her slightly annoyed, wondering whether he was together with the girls that she saw earlier at the school. However, Chihiro was quite patient and she didn't intend to call him, waiting for his call, but she had smoked several cigarettes in the yard, showing that she wasn't as calm as she seemed to be. Not only Chihiro, but Misaki, Shina, and Ritsuo also wondered why Shishio hadn't returned, since each of them wanted to meet Shishio as soon as possible. Ring. Chihiro quickly grabbed her phone and saw that it was a call from Shishio. She let out a sigh and before he said anything, she asked, "Where are you? Why haven't you come back yet?" If Shishio decided to take a part-time job, then she didn't think too much, but if Shishio decided to fool around as soon as he came to Tokyo, then it would be different. Chihiro could hear that Shishio was at a quiet place since there was no sound besides the sound of a vehicle or a car. She wasn't sure and waited for his answer, where he was right now. Chihiro, nay, sorry, I might not return tonight. What? Chihiro was furious and didn't expect that this guy was really going to fool around, but she quickly calmed herself while wondering why she felt annoyed at this moment. No. Return now. Your mother has entrusted you to me, you can't play around too late. She was his aunt after all and his mother had entrusted him to her, so she wanted him to fool around like Mitaka. Somehow Chihiro was wondering whether it was because of Mitaka that Shishio had decided to fool around. Mitaka, who was being glared at by Chihiro, was speechless and helpless since he hadn't done anything. Calm down, Chihiro, nay. You misunderstand, I'm not playing around. I met Grandpa's friend by chance and she has decided to introduce me to Tokyo, so I decided to follow her, Shishio said calmly. Your grandfather's friend? Who? Chihiro raised her eyebrows and wondered who this Shishio's grandfather's friend was, but she knew that this person should be someone with a lot of either power or authority. Wait a moment. She was wondering whether the one who met Shishio at that moment was a grandma. If so, then she didn't need to worry that much. Shishio, who was sitting inside the car beside Togo, let out a sigh and asked, Chihiro, nay, do you want to talk with her? In truth, Shishio felt a bit helpless, but there was nothing that he could do since he was still a kid in the eyes of Chihiro and his parents, and since his parents weren't in Tokyo, he needed Chihiro's permission to stay out since he had been entrusted to Chihiro, but he had to admit that it was a bit annoying. However, even though Shishio was quite annoyed when Chihiro asked him this way, he knew that it was because Chihiro cared about him, so he was quite patient when he talked with Chihiro, and somehow Chihiro reminded him of his previous girlfriend in his previous life. Well, if someone didn't care about you at all, they wouldn't even bother to call you or got angry at you at all, and Shishio understood that, which was why he didn't get angry or showed an annoyance toward Chihiro, who asked him a lot of questions and reprimanded him since he felt that what Chihiro did was quite normal, but he wanted to end the conversation right away. Tamari-san, can you talk with my aunt? Togo nodded and took the phone from Shishio's hand. She then quickly talked politely to Chihiro, which made Shishio dumbfounded since he didn't expect this crazy woman could act this way, but when he thought about her ability at business, he knew that it was quite normal since a businessman had always been profit-seeking and they also needed to be able to act, depending on every situation, and because of that, their acting skill wasn't worse than an actor or actress. It didn't take a long time before Togo received permission from Chihiro to take Shishio out tonight. She ended the call, then gave his phone back, while asking, do you have incest with your aunt? Why is she acting like your girlfriend? Shishio was speechless and said, she is my aunt after all, so it's normal for her to worry about me. After all, it has only been few days since I've stayed in Tokyo. She's worried that a bad woman might kidnap me. He said those words while looking at Togo with a smile. Togo only raised her chin and looked at him while asking, what? Do you still want my pussy? Shishio was speechless and wondered how a woman could be so vulgar while wondering how the conversation between them could lead to such a conversation. Chihiro ended the call while looking at her phone with a complicated expression since she didn't expect that she had agreed to give Shishio permission to go out with that woman, but when she heard the woman's name, Togo Tamari, Chihiro was wondering whether Shishio was being fooled by Togo, but she also had to admit that Togo was very skillful at talking, so she quickly gave Togo permission to bring Shishio out, even though she started to regret her decision. Chihiro-sense, where's Shishio? Misaki cried out and her expression was very miserable at that moment. I am so hungry. Look. You can see that my stomach and back stick together because I haven't eaten anything. Chihiro, nay, I might die. I don't want to die, so please call Shishio. She felt a bit regretful that she didn't ask for Shishio's contact info. If she had his contact info, she wouldn't be troubled to contact him now. Chihiro. Sheena also looked at Chihiro, wondering when Shishio would go back, and felt a bit regret that she didn't follow him earlier. If she had followed him earlier, then she wouldn't need to wait for him like this, without knowing what was happening, which made her confused, wondering why she felt uncomfortable. Sheena kept staring at Chihiro, ignoring or rather oblivious toward Sorita's gaze that had always been ever since she was in this room. Chihiro massaged her temple and let out a sigh. Shishio won't go back. What? Why? Why didn't he return? Misaki quickly asked since she might not be able to get her dinner tonight. Mayumi looked at this scene with an interest, and on her mind, she was wondering whether Shishio had gotten his first girlfriend here since, with his appearance, she was sure that there would be a lot of girls who wanted to eat him, well, including her, but she still had some brain and wouldn't do that kind of thing, especially on Sakurasu. However, Sorita was happy and thought that it was his chance to talk with Sheena. Well, he's going out with his grandpa's friend. You don't need to worry too much, Chihiro said and didn't want to cause too much trouble. How boring. Mayumi shook her head and thought that it was boring since she thought that Shishio was going out with some girls now. Ugh. What should I eat? Misaki touched her stomach and let out a long sigh since she couldn't eat dinner tonight, so she also decided to return, eating a snack or something, while continuing to create her anime. Mashiro, what do you want to do? Ritsuo asked and at the same time, she sighed in relief when she heard that Shishio was going out with his grandfather's friend. She then looked at Sheena, wondering what Sheena would do since she knew that Sheena was looking for Shishio. Let's go back, Sheena said since she knew that she wouldn't be able to meet Shishio tonight. Ritsuo nodded and didn't think too much, bringing her back to the girls' area. Seeing Ritsuo and Sheena walking out from the recreation room together, Sorita wanted to say something, raising his hand wanted to stop them, but it was too late since they had walked away. With his hand in the air, he wasn't sure what to do before he lowered his hand, then clenched his hand, showing unwillingness. Why is it always Shishio? Sorita thought at that moment. Mitaka looked at everyone's reaction, then looked at Sorita. He shook his head and didn't think too much and also returned to his room since he also knew that he couldn't eat Shishio's food so he also thought to eat an instant noodle or something. Fortunately, no one thought too much about Sorita and they went on their own since they knew that they couldn't eat Shishio's food. When everyone on the Sakurasu was wondering what they should eat for dinner, Shishio was dumbfounded when he found out that Togo brought him to Tokyo Bay which made him, thinking whether he should run away now. 78. Please treasure your life. Shishio would have never expected that Togo would bring him to Tokyo Bay since this place was very famous. Shishio might not be Japanese, but he had seen some news about this bay since there were a lot of corpses that were floating on the bay whether it was from suicide or a yakuza, no one really knew, or rather, he didn't really want to know. Shishio might have said that he was going to throw Sorita to the Tokyo Bay before, but he was joking after all, so when he really came to the Tokyo Bay, he was slightly nervous. Even though he believed in his martial arts and believed that Togo wouldn't do anything to him, his opponent was a weapon dealer, she had the most sophisticated weapon in the world, and lastly, she asked him for a request. If Shishio rejected Togo's request, then he wasn't sure what she was going to do, after all, he was also a businessman, and he also knew how dirty the world of business was, it was the world of strong eating the weak, survival of the fittest, and a lot of businessmen would do anything to take down their competitor. It might not be related, but in his previous life, he had been attacked by black magic, something that only came out from a horror movie, but he knew that it existed in reality, even though the number of black magic users was quite small. In the past when he prayed to God for the success of his business and the health of his family, a large snake suddenly appeared out of nothing and almost bit him. Luckily, he wasn't alone at that time so he was saved, but the appearance of a large snake was black magic that was sent by his competitor since it appeared out of empty air. But enough about the black magic talk since in conclusion, as long as there was profit, a businessman could even kill people. Shishio tried to calm himself and felt how stupid he was to follow Togo innocently, after all, even though they were acquaintances, Togo was a businessman. If his maid was here, then he wouldn't be in this situation since he knew that his maid was a combat maid, and he also thought that it was necessary to create his own group of bodyguards since no one knew what would happen to him, after all, unlike before, he was known as one of the richest people in this country. Togo could get his information so, in conclusion, other people could also get his information too, after all, no secret could be hidden in today's society. Shishio then thought that if both of them would really fight each other, he could only run, and unfortunately, they were on the bridge now, and he also couldn't swim since the previous Shishio Oga had never learned how to swim. It might not be related, but because the size of his dick was bigger than normal, the previous Shishio Oga was often being made fun of, and it was also the reason why he was embarrassed to swim, so the previous Shishio Oga had never learned how to swim, which made him helpless. However, as long as Shishio could run away, then his revenge would be several times bigger, since he was sure that Togo would lose her biggest client and would be targeted by JSDF as a terrorist too. So after he confirmed his situation, he was calm and didn't feel fear. After all, it wasn't his first time to encounter this kind of situation. "You don't need to worry, I didn't bring you to Tokyo Bay to throw you here," Togo said with a smile. "Hopefully." Shishio could only shake his head. "It's your first time in Tokyo Bay, right? You should look over the window, since you might see a loser who decided to take their own lives," Togo said. "I don't think that I can meet them, since there is a volunteer group around that is ready to stop someone who wants to commit suicide," Shishio said. However, he also agreed that someone who decided to take their own lives was a loser. He wasn't sure what kind of state of mind nor what kind of things that someone had encountered that they had decided to commit suicide, nor did he want to know, but one thing for sure, life was a very precious thing, and there was a lot of people who was more miserable in this world, but they still gritted their teeth and continued to live, no matter how hard the world was, even there was no hope, but they still stayed alive, they didn't give up nor they decided to commit suicide. Shishio let out a sigh, and somehow he hated to stay in this kind of place since it reminded him of a lot of bad things. Fortunately, the previous Shishio Oga didn't commit suicide and died from an accident because he decided to help a child who was almost crushed by a car, but that car had never crashed into them and stopped in time, so both previous Shishio Oga and the child were all right, but the previous Shishio Oga died from shock, and because of that, his soul entered. Shishio wasn't sure how that could happen and thought that the heart of the previous Shishio Oga was quite weak, and he also didn't really know why he could be given a second chance too, but since it had happened, then it happened. Hopefully, the previous Shishio Oga would be reincarnated into another world, had a harem there, and had an overpowering ability. After all, Shishio was the one who was inside this body now, and even though it might sound cruel, Shishio didn't want to die yet and still loved the second chance that was given to him. It was also the reason why Shishio treasured his life very well and disdained someone who decided to commit suicide. "Well, that's true." Togo nodded. "By the way, Tamari-san, can I ask you a question?" Shishio asked. "What's wrong?" Togo asked, looking at him curiously. In truth, Shishio wanted to ask some philosophical question, asking whether Togo really didn't care about a human's life at all, but in the end, he stopped since he felt that this conversation was meaningless, since for a businessman, they were talking about a number, there had never been a talk about what was wrong or right, and what Togo's clients did with her weapons wasn't Togo's responsibility. It was like a blacksmith who sold a knife. If the knife was in the hand of a chef, it could be used to create a lot of delicious dishes, but if it was in the hand of a killer, then it might be used to take someone's life. It was the same as Togo. In the hands of the right people, her weapons were used to protect whether it was people, community, city, or even a country, but in the hands of the wrong people, it would be used to kill a lot of people. So in the end, he asked. "Where are you going to bring me?" Shishio asked. Togo raised her eyebrow and knew that Shishio wanted to ask something, but he hesitated and changed his question. However, she didn't bother to ask him, and said, "We're going to arrive soon, do you need something?" Shishio thought for a while and shook his head. "No, it's all right. But can you get me a cap or something that can hide my face?" Even though he didn't mind showing his face, it was better to stay low for a while and hide his face, waiting until he learned the details of the Kengan match, since he hadn't made his decision whether he should agree with Togo's request or not. "Good." Togo nodded. Then the two talked to each other about a random thing that didn't have a relationship with a Kengan match, and before long they arrived at the venue where the Kengan match was being held. 79. Beginning. As Togo said, before long, they arrived at the port, which was located near Tokyo Bay. The port was quite deserted, and the light was quite limited, but for Shishio, who had enhanced vision, he could clearly see his surroundings as clear as a day. Watching his surroundings, he could see some guards that were patrolling around the port, and there were a lot of containers stacked one after another. The car moved around for a while until they stopped at a warehouse, but clearly, there was something weird about this warehouse, since there were a lot of guards that were guarded outside, and there were also a lot of luxurious cars around this warehouse, which made him think that it was a very strange sight. If Shishio didn't know anything, he thought that he might have come to a secret party, or it was a place where Togo might keep him after she kidnapped him, but he knew that this place was a venue for the Kengan match. Togo's secretary, Yuri Hamafuzi, explained to Shishio that Kengan match had a lot of venues which scattered around Tokyo and the nearby areas, and as the members of the Kengan Association, they would receive information on where the Kengan match would be held from time to time. Sometimes, they hold it on the abandoned building, a food factory, warehouse. Fuzi explained. "I see." Shishio nodded, but he didn't seem that impressed by Fuzi's explanation, since he felt that it was normal to have a lot of venues, considering the members of the Kengan Association were those companies' owners, CEOs, famous celebrities, etc., or rather, most of the people with power and authority within this country, but still, he was grateful for the reward. Shishio knew that Kengan Association was like those secret organizations that were founded by people with a lot of powers in his previous life, and he also had joined one in the past since, by joining that organization, he could know a lot of important people, increased his network, and it was also possible to get more clients for his company since most members were someone with a lot of money and authority, but of course, there was no underground fight like the Kengan match. Rather than telling you by mouth, let's go inside, so you can understand better what Kengan match is, Togo said directly, stopping Fusey, who had been explaining the matter of Kengan match and Kengan Association to Shishio. Fusey was helpless, but she also had gotten used to Togo's antics, so she didn't say much. The door was opened by Togo's bodyguards, and the three of them came out one by one, but before Shishio went out, he put a face mask on his face. Togo looked at Shishio, who put on his face mask, and nodded since she felt that it was troublesome for someone to ask the relationship between them since she knew how handsome this guy was. Even though she didn't care about their opinions, she didn't want some strange gossip to enter Shishio's grandfather's ears after all since Shishio's grandfather was her big client. Shishio came out, following everyone, but then, his phone vibrated. He raised his eyebrow and saw that Nana had called him out. Tamari-san, can I answer this phone first? Yeah, but don't talk too long, Togo said and waved her hand, thinking the one who had called him was one of the two bitches that she had seen earlier. If Shishio knew what Togo was thinking, he could only shake his head helplessly since he knew it was impossible to change Togo's blunt and vulgar personality. He didn't stay too far from Togo and her group, taking off his face mask, then accepted Nana's call. Nana, what's wrong? Shishio asked. What? I can't call you if, there's nothing. Shishio could tell that Nana seemed to be pouted and annoyed. He shook his head and wondered whether his charm was so big that he could make a lot of girls fall for him. No, in truth, I also want to talk with you, but I'm outside now, and I can't talk too long, Shishio said sincerely. Oh? Are you still with that big sister? Nana asked, but her tone seemed quite cheerful when she heard that Shishio also wanted to talk with him. Yes. Shishio nodded and didn't hide anything. So who is she? Your relative? Nana asked. No, she's my grandfather's friend. I've just arrived in Tokyo after all, so she introduces me to Tokyo, Shishio said since there was no way for him to tell that Togo had asked to fight on the Kengan match. Ah, I'm so jelly. That means that you're having fun, right? Nana seemed pretty jealous when she heard it. Yeah. That's not fair. I want to go out and play too. Shishio could tell from Nana's sentence, she also wanted to go out to play, or rather, she tried to invite him to play indirectly, but when he knew that he was quite busy this week since he needed to take care of the matter of the Kengan match and based on what Togo had told him, the Kengan match would be held on Saturday night. I might be busy this week, but if you don't mind, how about we go out together next week? Shishio was also curious about the karaoke chains that he had received before and wanted to visit them. That's great. Let's go out and play next week. Nana was happy when she heard it. By the way, this isn't the reason why you have called me, right? Oh, right. Nana only remembered the reason why she called him and quickly said, I want to ask your help to bring the game console from my Oni-chan's dorm, but if you're busy, then it is all right. In truth, her intention to ask him for help was because she wanted to be with him longer and she thought that there might be some chance that their relationship would become even closer, but after all, their relationship hadn't reached that stage yet and she also didn't want to cause him trouble too, so if her request caused him trouble, she would do it by herself. Well, I don't mind helping you. Shishio thought for a while and said, I have a motorcycle, so we can go there faster. In the past, he had received parking parts and in that parking park, there were a lot of vehicles from cars, motorcycles, scooters, bicycles, buses, etc. there. What? Do you have a motorcycle? Nana seemed quite surprised. Yes, but let's talk about this matter tomorrow since I have been called, Shishio said and decided to stop the conversation since he could see that Togo was quite impatient already. Alright. See you tomorrow. Nana said cheerfully. Yes, see you tomorrow, and good night, Nana, Shishio said with a smile. Good night. Shishio ended the call, then walked to Togo. It's done. He put on his face mask again and covered most of his face with his long hair. Togo nodded and didn't say much. Good, let's go. Then Shishio, Togo, and Togo's subordinates walked to the venue and as expected, their group attracted the eyes of everyone on the stage. After all, Togo was a very famous public figure, and her appearance caused a gasp on some people on the venue since no one expected this crazy woman to appear. Shishio was unfazed, and only glanced at some people, feeling that he had seen some of those people on the television in the past, but that was all since they were strangers and they had nothing to do with him. Shishio knew that rather than thinking about those strangers, he needed to understand the Kengan match better by observing the match that was about to be held soon. He observed the interior of the venue and could pretty much tell that it was pretty much like an old building, but he also understood that they didn't want to attract attention, so they held the Kengan match in such a place. By the way, who is fighting? Shishio asked. Fusey, Togo called out her secretary's name directly. Fusey nodded and said, today, there's a match between Nogi Group and Yoshitake Yoshiro. What about the deal? Shishio asked. The deal that is made here is a right to construct the new Makunoichi building. The winner of this Kengan match is going to have the right to build a skyscraper worth 10 billion yen, Fusey said directly without checking her memo as if she had remembered it before. I see. Shishio nodded and asked, is the deal always this big? He wasn't that surprised by the amount of money, but he was wondering whether all the deals that were fought on the Kengan match would be this big, since he didn't think that all the matches that happened on the Kengan match would be all serious about the deal between companies, and there might be some matches that were intended to entertain all people in the venue. After all, unlike a public fighting arena, Shishio knew that in this underground fighting arena, someone might die. Fusey thought for a bit and said, it's a mixed. After all, a lot of companies have conflict every day, so it is normal if there's a fight every day, and there's also a fight that is intended to entertain all the members and guests in this venue too, but the deal of this fight is quite big, and because of that you can see famous CEOs here. She didn't point her finger and only glanced at some CEOs of famous big companies in this country. Shishio nodded, didn't care much about famous CEOs in this place, and asked, can I put a bet on this match? Yes, you can make a bet on this match. Fusey nodded. What's wrong? You want to put a bet on this match? Togo asked. Yes. Shishio thought that it would be wasteful to not put a bet, considering he knew about those people here, and when he heard the name of two companies that were going on the match today, he knew very well who would be the winner in this Kengan match, so he didn't hesitate to put his bet. Making up his mind, Shishio then raised his eyebrow since he noticed there were a lot of strong fighters. He looked around and saw a man more than 2 meters tall, a man with very interesting muscles, an elderly man with a group of strong people that surrounded him. He might not realize it, but the face under his face mask, at this moment, he might not have realized it, but he showed an eager smile. Tomaru-san. What's wrong? This place is interesting, Shishio said. Tomaru looked at Shishio and thought that he had been hooked. After all, as a martial artist, it was normal for them to want to become the strongest, and she could feel Shishio also could see that he was very eager to fight. She also had a smile on her face and said, let's get a better place so we can watch the match better, and after this match, I'll explain to you more about the detail of my request. Shishio nodded and walked beside Togo. When both of them walked, Shishio could feel that he attracted a lot of attention, but he ignored them, walking with a strong stride like a king of lions. 80. The protagonist meets the protagonist. Unlike video games, novels, or shonen manga where the characters in the story were able to see whether someone was strong or not from their auras or a glance of their eyes, in reality, it was impossible for someone to do something like that, and to determine whether someone was powerful, or not, they needed to see them fight on the match first. After all, no one could see the status of someone, nor the aura of someone with their eyes, since they were only a normal human. However, for martial artists, fighters, or warriors whose strength had reached a certain extent, their sense was sharper than a normal human, and they could tell whether someone was strong or not just by a guess, shape of the body, stance, disposition, etc. In other words, their observation ability to determine whether someone was strong or not was better than most people's. It was the same for some people at this venue. They quickly turned their attention towards Shishio, who was walking beside Togo. Why did Shishio gather their attention? The first reason was because of Togo. They knew clearly that Togo would have a Kengan match a few days later, and her opponent was someone that everyone in this venue couldn't take lightly, which was why when Togo came, she attracted a lot of attention, since no one would think that she would come to today's Kengan match. The second reason was that there was no Togo's most powerful fighter. Hong was Togo's strongest fighter and he had never lost in any matches, but his opponent in few days was different from any fighter that he had ever fought in the past, which was why everyone quite anticipated the fight between Hong and his opponent. However, on today's Kengan match, they couldn't see Hong, but rather Shishio, who walked closely with Togo. The third reason was most females in this venue thought Shishio was handsome, since his long purple hair gave off an elegant aura and a strong aura like a knight. From how he walked, his eyes, body, etc., attracted most people, even though his face was covered in a face mask. The fourth reason that they thought Shishio might be Togo's lover. After all, everyone loved to gossip, especially no one would expect that the merchant of death would be interested in the opposite gender, which was why they were curious about Shishio. The fifth reason was that they were curious about Shishio since they were wondering who could walk closely and talked amicably with Togo, since they knew very well that Togo's temper wasn't good. In the eyes of normal people, one of those 5 reasons might be the reason why they were looking at Shishio. However, some people in this venue, especially the elderly man that was surrounded by a lot of strong men, stared at Shishio for a while and raised his eyebrow since his reason was quite different from everyone, who was looking at Shishio at this moment. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" one of the strong men asked, and also followed the elderly man's gaze that was looking at Togo and Shishio. "Togo Tamari should be fighting against him, right?" the elderly man asked. "Yes, the match is scheduled for a few days later on Saturday night." One of the men nodded and asked, "Are you going to watch the match, grandfather?" The elderly man laughed and said, "That match is going to be interesting." The three strong men raised their eyebrows, then stared at Shishio since they knew very well that this young man was a fighter from their observation alone, but then again, whether Shishio was strong enough to defeat him, was debatable since they knew very well how strong him was, but what the words of the elderly man aroused their curiosity, and thought that they would also follow him to watch the match in a few days later. However, unlike the elderly men, the rest of the people that were stared at by Shishio only put a glance at Shishio before they looked away since they didn't have the ability to see whether someone was strong or not with just a single glance from their eyes. If Shishio took off his clothes, showing his strong muscles, then it would be different, but he was wearing a long-sleeve white shirt that hid most of his body, and his muscles weren't the bulky type, so they thought of him as just Togo's boy toy. When Shishio heard the words Kengan match from Togo's mouth before, he knew very well what kind of story it was and also slapped his mouth who thought that this world was very peaceful. If Shishio could rewind the time, then he wanted to return to chapter 27 where he said that this world was peaceful since he knew very well that this world wasn't peaceful, especially when he knew about the existence of the map that was erased from the country. However, his chance to meet the people from that place might be very small, but if he really met them, then he needed to be prepared. After all, no one really knew what would happen in life. Shishio threw the useless thought, and thought about the gamble. After all, he knew that he had won, especially the math that he would watch would be the first match of the main protagonist. "Tamari-san, can I ask?" Shishio asked. "What's wrong?" Togo asked, wondering what Shishio wanted to ask. "Who are these three people?" Shishio cast his glance at the huge man with 2-meter heights, a man with interesting muscles, and an elderly man that was surrounded by 3 strong men. The huge man with 2-meter heights and the man with an interesting muscle might interest him, but Shishio was more curious about the elderly man that was surrounded by 3 strong men since their eyes were quite unique since they had a black sclera and white irises. Shishio might know their identities, but it wouldn't hurt to hear the explanation from Togo, right? Oh. Togo, Fusey, and Togo's subordinates were curiously surprised when all the people that were asked by Shishio were all the strong fighters on the Kengan Association. "Why are you curious about them?" Togo asked, and didn't answer his question immediately, since she wanted to know why he wanted to know about their identities. "They're strong," Shishio said simply. Togo nodded and said, "Yes, the 3 of them might be the strongest fighters in this venue." "Oh ho!" Shishio looked at Togo full of interest. "Fusey." Togo was too lazy to explain and left everything to her secretary. Fusey nodded and said, "The huge man with 2 meters in height is Sekabayashi Jun. He's a famous pro wrestler and a very strong fighter. In public, he's very famous, you should know him." Shishio looked at Sekabayashi Jun who was so tall and caused the people around him to look like a dwarf. He thought for a while and nodded since it seemed the previous Shishio Oga also knew about Sekabayashi Jun. The muscular man that is standing with that fat man is Wakatsuki Takeshi, who is also known as the Wild Tiger. He's an affiliated fighter of Furumi Pharmaceuticals, and by the way, the fat man who is standing beside Wakatsuki is the CEO of Furumi Pharmaceuticals, Fusey explained. It might be a rough observation, but his body isn't normal, right? Shishio asked directly. Fusey nodded and with the power of Iwami Heavy Industries, it was very easy to gather most of the information of the fighters on the Kengan Association. "Yes, that person has an abnormally high muscle density, 52 times higher than average," Fusey said with serious expression since no matter how long it was, she felt that it was quite hard to believe that someone had 52 more muscle densities than an average person. 52 times muscle density. Shishio was wondering whether it meant Wakatsuki was 52 stronger than normal people, but whether Wakatsuki was really 52 times stronger than a normal person or not, the fact that Wakatsuki was strong didn't change. "Then what about that elderly man?" Shishio asked, and at the same time, he couldn't help but lament, thinking that it was hard to see the difference between a killer and a normal person. He knew very well the identity of the elderly man was the patriarch of the famous assassination family, and besides his strange eyes, this elderly man didn't have any difference from the people that he saw on the street. Fusey's expression changed and said, "If possible, you shouldn't cause trouble to that elderly man, Oga-kun." "What do you mean?" Shishio asked. Fusey's expression became solemn and said, "He's the patriarch of the Kurei clan. The famous assassination clan in this country, his name is Kurei Iryo." "Kurei clan?" Shishio raised his eyebrow but didn't say much. "It's an assassination clan, their home should be near your house in Kyoto," Togo said. Shishio wasn't sure whether he should be happy to hear that news or not. They then stood in some place at the venue where they could see the match that would be held in the middle. Fusey-san, do you know where the fighters of the two companies are? Shishio asked. He had seen the main character and his opponent before, but he decided to ask again since it would be weird if he knew everything, right? Fusey then pointed her finger at a wild man with a bulky, powerful build, a hairless face, messy blonde hair, and small blonde eyebrows. That person is Raido. He's the representative fighter of Yoshi Take Real Estate. He's fairly famous on Kengan match and he's also known as the Superman, Fusey said. Superman. Shishio raised his eyebrow. Fusey nodded and said, Raido is famous for his technique that is known as razor edge. She then pointed at her fingers and said, Raido's fingers are capable of tearing through flesh, bone, and even armor just like a razor. Oh. Shishio raised his eyebrow and said, is it because of a pinch grip? Fusey was surprised by Shishio's ability to deduct someone's ability. She quickly nodded and said, yes, it is because of his pinch grip that he can tear anything. Shishio nodded and asked, what about the other one? Fusey then pointed her finger at a man of above average height who had an extremely athletic build, and his most notable feature was his mop of messy, dark brown hair like seaweed. His face was handsome and because of his body and temperament, he also attracted a lot of attention from the females in this venue. He's a new fighter of Nogi group. His name is Takeda Oma. I don't know anything else about him, Fusey said calmly. Her tone was very calm from the beginning to the end, showing her professionalism as a secretary of Togo Tamari. Your secretary is amazing, Tamari-san, Shishio said since he had to admit that he quite admired Fusey's professionalism since this woman remembered a lot of things. Who are you going to put the bet on? Togo ignored Shishio's praise of her secretary and asked directly. Shishio looked at both Raido and Takeda Oma. He saw the oddness of the bet and could see that the odds on Takeda were relatively high, but it was normal since it was a risky bet, considering it was Takeda's first match. On the other hand, Raido's odds were quite low, but it was normal since his reputation was quite loud. Shishio raised his hand and the staff of the Kengan Association came toward him respectfully. Is there something that I can help you with, sir? I put my bet on Takeda Oma. 15 million yen, is a card, all right? Shishio asked. The staff was a bit surprised since 15 million yen wasn't a small amount of money, but he quickly nodded and said, yes, please wait a moment, I will bring the machine here. He then left and prepared to bring the card machine. Togo, Fusey, and Togo's subordinates were startled when they heard Shishio's bet. Oga-kun, is that all right? You're betting 15 million yen on a nobody, Fusey said with worry. After all, even though 15 million yen wasn't a big amount of money, it was also relatively big, especially when it was put on a nobody fighter such as Takeda Oma. Besides the slightly handsome face, she didn't see any advantage of Takeda Oma on this battle, and if it was the matter of handsomeness, she felt that Shishio was several times better than Takeda Oma too. It's all right, I believe that guy is going to win, and the odds are 3 times. Shishio whistled and said, if I win, I will get 45 million yen. Fusey wanted to talk again, but she was stopped by Togo. Let him, if he loses, it doesn't really matter anyway, it is only a small amount of money, Togo said simply. Fusey let out a sigh and didn't say anything afterward. Then the staff returned with a card machine in his hand and proceeded with Shishio's bet while explaining the rules of the bet when if Shishio won or lost, then when it ended, the staff bowed his head and left them alone since the staff was a bit afraid of Togo, who was known as lunatic in the business world. Then after Shishio had placed his bet, he stood calmly, watching both Raido and Takeda Oma that walked toward the middle of the arena and when it happened, everyone in this place knew very well that the match was about to begin. Shishio looked at Raido then Takeda Oma, then looked around, wondering whether there was a heroine that could trigger his system or not. 81. Is the protagonist strong? As the protagonist today, Takeda and Raido ignored the people around them, staring at each other with an eager face, impatiently, wanting to beat each other up, showing everyone in this place who was the strongest. As a martial art, it was normal to believe that they were the strongest and it was what Takeda and Raido believed at this moment, they believed that they were the strongest and they would beat the shit of their opponent in this match. Are you ready? The referee looked at Raido and Takeda then shouted, face off. Take your stance. Hearing the referee's words, Raido and Tokia started their stance. Raido lowered his body with both of his hands spread as if a beast was ready to hunt on its prey. On the other hand, Takeda jumped lightly, warming his body up slightly, then he stopped and put his left fist forward, right fist near his face as if a warrior that was about to face off his opponent. Begin. The referee shouted loudly. Shishio watched the match from the side with Togo, Fusey, and Togo's subordinates, and couldn't help but wonder whether the result of the match would change. He could see that both Takeda and Raido stood in the arena without moving, but unlike normal people, who couldn't see anything, he could see that Takeda and Raido were waiting for a chance to attack as if a battle between samurais where one single slash of the katana was able to determine a victory or defeat. Shishio looked for a while and saw that at the 32 seconds, both of them started to move and knew that the result of the battle didn't change at all, which made him only shake his head. What do you think of this match, Shishio? Togo asked. That big guy, I can defeat him easily, Shishio said directly, clearly looking down on Raido since this guy was all brawn, no brain. Raido's razor edge might be powerful and all, and as long as his fingers tore the opponent's neck, without doubt, he would become the winner of the match, but it wouldn't be that easy do that, after all, even though a razor edge might be powerful, but it also had a big weakness. When Raido started to use his razor edge and tore Takeda's skin, Shishio said, Raido's razor edge has a big weakness and that weakness is that he needs to use a large range of motion to use this technique. If someone dares enough to fight in fighting, close-range combat, then that razor edge is useless. After all, even though Raido's pinch grip was very powerful and it could even tear a coin, it needed a large range of motion and without it, it was simply useless. Shishio was a master of Bajiquan, and he believed that it only took him a second to defeat Raido. Raido's body might be good, but that was all since this guy didn't have a brain. Hearing Shishio's explanation, everyone nodded in understanding, and their eyes on him started to change. They didn't know that Shishio had defeated Hong, which was why Togo's subordinates were wondering why Togo decided to use Shishio as her fighter on few days, but it seemed that their boss might be right to choose Shishio as the fighter representative since, with just a glance, he could tell the weakness of Raido's razor edge. What about the other one? Togo asked. I can defeat him, but I need time since his martial arts are a bit unique. Shishio had to admit that Takeda's martial art was quite unique. If Bajiquan was a hard-type martial art, then Takeda's martial art was a combination of hard-type and soft-type martial art. If I'm not wrong, his martial is Nikko style, right? Shishio thought while observing Takeda's movements and nodded, felt that he could also defeat Takeda. Shishio might have mastered Bajiquan, but even if he mastered this martial art, it didn't mean that he was invincible in this world. After all, there was no perfect martial art, and even Bajiquan also had its own nemesis. In this world, there was something which was known as compatibility. For example, if A was able to defeat B a lot of times, A couldn't defeat C, who had been defeated by B several times. It didn't mean that A, B, and C were weak, but rather it was a matter of compatibility. In a simple term, it was like a rock-paper-scissors, rock won against scissors, scissors won against the paper, and a paper won against a rock. Shishio knew that Bajiquan might be powerful, but it didn't mean that it couldn't be beaten, and he knew very well that even if he could defeat normal people in one hit, but if he fought against a master, the result would be different and he didn't think that he could defeat that master with one hit. Shishio also knew that sometimes the protagonist had unreasonable powers such as friendship, love, hidden power, etc., which was why Nikko style, which was he was quite interested and wary at Nikko style, which was known as the most perfect martial art in this world. Why did Shishio say that it was the most perfect martial art in the world? Because Takeda Oma, the protagonist of the Kengan Ashura, was the one who mastered this martial art. The reason was quite simple, but it was the truth of the world. Then as expected, Takeda won the match by stomping Raido's face, after he made Raido fall by manipulating Raido's flow. Shishio could tell that Takeda was strong, but Tokaido wasn't that strong, considering that it was still at the beginning. It wasn't until at the later stage that Takeda would become even more powerful, but even on the later stage, as long as he had a chance to smash Takeda's skull with his fist, he believed that he would be the winner. Let's go back, Togo said simply. They nodded, but before they returned, Shishio grabbed his money first and his mood was very good at this moment since his 15 million yen had turned into 45 million yen in just a matter of a minute. Togo's subordinates sighed and felt a bit regretful. If they followed Shishio before, then they would get a lot of money. When they walked, they ignored the people around and went to the car swiftly. Shishio looked at the time and felt that he could go back to the dorm tonight. After all, even though he didn't mind staying outside, if he could go back, then it was better to go back, but before he returned, there was one question on his mind. Tamari-san, I don't understand. What do you mean? Togo asked. If the level of the fighter that you will face on the Kengan match a few days later is like the two of them before, I don't think that uncle is going to lose, Shishio said simply, and the meaning of his words was simple. If Togo wanted to defeat an opponent that was like either Raido or Takeda, then Hong was enough, and there was no need to call him out. Uncle. Fusey and Togo's subordinates thought for a while and wondered if the uncle in Shishio's mouth would be Hong, who was their strongest representative fighter. You're not wrong, the level of the fighter that is going to fight against you in a few days is on an entirely different level, Togo said. Oh. Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, who is it? Is the strongest fighter on the Kengan match? He intended to joke around, but... Yes. Togo nodded and said, yes, your opponent is the Fang of Metsudo, Kano Agito. The undefeatable champion of the Kengan match. There was only silence when Togo announced the fighter that would be fought by Shishio a few days later. If Hong's opponent was at the level of Raido or Takeda, then Togo wouldn't ask Shishio's help. After all, even though Hong's shin was cracked, with his technique, he could shut down the pain and he could fight normal, even though he was injured, but even if he was injured, it didn't mean that he could be defeated. However, Kano Agito was different. This person was the champion of the Kengan match, and no one had ever won against him. It could be said that this person was invincible in the Kengan match, which was why when Hong said to Togo that Shishio might have a chance to win against Kano Agito, she would be lying if she didn't feel excited. She knew that by doing this, she might trouble her big client, but if she could win the Kengan match that would happen a few days later, it was all worth it. Shishio looked at Togo and said, "Tamari-san, I think that there's some misunderstanding between us." Misunderstanding? Togo looked at Shishio with a confused expression. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, "You know. I haven't agreed to become your fighter yet." At that moment, everyone turned silent and the atmosphere turned awkward. 82, sorry, I'm not that easy. Everyone was in silence and they could feel an awkward atmosphere, but all of them were shattered by this shout. What the fuck did you say? Togo grabbed Shishio's collars and she seemed very furious at this moment. She shook his collars so fast that it made an after-image. Facing Togo, who was furious, Shishio was calm and said, "I have never promised you anything. I have only come to follow you, right? You don't need to get so angry." He really didn't make any promises to become Togo's fighter, nor had he signed any contract that he would become her fighter, and when he thought calmly, even though he was tempted to fight on the Kengan match, especially when he saw how there were a lot of strong people there, he felt that it was too dangerous. Shishio really didn't have a hobby to fight after all, and he wasn't sure what to do if he was hurt. Even though he had a private hospital, he could see that the fight was dangerous. If the fighter was like Raido, then he believed that he could win the fight easily, but his opponent would be the strongest fighter of the Kengan match. Even though he had Bajiquan mastery, he didn't think that he could win the match unscathed, or rather, he believed that the fight might be quite difficult since he knew very well how strong Kano Agito was, and at the same time, Bajiquan also had 3 weaknesses that could be easily exploited by Kano Agito. Shishio might believe that he could win, but he might need to sacrifice 1 or 2 bones and some injuries on his body which were very troublesome. He didn't really think too much if Chihiro made a report to his parents that he was hurt, but if he needed to fight for just a few million yen, and just because Togo was his acquaintance, he wouldn't do that, or rather, he didn't want to. Togo wasn't his loved one after all, and even though Togo seemed to have a good impression and might feel attracted toward him, Shishio was reluctant to become her fighter just like that, giving a nod, as long as she requested him. Shishio wasn't a man that could be easily used and manipulated. Togo loosened her hands and stared at him. "What do you want?" Shishio looked at Togo and said, "Should we talk here?" After all, they were still around the venue, and Togo's scream caused everyone that walked out from the venue to look at them curiously, wondering whether they had a lover spat. Even though he didn't care much if he was being misunderstood, he wasn't sure whether the talk that they would have after this was suitable to be talked about in this place. Togo felt her teeth were quite itchy and said, "Let's go to my office." Shishio nodded and knew that they were about to talk about the deal between the two. As someone who often worked, Togo didn't even bother to bring Shishio to her house, or rather the location of her house was very far since she loved a quiet place, which was why she brought him to her office which was located at Minato Ward. Iwami Heavy Industries was a huge company and it was normal to have a headquarters in a place where the price of the land was very expensive. Shishio's investment company was located at Chiyoda Ward, and it was also one of the 3 wards with the most expensive land price. After they arrived at headquarters, Togo didn't waste her time and brought Shishio to her office, where there was also a room there since she mostly stayed at work. Fusey prepared tea and snacks on the table for Togo and Shishio, then left after saying that she was going to prepare a small dinner for both of them. Looking at Fusey and Togo, Shishio thought that it might be quite normal for someone to work overtime since before he arrived at Togo's office, he saw that there were still a lot of people who hadn't gone back after all. Shishio had heard that the overtime tradition in this country was quite bad, but it seemed that it was quite right. However, no one complained about it. After all, it was already very difficult that they could keep their jobs, especially after the economic crisis in this country that had caused a lot of damage to this country. Even though Togo seemed to be impatient, in truth, she was very patient, staring at Shishio, and thought that this boy had really grown up. Shishio thought about going home before, but he knew that he couldn't go back now, especially when he saw Togo's expression at this moment. He knew that they needed to talk about important matters, but that important matter was only for her company, it didn't have anything to do with him, which was why in this situation, he had the advantage, not the other way around. "Can you really win against Kano Agito?" Togo asked. Shishio looked at Togo, raised his eyebrow, and asked back, "If you don't have the confidence for me to win, then why you seek me? Can you not just send another fighter? I am sure with the power of your company, there is more than one representative fighter for the Kengan match. He sat relaxedly on the sofa, acting like everything had nothing to do with him. Togo felt that her teeth were itchy once again. If Togo had a fighter that was capable of fighting Kano Agito, then she wouldn't ask Shishio, who was the grandson of her big client. Even though she didn't want to admit it, she wanted to cheat him, accepting her request to become her fighter, without paying much, but it was normal since she was a businessman and numbers were all on her head. However, she knew that she couldn't get him to fight without a big price. What do you want? I need you to become my fighter, Togo said without hesitation. Shishio looked at Togo and asked with a weird expression, do you really have such confidence in me? You should know that I'm only 15 years old, and a high school student. Even if I have defeated that uncle before, you should know that your decision is irrational. He kept staring at Togo and said, you should also remember the 3 people that I've mentioned before. If you can either of them to fight for you, then your chance to win won't be small. After all, Shishio also knew how powerful Wakatsuki Takeshi, Sekabayashi Jun, and Iryo Kurei were, especially the Kurei clan. As long as there was money, everything could be solved, but Togo decided to put her faith in him. If it was a normal person, they wouldn't do that, or rather they would think Togo was crazy since she thought that Shishio might be able to win against Kano Agito. Unfortunately, Togo wasn't a normal person and she was known as a lunatic, so she believed that Shishio could win against Kano Agito. As for the reason, it was her hunch, and she believed in her hunch. Yes. Togo nodded and said, I know that my decision is irrational, but I don't care. I want you. As long as it is within my power, tell me, what do you want so you can become my representative fighter for the Kengan match in a few days? Somehow Togo's words were a bit misleading, but Shishio decided to ignore that point for now. In truth, Shishio wanted to refuse, even though he loved money, he loved his life more, but he also knew, to get more money, he needed to bet his life sometimes. He had done that in his previous life, and he had gained a lot of things, but unfortunately, his luck seemed to end, and he died, but then reincarnated to Shishio Oga. But one fact had never changed, as long as you wanted a lot of money, you needed to dance on the top of the tip of the knife. Shishio's expression was calm, sipped the tea on the table calmly, and after a moment, he asked, what kind of the deal that you make in this Kengan match? He was curious what kind of deal made Togo so eager to make him a fighter. Hearing Shishio's question, Togo had a hunch that she would need to pay a really big price to make him her representative fighter on the Kengan match that would be held in few days. 83. Tonight, I might not be able to go back. Hearing Shishio's question, Togo let out a long sigh and said, Wind farm. What? Shishio asked. Looking at Shishio's surprised expression, Togo gritted her teeth and said, it's a wind farm. The deal that is fought on the Kengan match a few days later is a wind farm. Wind farm. Shishio's blood was boiling and he was very excited when he heard it, but he quickly calmed himself. One thing that surprised Shishio after he reincarnated in Shishio Oga, was the price of electricity in Japan. Shishio knew very well how expensive electricity was in this country, and how limited it was, and because of that, there were just a few power plants around this country. There were a lot of sources of energy that were used for the power plant in this country, whether it was oil, gas, coal, nuclear, hydroelectric, or renewable energy such as solar and wind. Shishio knew that even though the energy industry might not be big, it was very stable and it could be inherited from his children without trouble. After all, someone didn't need to be smart to manage the power plant, or rather, they could leave the management to the professionals. Shishio also understood why Togo was so eager to get this deal. Even though he was also tempted, he didn't show an eagerness and asked calmly, I know that I'll have to fight Kano Agito, but which company that he affiliates with? Togo was quite surprised and thought that Shishio would ask a part on the wind farm deal immediately, but it seemed that there was still room for negotiation, but when she thought about it calmly, she felt that it was quite normal. After all, a wind farm wasn't cheap and it needed a lot of money to build. Even though Shishio had a lot of industries under his hands, most of the money would go to the development of the company, and even though he could take some of the money, he might not be able to take it in a short time. It's Dainippon Bank. Togo looked at Shishio and said, I'll face the chairman of the Kengan Association and the director of Dainippon Bank, Katahara Metsudo. Katahara Metsudo. Shishio closed his eyes and remembered that the previous Shishio Oga might have also met this Katahara Metsudo too. He was silent, and Togo also didn't bother him since she thought that he was thinking about what kind of things that he wanted in return for his service. How big is this wind farm? Shishio asked. It's 100 MW, megawatt, dot. Togo smiled and asked, what? Do you want to take part in my wind farm? You should know that 1 MW wind turbine needs at least $1 million to build. If you take half, then you need to bring $50 million. If you change it to a yen, then you need approximately 5 billion yen. Even though she didn't know how much Shishio's assets were, she knew that it would be very hard for him to take out 5 billion yen so soon. However, if Shishio dared to borrow money from the bank by using his other industry, which was Vanyeria, it might be possible since it had 200 restaurants around the country, but rather than using it for wind farms, it was better to use that money to buy land and add another restaurant, whether it was in the country or the overseas, right? Is that 100 MW wind farm only for your company? Shishio asked. He thought that there might be some other companies that were going to join this deal, but if all 100 MW was being taken all by Togo, then he had to admit that this deal was very delicious, and he also understood why Nippon Bank was also interested in this deal. Yes. Togo nodded. Good, then I'll take half of it. When can we sign the contract? Shishio said directly without waiting for Togo to regret the deal. After all, Togo had said that she would give half of the deal to him, so why needed to hesitate? What? Togo was startled, but then she quickly calmed herself since there was no way that she could let him enter this deal so easily. Can you prepare the money? You need to give me the money in 2 weeks. She thought that Shishio might be hesitant since she wanted the money in 2 weeks, but Shishio nodded without hesitation and said, yes, so it is a deal, right? I will call my subordinates tomorrow to deal with the contract. You can go back on your words, all right. The wind farm was too tempting for Shishio, so he didn't hesitate and directly accepted Togo's requirement since he was afraid that she might regret her decision. Togo felt regret at that moment and might have underestimated him too much since she knew that it seemed his net worth was more than she had thought, since he could agree with the deal without hesitation. Then talk to your subordinate tomorrow. Togo felt that her teeth were itchy and her expression seemed to be in constipation, but then, she reminded him again. 2 weeks. 2 weeks, all right. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, in 2 weeks, the money will be in your account, but I want to ask about my other conditions to fight in the Kengan match. You have dared to ask for half of the investment. What are you going to ask me again? I won't agree. Togo was furious. Calm down. Shishio smiled and said, you should know that it isn't a bad thing to make me your partner, you know? You should know that your image isn't good in public, and even if you might have won the deal, the people who live nearby the wind farm location might protest you, delaying the construction of the wind farm, but with me as your partner, I have a media under my asset and I can guide the public so the construction of the wind farm is going smoothly, and with me as half of the investor in this wind farm, the financial situation on your company won't be stretched out, and if someone attacks you on the media to lower the price of your company stock, I can also help to fight back. Humph. Togo snorted and said, you don't need to worry about that. My company isn't weak, but since you've promised, you also need to include that point on our contract later. She didn't expect Shishio to have media under his hand, so when she heard it, she felt much better. After all, with media, there were a lot of things that could be done. Shishio nodded and said, then I'll tell you about my other conditions. Don't worry, it isn't much, I'm sure that it'll be easy for you to prepare it for me. Togo didn't say anything and stared at Shishio silently, wondering whether he was going to open his lion mouth again. First, can you prepare me for all the information about Kano Agito so I can get to know my opponent better? Shishio asked. Even though he knew most of Kano Agito's ability from his previous life, he wanted to learn more details since this place was a reality, and if possible, he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible so he wouldn't hurt too much during the battle. Togo nodded and said, it's easy. I'll give Kano Agito's information and fighting video to you even if you don't ask. If it was only this matter, then she would agree to his condition without hesitation, but then again, she knew that it wasn't over. Shishio nodded and asked, it's good then, this is my last condition. I know that you're an arms dealer, so can I ask you to give me a katana as a bonus? He knew that Togo was an arms dealer, so she should have a katana, right? Katana. Togo raised her eyebrow, and asked, you can do a kendo? She looked at Shishio with a surprised expression. She knew that Shishio was a Bajikwan master from Hong's mouth, and because of that, she felt that it was weird. Human time and energy were limited. It was also the reason why there were a lot of employees in the company, since there was no way for the boss to manage the entire company by themselves. Togo was the same. She thought that it was too troublesome and a waste of time to go back to her house, which was why she decided to sleep in her office directly. After all, everything was prepared and it was also very comfortable, and she didn't have a family, I mean husband, and a child, not parents or other relatives, so there was no reason for her to stay in her home. However, with his limited time, Shishio not only learned Bajikwan, but he also learned kendo, which made her dumbfounded. Can you? Shishio didn't answer Togo's question and asked directly. Waving her hand, Togo said, don't worry, it is easy for me to prepare a katana for you. She didn't force him to explain, and it was better to end the conversation. After all, she wasn't sure whether Shishio was going to raise another condition. Thank you. Shishio smiled. I'll give you the katana, but you need to win the Kengan match or else, our talk tonight will turn nothing, Togo said with a serious expression. This deal was very important for her, and she didn't want to lose it. Don't worry, leave it to me, Shishio said, then extended his hand toward Togo. Togo smirked, then took Shishio's hand. Both of them smiled at each other, and Shishio said, I believe that you won't regret this. I hope so, Togo said while pouting her mouth. Shishio thought that Togo was slightly cute at this moment, but he quickly threw that thought away since this woman was a bit too troublesome for him. He then looked at the time and saw that it was almost midnight, which made him helpless since he knew that Sakurasu was locked at this time. It was one of the disadvantages of staying in the dorm since there was a curfew time, and if the tenant didn't go back before the curfew time, they couldn't enter the dorm, which was why Shishio was helpless. Shishio was able to go to sleep at the apartment that he got from the system, but there was no one there, and his maid was at his shooting range, so he thought that it was better to stay at his hotel since it was more convenient, but Togo also seemed to realize Shishio's worry, and said, stay here tonight. If you worry about your clothes, you don't need to worry since you can ask my people to wash them and they'll be ready when you wake up tomorrow. Shishio looked at Togo with a strange expression. Togo smiled and asked, what did you regret that you didn't ask my pussy? Shishio was once again wondering why this woman was so vulgar. 84. Tonight, I might not be able to sleep. In the end, Shishio slept in Togo's room that was located in her office, and he only wore his boxers since he didn't bring clothes, nor did Togo have male clothes in her room, which made him quite helpless. His uniform was being put on the laundry, so he didn't think too much, and he also didn't mind sleeping by wearing his boxer alone, even naked. He was still alright, but there was one big problem, and that problem was there was only one room. If it was a harem romance story, then both Shishio and Togo would sleep next to each other in the same room, then both of them might not be able to sleep until morning since they were too nervous by each other's presences. Unfortunately, it was a reality and it wasn't a harem romance story, so I still have a job that I need to solve. You can have the bed and go to sleep first, Togo said, then left the room before she continued with her job, ignoring the fact that Shishio was in his boxer and there was a huge bulge on it. After all, a human was just a piece of meat in her eyes, whether there was a big bulge or not, she didn't care much, but secretly, she made a note since it was one of his good points, it seemed. Shishio also didn't think too much, and he also wasn't an adolescent boy that would get excited by sleeping with a woman. Well, not exactly right, but even though his mind was mature and he could stay calm, sleeping soundly when there was a presence of a woman beside him, his damn hormone was very hard to control, which made him helpless, so it made him quite grateful when he heard that Togo wouldn't sleep beside him. However, when he heard that she was going to continue to work, he felt quite worried about her. After all, even though he knew that Togo was a workaholic, he didn't expect that it would be this serious. Shishio also knew that a lot of people that worked in this country often didn't go back for few days, or even a week to do their jobs, working overtime since it was part of the culture in this country, and no one said that it was wrong since it was very beneficial for the company if the employee would work overtime without pay. It was also because of that culture that this country was also famous for karoji, or an overworked death, since it wasn't that uncommon either in this country, and it was also the reason why NTR story was famous in this country, since most husbands in this country were working overtime, leaving their beautiful wives at home. Even though the beautiful wife knew that their husbands were working hard to support their families, it couldn't be denied that staying at home without doing anything was a very boring thing, especially when that family didn't have children and the husbands were too tired to talk or had intercourse with their wives once they returned home, which made the wife became even more bored, staying at home, which led into a situation where they needed a friend to talk, whether it was from social media, community, etc., and this friend might be a male that had a bad intention, which led into an infidelity situation. However, of course, true love still existed in this world, and there was a group of lovely wives that waited for their husbands to go back to him loyally at home with a warm smile and love. Still, Shishio didn't want to be misunderstood since he didn't have an interest in someone else's wife, and the reason why he thought about such a thing was that he couldn't fall asleep immediately since he was sleeping in an unfamiliar bed. Even though Shishio was sleeping alone, he could smell Togo's smell from this bed, and he had to admit that her smell was very good. Even though Togo was an arms dealer, she didn't smell like gunpowder, but she smelled like a white lily flower after a spring rain, which somehow excited him since the gap of fierce businessman and this lovely smell was too cute. Shishio let out a sigh and had to admit that Togo was a charming woman, but at the same time, he was wondering why this woman was so interested in him. Shishio, of course, remembered Togo from the memory of the previous Shishio Oga, and from that memory, he knew that even though they had met several times, their relationship was far from good, or rather, Togo often teased and bullied the previous Shishio Oga because of his identity as burning fighting fighter. The previous Shishio Oga didn't really like Togo, and he often thought that Togo was jealous of him, but in truth, it wasn't like that, and Shishio knew that Togo might have an interest in him. If not, then there was no way that she would let him sleep on her bed at this moment. Shishio let out a sigh and thought that it was useless to think too much. He took his phone and saw a message from Miu-senpai since it seemed that she was worried about him. He thought for a while and decided to call her directly since he was bored. If the call wasn't being answered, then it was alright and he would go sleep directly, but if the call was answered, then it was good that he could have someone to talk to tonight. Hello, Shishio-kun. Senpai? You haven't slept yet? Shishio was surprised when his phone was answered. No, I have slept before, but I'm quite a light sleeper so it is quite easy for me to wake up, Miu said softly and in a very quiet voice as if she was afraid to wake up her little sister that slept in the same room as her. I see. I am sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night, it's just that I've thought to call you since you've sent me a message before, Shishio said in a quiet voice too, wondering whether Miu was sleeping with her siblings in her room. No, it's all right. Miu's tone seemed quite happy when Shishio called him, unlike before when he ignored her message for a whole day. So what are you doing? I'm in bed right now, resting, but before I go to sleep, I have thought that I want to hear your voice, Shishio said softly. Unlike Nana who was proactive, decided to call him directly and asked who was Togo, but Miu's character was quite reserved so she decided to send a message so she wouldn't bother him, which was why Shishio needed to take the initiative in this place, and he also told the truth since he really wanted to hear Miu's voice. I see. From her voice alone, Shishio could tell that Miu was very shy and happy, which somehow made him want to see her face at that moment. However, he lamented the lack of technology in 2005 and thought that it would be great if he could do a video call at this moment. But still, technology. Shishio slapped his forehead and almost forgot about Android, which was the most popular mobile operating system in his previous world. He thought that he should buy it directly since he still had a lot of money to invest. After all, his previous investments didn't really take a lot of money and his cash was around $250 million so he didn't have hesitation to buy Android, but before that, there was still an important thing that he needed to do after all. By the way, Senpai, why is your voice so quiet? Is there someone beside you? Shishio asked. Yes, my little sister is sleeping in the same room as me, Miu said softly. I see, your little sister must be as cute as you, right, Senpai? Shishio wanted to tease Miu again somehow. Shishio-kun. Miu's voice was slightly raised since she felt very embarrassed when she was teased by him. Miu's face was very hot at that moment, and when she raised her voice. Nei-chan. Miu looked at her little sister that seemed to open her eyes slightly. She smiled softly then patted her head gently. It's still in the middle of the night, Mia. You should continue to sleep. Mia, who was Miu's little sister, nodded then continued to sleep beside her big sister. Miu smiled then looked at her phone with a red face since Shishio often made her heart always beat very fast, and sometimes, she felt a bit annoyed when she thought that she was the only one who felt this way, yet Shishio often teased her from time to time calmly, and somehow, she wanted to see him blush, wondering how cute it was. When Miu was in the middle of her imagination, she heard his voice again. I'm sorry, Senpai. Did I wake up your little sister? No, it's all right. Miu shook her head while patting her little sister's head gently. Well, it is midnight, after all, so I won't bother you more, Senpai. See you tomorrow, and have a good dream. Have a good dream, Shishio-kun, Miu said softly with a smile on her face. Then they ended their conversation and ended the call. Miu looked at her phone for a while and somehow wanted to move around excitedly, but she was afraid to wake up her little sister so she put her phone on the side of her bed quietly, then closed her eyes, continued to sleep, but somehow, it was quite hard when she thought about their conversation before, but slowly, she closed her eyes and slept soundly, while thinking that she might be able to meet him tomorrow. Shishio also did the same, put his phone on the table, and slept soundly, wondering whether he would be able to meet other heroines in the future, and at the same time, hoping that Miu's little sister wouldn't trigger his system since if so, then he was afraid that this system was more dangerous than he had thought. Does it also work for Grandma? Shishio didn't want to think and decided to sleep since the more he thought the more tired he was. 85. Do you want to become popular guy? Shishio wasn't sure why, but he had a good dream, and somehow when he wanted to wake up, he could feel something soft on his chest and the familiar smell that was so close beside him. He thought that he was still dreaming, but he knew that he wasn't so he abruptly opened his eyes and startled when he saw Togo was sleeping beside him while hugging him tightly. Shishio looked at Togo's face from a close distance and he could feel her warm breath on his face, which somehow made his conscience hazy and somehow he wanted to take her lips, but he quickly moved his head away and wanted to move away from Togo, but when he saw a huge tent on the blanket, and something hard below him, he was speechless and realized once again that a hormone during puberty was very hard to control, or rather, his sex drive was too high, right? If Shishio was alone, then he didn't care much since having a morning wood was a pretty normal thing. Unfortunately, he wasn't alone and Togo was right beside her, however, he had to admit that Togo was quite cute when she was sleeping. Togo closed her mouth and showed a very comfortable expression. Watching her expression, Shishio couldn't bear himself to wake her up, so he slowly walked out of the bed without waking her up. He got out of bed and let out a sigh of relief. Ugh. However, Togo seemed to be very uncomfortable and seemed to be trying to reach something. Shishio then looked around then took a pillow and gave it to Togo. Togo reached the pillow and hugged it tightly, her frown was loosened and she seemed quite comfortable now. Looking at Togo, Shishio was wondering whether his charm was so high that he was able to get the heart of this lunatic businessman. He touched his face and felt strange, but he didn't think that love could bloom so easily with just 1 or 2 meetings, or rather he didn't believe in love at first sight since, in his mind, it was something that was born from either lust or attraction because the target was either very beautiful or very handsome. In his belief, love was something that was born after 2 people had known each other for quite a while. Shishio looked at Togo for a while and had to admit that this woman was very cute when she was sleeping. He looked at her for a while before he decided to go to the shower since if he stayed any longer, then he might have an urge to kiss those soft lips secretly. When Shishio went to the shower, Togo opened her eyes slightly, yawned, before continuing to sleep, but she had to admit her sleep quality became better once she slept with him. After washing up and wearing his uniform, Shishio came out and didn't expect to see Fusey was there and seemed to be very calm, ordering a breakfast, sorting out a document, and doing other things when Togo was sleeping. When Shishio opened the door of the room, Fusey noticed Shishio and said with a smile, "Good morning, Oga-kun." "Good morning, Fusey-san," Shishio said with a smile. He looked at Fusey and asked, "You have woken up so early, Fusey-san?" "It's normal for me," Fusey said with a helpless expression, wondering when was the last time she returned home before. She then took a stack of documents and some discs from the table. "Oga-kun, there is information about Kano Agito and his fighting video, you can bring it back later and watch it at home. By the way, please tell your subordinates to come as soon as possible to talk about the contract last night," Fusey said politely since she knew that even though Shishio was young, he was very shrewd and at the same time, she also supported his relationship with her boss. After all, she knew that her boss lacked a human feeling and thought that if Togo and Togo could become a lover, then her boss' personality might become better. If Shishio knew what Fusey was thinking then he could only stare at Fusey speechlessly. Shishio only nodded, hearing Fusey's words, then took the information about Kano Agito. He could see details about Kano Agito's information from name, height, weight, and fighting record, fighting style, etc. on the document. He then looked at Fusey and somehow, he also wanted to have a secretary too since he had a feeling that his life would be quite busier soon and suddenly a picture of one girl suddenly appeared on his mind. Kawasaki Saki. Shishio remembered the beautiful girl that he had saved before and she had asked for his contact information, but he forgot to bring his phone so he gave her his name card, though she hadn't contacted him, nor did he intend to contact her either. Shishio then looked at Fusey and knew that she was also a woman that was able to trigger his system, but he really didn't intend to do anything to her. "Right, this is your breakfast and if you have finished with your breakfast, the driver is also ready in the parking park," Fusey said. Looking at Fusey, Shishio realized how good it was to be taken care of by someone, and somehow, it reminded him of his previous life, but he quickly shook his head since he knew that he couldn't return anymore. "I need to write." Shishio hadn't forgotten his intention to write a book since he wanted to say goodbye to his previous life. Shishio then ate breakfast and after he finished, he walked out of Togo's office and entered the car where the driver had been waiting for him. He said goodbye to Fusey who saw him off, then he started to set off to the school. He wasn't sure why, but he had a hunch that a lot of things might happen to the school. Along the way, Shishio spoke with Claudia Hodgins about the deal that he had made with Togo, which made Hodgins speechless, but Hodgins told him that he would send someone to Togo's office to talk about the contract. "Let's talk more later." "Yes, boss." Shishio ended the call and only talked about his deal with Togo. He didn't talk about his intention to buy Android since he was afraid the driver in front of him knew his intention so he didn't talk. He was also too lazy to talk with the driver and the driver also knew that Shishio was an important guest so the driver was very respectful so his journey to the school was fairly quiet. Then before long, Shishio arrived at the entrance of his school, telling the driver that he could open the door by himself, then came out from the car. He could see that a lot of people were looking at him, after all, it was uncommon for a student to be sent by car unless the family of that student was rich. In this country, most students would either walk, ride on a tram, or ride on a bicycle so when someone was sent by a car, most students would be attracted, especially when the car was a luxurious car. Shishio didn't mind, or rather, it was good since it was his chance to search for a girl that was capable of triggering his quest. Unfortunately, he was unlucky today and didn't find anyone, so he quickly greeted his classmate. USA, who was also looking at Shishio who came out from the luxurious car, felt a bit hesitant to greet Shishio since when he saw Shishio come out from the car, he felt that Shishio's aura was different. He might not able to describe it very well, but if he had to say, it was like when a child was looking at an adult which made him quite hesitant to call him, but he didn't expect Shishio to greet him first, which made him feel quite happy. "Good morning Oga," USA said with a smile. Shishio walked toward USA and patted his shoulder. "Let's go to the class together." USA nodded and walked together with Shishio. Both of them walked together, but then USA realized something. "Oga, you're too popular, right?" He could feel the gaze of the girls that had been on them, which somehow made him realize how it felt to become a Raijuyu, Popular guy. You want to become popular too, USA? Shishio asked. Well. USA thought for a while, folding his hands, tilting his head, showing a difficult expression, and said, not really, but I want a girlfriend. In truth, he wanted to be popular and the woman would be crazy of him, but he also knew that he needed to be realistic, and what he wanted was to get a girlfriend, that's all. That's true. Shishio nodded and said, since you're in high school, it's normal for you to want to have a girlfriend. Don't you have one, Oga? USA said subconsciously. What do you mean? Shishio asked while raising his eyebrow. I mean, isn't it Sunoara-san your girlfriend? USA asked, showing an unsure expression. Shishio smiled and said, we have only known each other for 2 days, do you think that a couple can be made in those 2 days? Well, that's true. USA nodded, but still, he let out a long sigh and said, but still, unlike you, I'll have trouble getting a girlfriend. Shishio only patted USA's shoulder and didn't say much since he also wasn't sure whether USA could get a girlfriend or not. After all, USA a nice guy, it wasn't that a nice guy was bad, but for a girl, it was the least choice, or rather, they would choose them once they had decided to marry. In other words, USA would need to wait at least a few years later to get a girlfriend. When USA and Shishio were about to walk into their shoe locker and changed their shoes into a hoei-beki, Japanese slippers are worn indoors at school, USA seemed a bit nervous and giddy, staring at his shoe locker. What's wrong, USA? Shishio felt that USA's state was a bit strange. It might not be related, but before a student entered the school, they needed to change the shoes that they wore to hoei-beki. No, nothing. USA blushed and seemed to be quite embarrassed. Shishio smiled and said, well, are you excited to think that there might be a love letter at your shoe locker? Oh, Oga. USA's face was red, feeling very embarrassed since Shishio could read his mind. Well, open it, I want to see whether there's a love letter on your shoes or not, Shishio said, looking at USA's shoe locker. You make me nervous, USA said helplessly, but then he gulped and opened his shoe locker, hoping that there was a single letter there, but... USA felt a pat on his shoulder again and heard Shishio's voice. Don't mind, Shishio said with a smile since he thought that USA was too funny. USA twitched his lips and said, it's your turn now. Open your shoe locker. He felt a bit disappointed since he didn't see a love letter on his shoe locker, but then he quickly recovered and also wanted to see Shishio's shoe locker since he thought that Shishio should be in a similar state. Shishio could only shake his head, then opened his shoe locker, but... USA could only open his mouth wide since he saw that there were a lot of love letters inside Shishio's shoe locker. Shishio caught some of the love letters before they dropped to the ground and could only shake his head since he realized the girls in this country were too bold, right? 86. Love letter. In truth, Shishio was a bit speechless since he remembered the last time he received a love letter was probably at an elementary school since at his time most students at high school would communicate with each other through a phone or a smartphone, and if they wanted to confess, they would make an appointment through a chat or something, which was why he was a bit at a loss when he saw that there was a love letter at his shoe locker. Shishio knew that it was part of a tradition in this country and if he received one, he didn't feel that surprised and would meet the girl, then rejected the girl calmly and kindly, but he didn't expect that he would receive 8 love letters at the same time which made him speechless. Was it all right? Shishio was wondering what was on the head of those girls who had sent out the love letters to him, even stacked them together on his shoe locker, which made him speechless, but one thing for sure, their feelings were shallow and he was sure that even if he ignored the love letter, they wouldn't think too much and it was also impossible for him to answer all 8 love letters at the same time since it was very troublesome. Still 8 love letters, hey. Even though Shishio might sound narcissistic, he was handsome after all, well, very handsome. The previous Shishio Oga was also handsome, but he was H. Unibu, so most of the female students in his school were put off by him, and when Shishio was reincarnated into Shishio Oga, the way previous Shishio Oga did his hair was so messy and his bangs covered most of his face. If Shishio had to say that the hairstyle of the previous Shishio Oga was like the famous Sadako from The Ring. Unfortunately, there was no The Ring movie in this world so most people would think of him as a gloomy kid, but in truth, the previous Shishio Oga had a background setting where he hid his real identity among the masses, which was why the previous Shishio Oga was dressed like a gloomy kid when in truth, he was a hero that protected the world from the danger of dark reunion that had summoned wyverns, causing a lot of chaos, wars, various conflict in this world. This was why when Shishio was reincarnated into the body of Shishio Oga, changed his original hairstyle to be tidier, and became normal again, his parents in this world were very happy and even went to the shrine, hoping that their son wouldn't return to how he was to be which made him feel very speechless somehow. When Shishio was thinking about the past of the previous Shishio Oga, USA was in shock, staring at Shishio as if a monster, but he also felt bitter. USA looked at Shishio's face and let out a sigh, knowing that only a handsome guy could get this kind of treatment. Wah! This voice woke Shishio up, and he turned his head, then saw a young man with dead fish-like eyes, staring at the love letters on Shishio's hands in shock. He raised his eyebrow since he didn't expect to meet another protagonist in this school, and at the same time, he was wondering how many protagonists in this school were. USA also looked at the young man with dead fish-like eyes, but he didn't think too much and asked Shishio, "What are you going to do with those love letters?" If possible, he wanted one of the girls that had confessed to Shishio to confess to him, but he knew that it was impossible. The young man with dead fish-like eyes didn't move from his spot and wanted to hear Shishio's answer since it was his first time to see someone received so many love letters at the same time, but then, he quickly opened his shoe locker, and could only show a bitter expression, knowing that it was impossible for him to receive the same treatment as Shishio, and at the same time, he had already matured from how he used to be and he also thought a youth as an evil, but after all, he was also a man. And it was normal for him to curious about the opposite gender, right? The world is too unfair, right? The young man with dead fish-like eyes cast a glance at Shishio and he had to admit that he was a bit nervous when Shishio was looking at him, even though Shishio was his junior. Shishio also wasn't going to say anything to the young man with dead fish-like eyes since he was practically a stranger, and said to USA, "I'm going to ignore it." What? Not only was USA in shock, but the young man with dead fish-like eyes was also in shock. Here, they were waiting for a love letter to be sent to their shoe locker, but this bastard was ungrateful and decided to ignore the love letter of those girls, which made them burn in anger and jealousy. If it was possible, then they also hoped that they would be able to have the same happy trouble as Shishio. Unfortunately, they couldn't. "Oga, how can you do that?" USA frowned and said, "Those girls have sent love letters with a lot of care and feeling, how can you just ignore them?" The young man with dead fish-like eyes nodded in agreement. Shishio looked at USA and was about to say something, but... "What love letter?" "Hey!" Shishio then noticed a familiar fragrance from his side, he quickly turned his head and saw both Nana and Miu were behind him. "Nana, Miu-senpai, how come both of you are here?" Shishio then stared at USA and made him shut his mouth instantly since USA knew that he had said something wrong, but USA had to admit, he was wondering how Shishio was going to solve this problem. The young man with the dead fish-like eyes also didn't move from his spot and waited there since he knew that something fun was about to begin. "Well, I have met Nana on the way before, but..." Miu then looked at a lot of love letters on Shishio's hands and became stunned. Somehow, her chest became tight and she felt very uncomfortable at that moment, but she forced herself to smile and said, I see. Shishio-kun is handsome after all, and I guess, it is normal for you to receive a love letter, then. I hope that you will be happy with your girlfriends later." She wasn't sure why, but she didn't want him to see her at that moment, so she quickly turned and wanted to get away, but her wrist was grabbed by Shishio. "Wait, senpai. I think you misunderstood something," Shishio quickly said, after he grasped Miu's wrist. "Hey!" Miu turned her head and looked at Shishio, who had grasped her wrist. Her face turned red instantly, but more than that, she wanted to hear what he was about to say. "I might have received those love letters, but I don't intend to make one of them my girlfriends," Shishio said calmly with a light smile on his face, thinking that this girl was too cute. Shishio only received a love letter, but he really didn't have an intention to date them, after all, he didn't know them, and he had already passed the age where he thought to play around, but he didn't expect Miu's reaction was quite big, and as if a puppy that had been abandoned by its owner, which was why he directly grasped her wrist directly since he didn't want misunderstanding happened between them. "Why?" Miu asked curiously. "I don't know them after all, and for a girlfriend, it is better to confess to the girl that I know very well, right?" Shishio said with a smile, looking at Miu. I see." Miu blushed, lowering her head shyly, and didn't dare to look at his face at this moment. USA and the young man with dead fish-like eyes felt their bodies were itchy at this moment since this scene was too sweet, right? However, there was one person that was unhappy about both Miu and Shishio. We're going to be late. Let's go to the class first, senpai, Shishio." Nana quickly pulled them apart as soon as possible and didn't know why she felt very uncomfortable when she saw both Miu and Shishio were so close to each other, but she quickly showed her usual smile. That's true." Miu didn't think too much when her hand was separated by Nana since she realized that school might start soon. "Let's go, Shishio," Nana said while pulling Shishio's hand. "Still, you can't just ignore those love letters, Shishio-kun," Miu said with a reprimanding tone. "Senpai, you don't need to think too much about the love letters, after all, those girls' feelings are shallow, and even if they're rejected, or their love letters are ignored, they won't say anything," Nana said. "Is that so?" Miu was surprised when she heard Nana's words since it was her first time hearing such a thing. "Let me handle these love letters, you two, don't need to think too much about it," Shishio said calmly. Nana and Miu looked at Shishio at the same time and nodded since they believed in him, and both of them also didn't think that he was going to be tempted by those shallow girls. Shishio, Nana, and Miu walked together next to each other, talking to each other with a smile, ignoring both USA and the young man with dead fish-like eyes that had been standing beside them from the beginning to the end. USA and the young man with dead fish-like eyes looked at the backs of the three of them, then looked at each other. Somehow, they felt like they could understand each other, and at this moment, their feelings seemed to be synchronized, and there was one sentence that they wanted to scream loudly. God, please give him a hammer of justice. However, if Shishio was willing to teach them to flirt and get a girl, then they might be willing to bow their heads and worship him as a teacher at this moment. 87. Between two, who will you choose? After Shishio, Nana, and Miu walked for a while, Miu said goodbye to the two of them since she was their senior, so her class was different. See you later, Miu said with a smile, then looked at both of them for a while, before she left, but she had to admit that she felt a bit lonely and jealous. Shishio waved his hand and then looked at Nana, feeling that there was something wrong with this girl. Nana also waved her hand at Miu, who said goodbye to them, and then looked at Shishio. Unlike Miu, who was quiet and reserved, she knew that she was quite rowdy and cheerful, so she was wondering whether a girl like Miu was Shishio's type, but she didn't want to ask that question since if that was the truth, then she would feel uncomfortable. Nana wasn't the type of girl that would give up so easily, and her class was the same as Shishio, so her chance to get closer was bigger than Miu. Shishio, do you remember what we talked about last night? Nana asked. Shishio nodded and said, yes, you want to pick up a game console, right? Good. Nana smiled and felt happy since Shishio remembered his promise last night, then asked, still, you have a motorcycle? Is that all right? I've heard that you can only get a driver's license at 16 years old, right? She might be Guru, but she was a good student and always followed the rules, so even though she felt quite excited when she heard him had a motorcycle since that way both of them could go anywhere easily, she didn't want to be caught by police then being reported to the school after all. Don't worry, I have a driver's license. Shishio took his wallet and showed his driver's license to Nana. This. Nana was surprised and took Shishio's driver's license directly. She looked at him and asked, how did you get it? Shishio took the driver's license from Nana's hand and said, I got it from my father's friend. There was no way that he could tell that he got it from the system, and if he told Nana that with money you could do anything, he felt that it was too overbearing, so he told her this reason. You're a bad boy. Nana said with a smile. I'm not a bad boy. Shishio shook his head and said with a smile, I'm a good student who follows the rules since I can't drive without a driving license, then I get one, isn't it normal? Nana was speechless and felt that there was something wrong with his words, however, she wasn't picky enough to pick a fault at his words and directly asked, then when are we going to pick my game console? Shishio thought for a bit and said, I have something to do since I have just moved from Kyoto, but if you're alright, how about we go to pick up your game console on Saturday morning? There were a lot of things that he wanted to do later, which was why he could only promise her to go out on Saturday morning since, at night, he had very important things to do. Good, Saturday morning. Nana nodded without hesitation. By the way, where are we going to pick your game console? Your house? Now that you mention it, are you living in a dorm, Nana? Shishio asked. No, I live in the house, Nana said. Shishio raised his eyebrow and felt confused since if Nana was living at the house, then why did she need his help to pick up a game console? Shishio knew that the game console wasn't that big, and it was relatively small, so Nana should be able to bring it to the school alone, which was why he was a bit confused why he needed her help. After all, her house was quite nearby. Why did Shishio think that Nana's house was nearby? It was because Nana told him that she was living in her house, which meant she was walking to the school from her house. If her house was far, then she would say that she would be living in a dorm, not a house, and she would also explain to him that her house was quite far. Then why do you need my help? Do you want to pick up a television too? Shishio asked. Nana shook her head and said, no, for the television, let's talk with Kiryu-sensei since he might have a way to get one from somehow, but for my game console is at my big sister's dorm, so I need your help to get it. Does your big sister have a dorm? Shishio raised his eyebrow, but then when he thought for a bit, he remembered Nana's origin, and he remembered that Nana had a big sister with a huggable body. Yes, she's also the caretaker of that dorm. Nana nodded with a smile and said, I'll also introduce you to my big sister later. She felt that she might be able to win against her big sister when she showed Shishio to her big sister. She also wanted to see the reaction of her big sister and her acquaintances who were living in that dorm when she introduced Shishio as her boyfriend later. She couldn't help but chuckle and think that something fun might happen later on Saturday. Shishio wasn't sure what to say when he heard that Nana was going to introduce him to her big sister, and when he saw her chuckle, he had a feeling that something might not go at how she imagined later, but at the same time, he was quite curious about Nana's big sister and Nana's big sister's dorm, anticipating their trip on Saturday morning. Both of them continued to talk to each other and Nana wasn't sure why, but she recalled how Shishio grasped Miu's wrist before and talked about how if he was going to get a girlfriend then it should be someone that he knew. If Shishio was looking at her, then she wouldn't be this troubled, but the problem was Shishio was looking at Miu, which made her not sure what to do. After all, it was her first time to have a feeling toward the opposite gender. Nana wanted to ask him, but she didn't want to hear the answer. Her heart was at a contradiction, but one thing for sure, she didn't want to lose. Shishio looked at Nana and asked, "What's wrong, Nana?" He could guess the reason why Nana was uncomfortable, but he couldn't be gentle at this moment. After all, if he did that, he would become a scumbag. When Shishio explained about the love letter, he was holding and talking with Miu and didn't look at Nana, who was at their side. Even though it might sound cruel, if he was told to choose between Miu and Nana, then he would choose Miu without hesitation. After all, he liked a reserved girl and it was fun to tease Miu all the time, so, at this moment, he knew that he couldn't be gentle toward Nana so Nana wouldn't misunderstand him. Nana looked at Shishio, who was looking at her with a gentle expression. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything and directly hugged Shishio's arm. EY. Shishio was speechless by Nana's sudden action since he could feel the softest things that he had ever felt on his arm. "Nana, what are you doing?" Shishio asked with a frown. "I'm hugging you," Nana said while staring at Shishio. "If you do this you might be misunderstood as my girlfriend," Shishio said calmly. "I don't mind." Nana looked at Shishio and asked, "How about you? Are you going to be troubled if you are mistaken as my boyfriend? This expression is too unfair, right?" Shishio sighed inwardly. If Nana was looking at him with a mischievous smile, then Shishio would part his arm without hesitation, but at this moment, Nana was looking at him with a forced smile and sadness which made him hesitant to say what he wanted to say, especially when he could feel that her hand was slightly trembling, showing how nervous she was. "When we have arrived at the class, we need to let go of our hands, all right?" Shishio said then held Nana's hand naturally since he didn't want her to hug his arm. Nana's breasts were too soft and he was afraid his dick would react if he felt that softness any longer. Nana looked at his hand that was holding her hand. She blushed, but because she wore light makeup, the blush wasn't shown on her face, but if someone looked closely, her tan neck was turning red at this moment, showing how embarrassed she was, but she was very happy, feeling his warmth, and knew that she still had a chance. He, if you just tell me the truth, then I'll let you hold my hand, you know," Nana said with a smile. "I'll part my hand now," Shishio said speechlessly. "No." Nana laughed and held his hand tighter, feeling happy just by holding hands. Looking at Nana's smile, Shishio was wondering whether his decision was right at this moment, but one thing for sure, he didn't regret his choice, especially when he saw her beautiful smile. However, neither of them realized that there was both USA and the young with dead fish-like eyes stared at Shishio and Nana who were holding hands with each other and felt another damage to their fragile hearts. God is dead. That was their thought at the time, and at the same time, they felt even eager to learn from Shishio how to make a girlfriend. 88. A lot of things happened on Sakuraso last night. Oga-kun, good morning. Sorita, who was chatting with his classmates in the class, suddenly noticed Shishio who walked to the classroom together with Nana. He could see that Nana seemed to be very happy, and Shishio didn't have that much of a change in his expression. He raised his eyebrow, but he didn't think too much about it since both Nana and Shishio might meet each other by coincidence, but when he greeted Shishio, he showed a tired expression after what had happened last night. Last night, Ritsu wanted to find Shishio for something, and Misaki was also the same, but unlike Ritsu, Misaki searched for Shishio because of the hot pot 2 days ago since it was probably the most delicious thing that she had ever eaten. In fact, not only Misaki but all the people who had tasted Shishio's food were probably the best things that they had ever eaten. However, last night, Shishio didn't return and Chihiro told them that he was visiting his grandfather's friend, which somehow made them feel quite disappointed since they couldn't taste his food. Good morning, Kanda-kun. Shishio nodded at Sorita. Nana didn't talk with Sorita since she didn't know much about him, and after saying goodbye to Shishio, she rushed to both Maya and Mako since she was very excited at that moment. Shishio was about to sit down in his seat too, but he stopped when Sorita had something to talk about with him. Oga-kun, Kawaii-senpai searched for you for something last night, and it seemed that it was related to Shina-san. Then Chihiro-sensei also asked me to tell you to meet her in the teacher's room when I met you, Sorita said. I see. Shishio nodded and said, thank you, Kanda-kun. He didn't think too much and sat down in his seat. However, Sorita, who saw Shishio who was very nonchalant about it, gritted his teeth. After all, yesterday, when Ritsu looked for Shishio, he was also there. He thought at that time, it was his chance to get closer to Shina Mashiro by taking advantage of Shishio's absence, but the reality made him unable to accept it. Recalling what had happened last night, Sorita's face began to turn depressed. Last night? What's wrong, Kawaii-senpai? Sorita and Mitaka, who were sitting in the dining room, were surprised when they saw Ritsu, who came while holding Shina's hand, looking around for something. Ritsu looked around and found that apart from Sorita and Mitaka, no one else was there, so she decided to leave, but she found that Mitaka's expression was quite unnatural. "What are you guys doing?" Ritsu looked at Mitaka with a strange expression since Mitaka was holding cabbages in both of his hands, sitting there blankly. "Misaki." Mitaka looked at the cabbage in his hands, sighed, and said nothing. Ritsu looked at Mitaka for a while with a question mark on the top of her head, but she suddenly remembered that this scene was quite familiar, and after a short while, she suddenly remembered something. "Mitaka-senpai, is today your birthday?" Ritsu looked at Mitaka, who was sluggish and tired with a weird expression on her face since she knew that there was only one person who could make Mitaka this way. She also had lived in Sakurasu for a long time and she knew most of the things that happened on Sakurasu. "Kawaii-senpai, do you know what happened?" Sorita looked at Kawaii in surprise. "Yeah." Ritsu glanced at Sorita, but there was not much contact between the two, so the communication between the two was very limited. After all, she also wasn't used to talking with unfamiliar people. Was it Misaki-senpai again? Ritsu thought about what had happened on the same day last year when she had just moved in. She accidentally saw Misaki and Mitaka, who were together, but the problem was Misaki only covered her sensitive parts with a cream. Ritsu thought that both of them were perverts, so she almost called the police at that time. Although she had heard Misaki-senpai's explanation, she put down her phone in her hand with suspicion. As expected, after a few months living in Sakurasu, Ritsu knew that Mitaka was a pervert and he was a playboy, giving a very bad evaluation on her mind. "Yes, when I just came back, I saw a path that is made from cabbage on the entrance of the dorm, and according to Mitaka-senpai, Kamiyagasa-senpai always did this kind of thing for his birthday every year. I heard that she put herself on a cake and cream last year and he was almost arrested by the police. This time Kamiyagasa-senpai wrapped herself in a ribbon and gave herself to Mitaka-senpai," Sorita said with a blush on her face, especially when he remembered Misaki's body that was covered with a ribbon a moment ago. When Sorita returned after school, he happened to see Misaki, who had just come out from a box, exposing herself to the world. Mitaka, who saw what had happened, quickly reacted by locking her inside his room. After that, the two of them came to the dining room and sat there until now, and by the way, they cleaned up the cabbages that were brought by Misaki. "It was me who almost called the police last time," Ritsu said with a blank expression on her face. Sorita looked away and felt a bit embarrassed since he didn't expect that Ritsu would be the witness last year. "Pervert." Ritsu looked at Mitaka with disgust. "It's not what I asked for." Mitaka quickly explained since it wasn't his fault, and it was also the reason why he quickly returned to Sakurasu since he was afraid that Misaki might do a lot of exaggerated things that make him be arrested by the police. Mitaka was really scared. After all, he had a lot of bad memories about Misaki from his childhood time, and every year of his birthday, she would do something special. It was so special that no sane person would understand her. Although Mitaka knew about Misaki's feelings, the gap between genius and mortal was too big. He knew that he might be a genius in the eyes of others, but he knew that after a lot of hard work and dedication, he could barely follow Misaki. What Misaki could do casually, was something that Mitaka needed to do by sacrificing his blood and sweat, which was why he felt inferior toward Misaki and he didn't dare to accept her feelings. Mitaka could only shake his head, sighed, and stopped talking again. Ritsu looked at the silent Mitaka and didn't say anything. Basically, anyone who had lived in Sakurasu for a long time knew what had happened between Mitaka and Misaki, but no one could help them with this kind of problem. In particular, Mitaka had a problem with his self-esteem, especially when he compared himself to Misaki. However, none of them was a problem for Ritsu, or rather Ritsu didn't want to get involved in this matter. She turned her head and looked at Shina behind her since she had something more urgent. "Kanda-san, you should be in the same class as Oga-kun, right?" Ritsu looked at Sorita next to Mitaka. In fact, she didn't have that much of an impression of Kanda Sorita, and she didn't even say a few words to him. In her eyes, Kanda Sorita was similar to all boys that she had ever met, and there was nothing worthy that caught her eyes or worthy of special attention from him. "Ah, yes, Kawaii-senpai." Sorita also wasn't used to talking with Ritsu, although, he had a feeling that both Ritsu and Shina were somewhat similar. Ritsu was quite intense sometimes, especially in her eyes. When she was serious, the light on her eyes made people afraid to look straight at her, which was why he wasn't good with Ritsu. "I'm looking for him, do you know where he is?" Ritsu turned her head and glanced at Shina next to her, and looked at Sorita again. "I'm not sure, but he has gone out with Sunoera-san earlier." Sorita remembered that Shishio was going out with Nana before, but he didn't know where they were going, but he thought that it might be good, especially when both Shishio and Nana were going out to each other, then no one would bother him, trying to get close with Shina. He wanted to say something again, but... "Sunoera-san?" Ritsu looked at Sorita with confusion. "It's a girl from our class," Sorita said. Mitaka quickly looked at Sorita and raised his eyebrow, and then, looked at both Shina and Ritsu, who showed a frown on their faces. He shook his head again and didn't say anything since he didn't want to get involved either. "A girl." Ritsu raised her eyebrow, but she didn't think too much since it was only the second day for the new students to enter the school, so there was no way for Shishio and this Sunoera-san to become a couple, but at the same time, she was wondering why she needed to think too much about him and why she felt uncomfortable at this moment when she knew that he was going out with a girl somewhere. "Mashiro, what do you think?" Ritsu ignored this feeling and asked Shina. Shina only lowered her head in frustration. "What? Shina-san has something? If you're in hurry, then, if possible, then I can help." Sorita looked at Ritsu and Shina, and he finally understood that it wasn't Ritsu who was looking for Shishio, but it was Shina who was looking for Shishio. Shina turned her head to look at Sorita, who stood up suddenly. She was quite puzzled, and she didn't say anything. She looked at Ritsu next to her again, and gently pulled the corner of her clothes. "Shishio." Shina shook her head at Sorita and said to Ritsu without hesitation. "Well, then let's wait for Oga-kun to come back." Ritsu nodded when she heard Shina's request, took Shina's hand, and left the dining room. Sorita looked at Shina, who was leaving, and her figure hadn't looked at him from the beginning to the end. He clenched his fists tightly, his expression full of unwillingness and jealousy. Why was it always Shishio? Sorita and Shishio met Shina on the same day, but Sorita met her more often, but why had she never looked at him? Mitaka looked at Sorita in silence and sighed helplessly. He could understand the feeling in Sorita's heart to some extent, but this wasn't the reason why Sorita should be jealous of Shishio, and if Sorita continued like this, Sorita would go crazy later. However, Mitaka then showed a self-deprecating smile since he also didn't have a qualification to judge someone since what he had done was the same thing, and he was also worse since he became a playboy to make Misaki hate him, but he knew himself that he couldn't let Misaki away from him. Mitaka let out a sigh and felt tired. He looked at the cabbage on his hand and felt a pain in his heart. Looking at Sorita, who was next to him, Mitaka realized that the two of them were a pair of losers. Mitaka stood up and patted Sorita on the shoulder, and left the dining room without saying anything. Sorita looked at the back of Mitaka and wondered why Mitaka showed such an expression toward him earlier. He looked at the empty dining room, and suddenly he was startled, his face turned white, sweat burst out on his forehead, thinking of Mitaka's departure just now. "Does senpai know what I'm thinking?" Sorita panicked, became nervous, and bit his lips subconsciously. What kind of expression did I just show before? What did Mitaka-senpai know? Why didn't he say anything to me? What did senpai's last expression mean? Sorita's brain was messed up, and his heart was beating very fast. He finally woke up and remembered what he said just now. What did Mitaka-senpai know? Will he tell Chihiro-sensei? Will he tell Kamiagasa-senpai? Will he tell Oga-kun? Will he tell Shina-san? Sorita's brain was completely blank. He leaned on the table with both hands, his head was full of sweat from excessive panic and nervousness. Sorita felt that the secret that he had been hiding for a long time was suddenly discovered. His feeling at this moment was like when he ran naked with a mask on his face, but his face was taken off, and he was surrounded by acquaintances, which made him panic and nervous. Sorita's face became more and more ugly. Nay. Sorita woke up instantly, he burst into a cold sweat again, felt something rubbing on his feet, and looked down. Hikari, Sorita's cat. Sorita was surprised, then let out a long sigh. "Are you hungry?" He picked up Hikari at his feet, slumped on the chair as if he had lost his strength. He had to admit that after he moved to Sakurasu, he started to change, and he felt that he wasn't himself anymore. Maybe it was really a mistake for him to come here. Thinking of this, Sorita looked at the small light on his hand, and the memory began to drift away. Maybe I should listen to Aoyama. Sorita, who recalled what had happened last night, looked at Shishio with a complicated expression, but what could he do? Nothing. Somehow Sorita wanted to move away from Sakurasu as soon as possible now. Shishio didn't know what Sorita was thinking, or rather, he didn't think too much about him since he thought it was better to open his rewards now since the class would be boring after all. 89. The class isn't as boring as I have thought. Shishio was about to open his rewards, but then, he recalled what Sorita had told him before. Why was Kawaii-senpai looking for me? Could it be Shina was in trouble? Shishio didn't think so, but when he thought about Shina, who lacked common sense, then it might be possible for Shina to eat bread or something on the convenience store without paying, but he had already given 10,000 yen to Ritsu yesterday, and for a student, 10,000 yen was a lot of money for them, so he believed that it shouldn't be used up already. Asterisk ding. Dong, asterisk. Okay, the class starts, everyone should go back to their seats. Koharu, the homeroom teacher of Shishio's class, came into the podium and shouted at all the students who were still talking and chatting with each other. Let's continue our lesson yesterday. Shishio ignored the teacher and took Shiro-san's novel that he borrowed from Togo's office. In Togo's office, There were a lot of books, and before he went to school, he borrowed some of them so he wouldn't be bored at school. Shishio opened the book, reading quietly while checking the rewards that he had received from the system. Shishio looked at his rewards and he had to admit that it was a bit too small, compared to what he had gotten previously, but he had to admit that it was still amazing rewards. He then directly accepted both, and since both of them were assets. It wasn't that Shishio didn't want to accept the skill, but the sudden information that entered his head had always made him startled and uncomfortable, which was why he always accepted the assets type of rewards first. After Shishio received his reward, he didn't need to explain much about the reward since it was pretty much like that, but he was a bit surprised about this since it was the biggest karaoke chain in the country. Shishio felt a bit surprised, but he had received something better, so he was quite calm and read the details about his karaoke chain. It could be said Big Echo was a huge company since it had around 150 plus karaoke shops around the country, but more importantly, all the building and land of the shops were owned by him, which was great. Shishio knew that one of the biggest expenditures on the business in the service industry was rent, but for both Vanyeria and Big Echo, two businesses that he owned, he didn't need to worry about that since all lands and buildings on those two businesses were owned, not even a single one was renting, which was pretty much amazing. After that, Shishio was looking at the rest of his rewards, which were Chemist Mastery and Household Chores Mastery. Shishio decided to accept Chemist Master, and as expected, the sudden information that entered his head caused him to frown. He waited for a while and until 5 minutes later, he felt quite better, but at the same time, inside his head, there was a lot of information regarding chemistry, and somehow his feeling was pretty much complex since this reward was amazing. Shishio knew that there were a lot of things that could be done with chemistry, and if he wanted, he could even make a laughter gas of Joker or even a fear gas of Scarecrow, but he was a pacifist, and he didn't like to fight, which was why he didn't have an intention to create such dangerous things. However, Shishio had to admit that this Chemist Mastery was amazing since, besides those dangerous things, he could also create things such as the hardest steel, diamond, gold, precious metal, etc., as long as he was willing, but still, even though it was possible, he didn't have equipment to create all of that, nor did he intend to do so, since the world was dangerous, and his power was limited. If someone knew that Shishio could do all of that, then he might be assassinated by someone, but still, he thought of the possibility of creating a battery, especially a lithium battery, since he knew in the future, this thing would be very popular, especially for a smartphone, electric car, etc., but enough of that since there was one more reward that he hadn't opened. Yes. Shishio accepted directly. Then the knowledge about household chores entered his head, from setting up his bed, ironing his clothes, taking care of a pet, etc. In conclusion, Shishio had become a super butler that could do anything. Unfortunately, no one was able to give him enough money to work him as their butler, but enough of that, he had accepted all his rewards and continued to read since Shiro-san's story was more interesting than he had thought. On the other hand, Shishio's classmates were speechless when they saw him, reading a novel quietly, ignoring Koharu, who was teaching everyone, but the girls had to admit, his figure that was reading a book quietly was very handsome. It seemed like they were looking at a scholar that was reading a book leisurely on the side of the beautiful pond, which made them mesmerized. Nana chuckled and thought that this guy was really bad, but then, she realized that everyone was looking at him in a different light, which made her quite helpless and thought that she needed to do something very fast or else. So everyone, you can see here the function of this formula at this point. Using this principle, you can correctly draw this. Koharu explained calmly, then let out a sigh, when she was looking at Shishio, who was reading a book calmly without saying anything. Somehow she was helpless, but there was nothing that she could do at this moment since she knew that for a genius like Shishio, her teaching was useless and there was nothing that she could teach him, which was why she was in silence and didn't do anything. After all, last time, he could solve the most difficult question that she couldn't answer for a long time. However, even though Koharu hated to admit it, Shishio was too handsome, right? But Koharu's mind was still sane, and there was no way for her to indulge herself in the forbidden romance between a teacher and a student, but if he forced himself then she. In Koharu's mind, the class suddenly became empty, and there were no other people besides both her and Shishio. The orange light from the afterglow of the sun entered through the window, but none of that mattered to Koharu since she was staring at her student nervously. She didn't know what to do and moved back when Shishio moved forward. When she was about to move back again, her back hit the board and knew that there was no way for her to run anymore, and she knew that she needed to face her feelings, especially when she saw his eyes that were looking straight at her eyes. She blushed and lowered her head shyly, but then her chin was lifted, and she could see his eyes which were full of desire, love and longing toward her. No, Shishio-kun, we're a student and a teacher. There's no way that we'll be forgiven by society. Koharu tried to struggle, but even though her mouth said those words, her body said otherwise since she knew herself that she. Sensei, I know that we're a student and a teacher, and I know that I have troubled you by my feelings, but Sensei, I love you and I can't hide my feelings toward you anymore. Shishio said those words without looking away from Koharu, looking at her with eyes full of love. Shishio-kun. Both of them stared at each other, and Shishio moved his lips closer. Koharu was nervous, but she closed her eyes and didn't move, waiting for his lips to come since she knew herself that she was. No, Koharu. You can't do that. He's your student. Koharu suddenly stopped her lecture and shook her head frantically, holding both of her cheeks, trying to hide the blush on her face, and threw all the perverted thoughts on her mind. Everyone was looking at their teacher with a strange expression, but on the other hand, Shishio was reading quietly, flipping page after page, thinking that the school was really peaceful. 90. There's a perfect waifu in front of you, but you ignore her. Koharu had entered a weird state, her face flushed, and somehow she couldn't concentrate, but she was a teacher after all, and an adult, so she quickly recovered and told someone to solve a question on the board randomly so she could recover faster, and the target happened to be Sorita, which made him speechless. Sorita, who was chosen, was speechless, but he was also helpless since he didn't know the answer and because of that he was being reprimanded by Koharu. He was helpless, but he could only grit his teeth, and at the same time, he felt that it was unfair, he was being reprimanded, yet Shishio, who was reading a novel in class, was alright, and Koharu-sensei didn't even say anything towards Shishio, only cast a glance towards Shishio, which made him want to scold his teacher, saying that Koharu was unfair. However, everything was only on his head since there was no way for him to say all of that to Koharu. But Sorita glanced at Shishio before looking away and lowered his head silently. As expected of a genius, no matter where he appeared, the people around him would naturally give him special treatment. Compared to him, he was just a bolt among the production workshop, he was just one among the bolts on the workshop, he was only an ordinary person among society. No, maybe I can't even compare myself to an ordinary person. Sorita laughed at himself thinking about the reason why he decided to move to Sakurasu. Kanda-kun. Nanami looked at Sorita's back from the back of the classroom and felt worried. She could see that since Sorita moved to Sakurasu, Sorita had become more and more different, in her mind, even though Sorita was quite immature and a bit reckless in most of the cases, but overall, he was very cheerful and had a sunny disposition. However, looking at the current Sorita, even though Nanami had talked to him every day, every time she wanted to ask him about his recent situation, she would shrink back because he was very gloomy and there was an aura of depression that emitted from him from time to time, which made her even more worried. Nanami had always felt that Sorita had become a little different from before, although she didn't know the reason, she could tell the main reason was that Sorita's change was definitely in Sakurasu. Or is it related to Oga-kun? Nanami looked at Shishio with some uncertainty. Nanami's heart was quite complicated. She once met Sorita not long after she came to Tokyo, and at that time, she faced a lot of pressure whether it was from school studies, doing several part-time jobs at the same time, she also encountered a lot of walls to reach her dream as a CEO, and because of that she was very tired and there were even several times she thought to give up her dream, so she wouldn't be this tired. However, whenever Nanami thought to give up, Sorita, who was always sunny and cheerful, became her light, gave her motivation, and made her persevere herself to stay in this city alone. But now I have even lost my remaining light. Nanami looked at the sky outside the window, clear, and without clouds, but her heart was filled with confusion and wondered whether she could continue to persevere herself to continue to chase after her dream. When someone was focused on something, the time would move very fast, and it was the thing that Shishio felt at that moment. He was reading the book all the time, but he didn't expect that the class would end soon. Oga, you must teach me to study so I can play a game in class. Tegami cried and wanted to hug Shishio, but Shishio quickly grabbed his head and stopped him. Don't hug me, I don't have a hobby of being hugged by a guy. Shishio let go of his hand and said, well, it might be impossible to teach you so you can play a game in the class, but it should be possible to teach you so you can get 100 for all the lessons. What? Really? Tegami was dumbfounded and didn't care much that Shishio grabbed his head to stop him before. He might not be dumbest among the class, but his score was quite below average. However, Shishio told him that Shishio could make him receive a 100 scores for all lessons, which made him surprised and wanted to know whether it was real or not since if possible, he also wanted to receive a perfect score. There was a little time for a break before the next lesson started and most students would use this chance to talk to each other. Still, what are you going to do with the love letters, Oga? USA came and asked. What? What love letters? Tegami was confused since he didn't know that Shishio had received a love letter. Do you have to ask something like that now? Shishio was speechless, looking at USA, but he somehow understood USA's feeling and was quite curious what he would do with the love letters that he had received before. Hey, don't leave me out, what are you two talking about? Tegami asked once again since he was also curious. USA wanted to say something, but… Oga-kun, do you have time? Can you come out for a while? Shishio, USA, and Tegami were stunned when the three of them saw Nanami was in front of them and she was asking Shishio to go out. Aoyama-san. Shishio looked at Nanami in front of him, feeling a little strange, since both of them had never talked to each other, and he also knew that he didn't receive a love letter from her, but he thought for a while and understood the reason. Is it because of Kanda? Shishio looked at Nanami then nodded, okay, no problem, let's go. He got up directly and left the classroom with Nanami. Say, USA, is Aoyama-san sent a love letter to Oga? Tegami asked with curiosity. I'm not sure he receives a lot of love letters after all, USA said bitterly. Tegami also felt bitter, but he also understood why Shishio was popular, so he didn't think too much, or rather the more popular Shishio was, he believed he could also receive some popularity too, right? Still, I can understand why Oga is popular, but there's one guy who is very miserable at this moment. Tegami then looked at someone in the class. USA let out a sigh and nodded. That's true. He also followed Tegami's gaze and looked at the person who was very close with Nanami in the class. Nana looked at Shishio and Nanami, who had gone out and thought to talk to him after the break later. Sorita also looked at Shishio, who was leaving with Nanami, and felt a little confused, and at the same time, he felt betrayed. Why did Nanami, who had always stood beside him, also walk with Shishio? Sorita's expression was quite ugly, and he felt his heart was hollowed out at that moment. Shishio followed Nanami all the way to the deserted rooftop, looking at the city with a panoramic view in the distance. The clear sky was cloudless, which made people feel relaxed and happy. If possible, he wanted to sleep on the rooftop directly, feeling the sunlight on his body, which made him quite sleepy. The rooftop had always been one of the most important places in the anime, or rather it was one of the sacred places, since, in this place, a plus point would be added if someone confessed to their loved one. Shishio wasn't sure how many times that a couple was formed in this place, but it didn't really matter now since he was confused, looking at Nanami in front of him since he didn't know the reason why she brought him here. Was she going to confess to him? If so, although he felt a little sorry for Sorita, should he agree? Or should he agree after some consideration? Well, enough of a joke, since Shishio didn't think that Nanami had called him out because she wanted to confess to him. Oga-kun. Nanami hesitated since she didn't know what to say. Aoyama-san, do you have something that troubles your mind? Watching Nanami showing complex expressions, Shishio was wondering whether the reason why she was like this was because of Sorita, and according to the story he remembered, he knew that she shouldn't have entered a CEU audition, so besides Sorita, he couldn't understand the reason why she showed such an expression toward him. It's not a trouble, I just feel there is something strange about Kanda-kun's recent situation. When Shishio asked her a question, Nanami thought for a while before she told him about her worry about Sorita. After all, she and Sorita had known each other for a long time, and when she looked at Sorita, she felt that there was something strange about him, which made her full of worry. At the same time, Nanami also felt quite unwilling, although she had never expressed it. In her heart, she had always had a feeling toward Sorita, but the current Sorita was different from the one that she had a feeling for, which was why. When Nanami looked at the current Sorita, she felt like she was looking at a stranger. Kanda-kun. Shishio raised his eyebrow since he didn't expect that he was right, and thought the reason why Nanami showed such an expression was because of Sorita, but he was even more surprised at why Nanami asked about Sorita's condition to him. After all, his relationship with Sorita was quite normal, although both of them were living in Sakurasu, they weren't that close. Moreover, based on the relationship between Sorita and Nanami, she should ask Sorita directly rather than asking him this question, since it might cause a misunderstanding between them. It wasn't that Shishio hated Nanami, but he was troubled by both Miu and Nana already. Adding one more, his situation would become even more chaotic. Well, recently, I always feel that Kanda-kun has become a little different, so I want to ask Oga-kun, if you know something. Nanami asked this question nervously, holding her fingers hard until her joints began to turn white. I have only known Kanda-kun for 2 days and I don't have much contact with him, maybe he feels pressured or something. Shishio could only reply to Nanami ambiguously. After all, there was no way he could tell Nanami. The reason why Sorita was at that state was that he had taken away Shina from Sorita, and it might be because he had shown a lot of his abilities in the past 2 days. It caused Sorita's fragile heart to also receive a critical hit. The other reason was that there was only a genius on Sakurasu such as Misaki, Mitaka, in the eyes of normal people, and this difference made Sorita filled with jealousy and inferiority, and it was also the reason for Sorita's current state. However, how could Shishio say that? Although that was the truth, Shishio knew that he couldn't say that, let alone in front of Nanami, who had always liked that bastard, but he also had to admit that Nanami was beautiful. Although Nanami couldn't be compared to Shina in terms of temperament, since Nanami didn't have an ethereal and natural beauty feeling like Shina, it couldn't be denied that Nanami was more beautiful than most of the girls in the school. It could be said she was comparable to both Nana and Miu, and not only that, Nanami's boobs were also quite large, and based on his deduction, she should be D-cup. Shishio didn't understand Sorita, there was such a beautiful girl in front of him and it was ready to be eaten anytime, yet, Sorita was only interested in Sheena, who could only magnify his inferiority and caused him to complain from time to time about the difference between ordinary and genius. If Shishio had to say Nanami was the perfect waifu, unfortunately, Sorita couldn't understand that. Well, you should know that Sakurasu's image on most students isn't good, so maybe Kanda-kun feels a little uncomfortable just after moving in. You don't need to worry about him since I believe he will become better soon. Although Shishio felt sorry, he could only lie at this moment since there was no way for him to tell the reason to Nanami, right? 91, prove it to me, alright? I see, is that so? I know, thank you, Oga-kun. Kanda-kun looks a bit strange recently, and I'm worried about whether something happened to him, so today thank you and sorry for the trouble, Oga-kun. Nanami bowed her head to Shishio and also felt that she was a little impulsive. Originally, Nanami and Shishio weren't that familiar, but she called him out suddenly and she wasn't sure whether she would cause a misunderstanding, especially when there were several girls in the class who had a feeling about him. Have I caused you trouble? Nanami asked worriedly since she knew that Shishio's relationship with Nana was quite close. It's okay, I understand. I noticed that Aoyama-san and Kanda-kun had a very good relationship before, and it is normal for you to worry about your friend. It's also shown that Aoyama-san is someone who values her friend. Shishio let out a sigh and said, but I have to admit that I'm a bit jealous of Kanda-kun who has a cute girl like you to worry about him. He felt quite moved by Nanami's feeling towards Sorita, although, he felt that Sorita wasn't worthy of Nanami's effort. What are you talking about, Oga-kun? Nanami was shy when she heard Shishio's words. Shishio smiled and thought that this girl was very cute, but he quickly slapped his head since it had always been his bad habit to flirt with a girl. Nanami's face blushed and turned red. She combed the hair that was blown by the wind behind her ears with her hand, looking away from him with embarrassment, and for some reason, she suddenly felt the sky seemed to be clearer, and she had to admit that Shishio's smile just now was very warm and handsome. By the way, can I ask Oga-kun to keep what I have asked before as a secret? Please don't tell Kanda-kun about this matter. Nanami looked at Shishio nervously, and at the same time, today's impulse made her very embarrassed, but her feeling was quite contradictory and complicated. After all, she was afraid that she might trouble him because she called him out today. Well, next time, how about you send me a message, if you want to ask something again? Shishio said. Message. Nanami nodded and said, can we exchange our contact info and email? She thought that if she had his contact info then she could ask him anytime. Alright. Both of them exchanged their contact info and emails, and after that, Shishio said, alright, we should go back now, the next class is about to begin. Shishio quickly reminded Nanami while looking at the time on his phone. Ah. Is it already time? I'm sorry. I forgot about it. Nanami quickly reacted since she remembered that the time between the classes was quite short, so she knew that they needed to be in hurry to go back to the class or else, they would be late. Both of them quickly returned and fortunately, the two of them returned before the bell rang. It was just when they returned, Nanami didn't notice that Sorita's expression was very cold, and his breathing was erratic. He couldn't see Shishio's expression since it was calm as usual, but Nanami seemed to be flushed and smiled. The two talked to each other with a smile, which made him feel everything was like a nightmare. Hey, Kanda-kun, these two people will not be, hehe. The male classmate who was sitting behind Sorita looked at Shishio and Nanami with a weird smile, his finger constantly poking Sorita who was in front of him. Sorita looked at the expression of the classmate behind him, and suddenly felt a strong sense of humiliation. Obviously, he and Nanami had known each other for a long time, or rather out of everyone in this class, he knew her better and the best, but suddenly Shishio appeared beside her and stole her like it was nothing. Sorita felt like he was being cuckolded, especially when he saw both Shishio and Nanami who seemed like they were showing their affection in front of him. He gritted his teeth until it was almost broken. Kanda-kun, you were so close with Aoyama-san before, so I thought you too. Miyahara, Sorita's classmate looked at Sorita strangely. Miyahara, Sorita and Nanami also came from affiliated middle schools together, and Miyahara had always seen both Sorita and Nanami together, so he always thought that the two of them were dating each other. The truth was that although Nanami transferred to the middle school quite late, her popularity among the boys was very high. It was also the reason why Miyahara felt jealous of Sorita since both Sorita and Nanami often hang out together. I have nothing to do with Aoyama, she's just a classmate. Sorita gritted his teeth and said those words before turning his head and ignoring everyone. Is that so? Miyahara was stunned since he didn't expect Sorita to say that. Based on his understanding between Sorita and Nanami, he was wondering whether something went wrong between the two. However, it wasn't easy to ask about this kind of thing, after all, looking at Sorita now, Miyahara felt like he was looking at a man that was just dumped by his girlfriend, and if he touched Sorita casually, this guy might do something crazy. Shishio was about to sit down in his seat, but Nanami quickly followed him and said in a low voice. By the way, Oga-kun, that. Nanami glanced at Sorita's back and looked at Shishio with some hesitation. I know, I'll tell you if I know something, and if want to ask something then just call or send me a message. Shishio nodded and told her to be relieved since he was going to take care of this. I'm not, okay. Nanami looked at Sorita, who was in a state of mixed anger and depression, and felt a strong resistance in her heart. She wanted to explain the misunderstanding but swallowed her words because the teacher came, but fortunately, she had gotten his number so she could fix the misunderstanding later. When the class ended, it was time for a break. Shishio thought to buy bread or two before he went to visit Chihiro, but someone came to him very fast. Nana. Shishio looked at Nana and knew what this girl wanted to ask. Is Aoyama-san confessed to you, Shishio? Nana asked curiously. After all, she knew that Shishio had received a lot of love letters. No, she didn't come to confess to me. Shishio shook his head, and when he saw her expression, he quickly said, but I can't explain to you why since I have promised her not to tell anyone. Nana wanted to ask something again, but someone interrupted her. Oga, have you been confessed to by Aoyama-san? Tegami asked with a bitter expression. No. Shishio was speechless, looking at Tegami, but he knew that this guy was very desperate for a girlfriend, and said, you know Tegami, rather than talking about myself, you should think about yourself now since you want to get a girlfriend, right? If I can get a girlfriend now then I won't have to worry about anything. Tegami cried since Shishio really couldn't understand the pain of a normal guy. Nana wanted to smack Tegami since this guy had bothered them, but in the end, she didn't think too much and decided to ask Shishio to have lunch, but... Shishio, are you here? The voice of a woman was heard, and everyone was looking at the door of the classroom, and they saw a female teacher standing there with a gloomy expression. Hey? Chihiro-ne. Shishio was surprised when Chihiro came directly to his class. It's Chihiro-sensei, but I don't care about any of that. Follow me now, Chihiro said directly, then glanced at Nana for a bit. Nana was also staring at Chihiro, then looked at Shishio. Sorry, Nana. Shishio apologized since he knew that Nana wanted to invite him to have lunch. It's all right, you should go to your aunt first. It won't be good if you let her wait, Nana said. Thanks. Shishio nodded then walked out to follow Chihiro. Sunoera-san, is Oga's aunt a teacher? Tegami asked curiously. Yes. Nana nodded then walked away since she felt a bit lonely since she couldn't eat lunch with Shishio, so she thought to eat lunch with her friends. Tegami was speechless, but then he felt that his shoulder was patted. He turned back and saw USA was there, looking at him with a smile. Don't mind. Unlike what Shishio imagined, he thought that Chihiro would bring him to the teacher's room, but she brought him to the rooftop, which made him speechless since it was his second time to be here. Chihiro looked at Shishio with a smile and said, you really have guts, Shishio. Not long after you came to Tokyo, you didn't go home last night. Would you like me to call my sister so she would know that her dear son was staying out after a few days of his stay in Tokyo? She didn't even eat her lunch before and came directly to Shishio since she really had a lot of things to say to him. She held her phone and showed it to Shishio, showing a charming smile at him. Shishio was wondering why a woman had always been very troublesome, but at this moment, he only looked at Chihiro in silence without saying anything since he knew that she was joking, and when a woman was angry, it was better to not say anything, only wait until the storm ended since the more he talked the more tired he was. If possible, Shishio wanted to push Chihiro to the wall, then shut her mouth with his lips so she wouldn't be noisy, but he knew that he couldn't do that. He also started to think whether it was better to move out from Sakurasu since the curfew on Sakurasu was very troublesome and he also had a luxurious apartment building, and it would be wasteful to not use it. Humph. If you want to leave then you should ask for my permission and notify me first, don't suddenly just leave and give your phone to a random woman that you don't know. Chihiro pouted slightly and put her phone in her pocket. Shishio really had to admit that this woman was really cute for her age. I'm sorry, Chihiro-ne. Next time, I'll tell you if I go somewhere, Shishio said with a light smile on his face. Next time. Chihiro's expression turned sharp at this moment, and asked, say, do you have a girlfriend now? It felt very hard to accept. Here she was trying very hard to find a husband, but her nephew could choose any girls that he liked as long as he wanted to, which made her helpless, and at the same time, she also felt a bit unwilling. She looked at him, who always said that wanted to marry her during his childhood time, but now, there were a lot of girls beside him and at this moment, she thought that a man was a born liar. If Shishio knew what this woman was thinking, he would be lost for words, but he didn't have time to think about all of that. Shishio raised, but he shook his head and said, no, I don't have a girlfriend. He really didn't have a girlfriend, but he had an intimate relationship with some girls. Really? Chihiro raised her eyebrow and looked quite doubtful. Yes. Shishio nodded calmly. Then prove it to me, Chihiro said, squinting her eyes, and from her expression alone, she wouldn't let him go until he told her everything. At that moment, Shishio was wondering whether the woman in front of him was his girlfriend or his aunt. 92, I'm your nephew, can you believe me? Shishio was speechless, but he decided to say, why should I prove it to you, Chihiro-ne? Don't you believe in me? You're my nephew and your mother have entrusted you to me, so if you have a girlfriend, then I will tell your mother. Chihiro looked at Shishio and asked, so you don't have one? No, I don't have one, Shishio said simply since he was quite tired. Then what about that Kira girl? Chihiro asked casually, but in truth, she really wanted to know. You mean Nana? She's my friend. You might not believe it, but it is very easy for me to get along with everyone, Shishio said simply, and he didn't lie since Nana really wasn't his girlfriend. Chihiro nodded and thought with Shishio's face, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get along with everyone, after all, everyone loved beautiful things. Shishio's face was very handsome and it was normal for a lot of people to gather toward him, especially when it was very interesting to talk with him. Well, I understand the relationship of both of you are a friend, but why don't you explain to me that you are going to go out with that Togo Tamari? In truth, Chihiro was startled when she heard that Shishio was together with Togo Tamari, but when she thought about Shishio's grandfather, then she thought that it was normal. However, Togo Tamari was a single woman after all, and of course, she was worried when she thought that her nephew was seduced by Togo Tamari. In truth, I have joined a club, then when I came back from the club activity, I met Tamari-san by chance and she asked me to go with her since she didn't expect to meet me here. By the way, we have known each other for a long time, so she decided to treat me to dinner and showed me the town, but since I might go back too late, she sent me to stay at the hotel, alone. Alright. Shishio said since he wanted this troublesome matter to end as soon as possible, there was no way that he could tell his aunt that he was sleeping together with Togo last night. Well, in truth, he was sleeping alone, but suddenly Togo entered his bed, which made him helpless. Chihiro nodded, hearing Shishio's explanation, but then, she asked, club? Have you joined a club? What kind of club? She was quite curious about what kind of club her nephew had joined. It's a literature club, Shishio answered honestly. Literature club? Is the advisor teacher Kiria-sensei? Chihiro had a weird expression on her face when she heard that Shishio had joined the literature club. Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, is your relationship with Kiria-sensei close, Chihiro-ne? Looking at Shishio's reaction, Chihiro wasn't sure why, but she felt happy and smiled, teasing him, and said, what? Are you jealous? If I say that I'm jealous, will you tell me? Shishio asked. Well, enough of a joke. Chihiro's bad mood quickly recovered when she heard his words, and quickly said, we have known each other since high school, but his personality is weird, so he isn't my type, even though he has a nice face. She let out a long sigh and said, if he isn't sissy then I might try to make him my husband, and. She looked around and whispered, don't tell anyone, but he might swing that way. Shishio wasn't sure what to say before, but he felt conflicted when he thought how unwilling he was when he thought to introduce Chihiro to Kiria since he thought that there might be a love born between them, but here this woman was joking around and made fun of Kiria by saying that Kiria was a sissy and might swing that way. Somehow, he wanted to throw away his feelings that he felt before toward this woman since he felt that there were a lot of more wonderful women in this world other than his aunt, especially with better personality, better habits and a lot more things. Shishio let out a long sigh and somehow understood why this woman hadn't married until now. Growl. Suddenly Shishio's stomach growled, showing that he was very hungry at that moment. What? Are you hungry? Chihiro asked, looking at Shishio with an amused expression. Shishio felt a bit embarrassed, showing a blush on his face, and said, you have called me so suddenly and I don't have time to eat lunch. Well, that's true. Chihiro thought for a while and took out a half-eaten bread that she ate for lunch. I have eaten half of it, you can have it. Shishio was lost for words, but in the end, he still took it. Thanks, Chihiro-ne. Shishio didn't think too much and took the half-eaten bread from Chihiro's hand. He could smell the fragrance of her lipstick which was mixed with the sweet smell of the bread, but he didn't think too much since he was very hungry. Shishio might not have realized it before, but when he took the bread, their fingers touched each other, and somehow caused Chihiro to shudder. Chihiro twitched her lips, then watched Shishio eat the bread that she had eaten before. She saw his long and manly fingers, wrapped around the bread, then she saw him, and ate the part when she had eaten before. She wasn't sure why, but when she saw his lips touching the part where she had eaten before, she felt that this act was quite seductive somehow and it felt like everything was so natural. She knew that he did all of that subconsciously which made it even scarier. This boy, if I don't protect him, then he might be really kidnapped by a woman in the future. Chihiro then understood why there had already been a girl around him, even though it was only a few days. She sighed and wondered why her big sister didn't tell her that Shishio was a natural gigolo. Well, let's go back first, maybe you can buy something later, Chihiro said and pulled Shishio's hand since she knew that Shishio was a growing boy and her half-eaten bread might not be enough for him. Shishio let Chihiro pull his hand and thought that he might as well make a bento next time since he felt that eating bread was too bland. Should I try to go to the cafeteria? Shishio remembered that there was a cafeteria at this school and thought of visiting it later since there should be a time before the break ended. Oga-kun. Shishio, who had just come down from the rooftop with Chihiro, heard someone call himself. He then looked down and saw both Ritsuo and Shina at the bottom of the stairs. Kawaii-senpai? Mashiro. Shishio looked at the two who were walking toward him, and suddenly remembered that Sorita had told him that both Ritsuo and Shina had been looking for him. Well, with his enhanced memory, he couldn't forget about that matter, but he was quite hungry so he might as well meet them at Sakurasu since they were living at the same dorm. Shishio. Shina called out Shishio's name and looked at him blankly. I heard from Kanda-kun in the classroom before that Kawaii-senpai and Mashiro were looking for me yesterday. Chihiro-ne just called me before I was planning to go to you. What's wrong? Shishio couldn't tell that he was planning to eat in the cafeteria first since he was too lazy to meet them at school, or rather his EQ wouldn't allow him to do so. He knew that if he said that he planned to meet them on the Sakurasu, they might feel sad, so he quickly said those words before. Mashiro. But Ritsuo's eyes were quite erratic, she showed shame on her face, and her face was really red, not knowing what to say. Chihiro didn't say anything, only looked at both Shina and Kawaii with curiosity, wondering why they were looking for Shishio. Want to see? Shina walked to Shishio and said softly. What? Shishio looked at Shina and he showed confusion in his eyes since he hadn't heard clearly before. I want to see Shishio's body, Shina said her request in a louder voice and with certainty, looking at Shishio with determination. Shishio was stunned, he looked at Ritsuo with confusion, wondering whether he had misheard something, but soon, he realized that he had heard it right. Shishio, UBAS. Chihiro wanted to say something, but her mouth was quickly covered by Shishio's hand, but who was she? She was his aunt and his actions angered her even more. There was a blue vein on her forehead and she looked at Shishio with a gloomy expression, thinking that she might need to show her power as his aunt. Chihiro-ne, if you can calm down then I'll let go of my hand, Shishio said since he didn't want Chihiro to shout and slander his reputation since the plot where the heroines were talking in a misleading way in public and caused the main protagonist to have a bad reputation was quite a cliché, so he quickly stopped his aunt before she tarnished his reputation. Chihiro stared at Shishio's clear eyes, returned calm, and gave him a nod. Shishio let go of his hand and smiled. Thank you for believing in me, Chihiro-ne. Then quickly solve the misunderstanding. Chihiro snorted and looked away. She wanted to get angry, but she turned soft when she saw his smile. Ritsuo and Shina looked at the scene in front of them quietly and there was some doubt in their hearts. Shina was all right, but she was quite confused, and she felt quite uncomfortable when she saw how close both Shishio and Chihiro were. She didn't understand this feeling, but she didn't like it so she moved closer to Shishio. On the other hand, Ritsuo was looking at both Chihiro and Shishio and she was wondering whether they were really nephews and aunts since their relationship was too close, right? However, Ritsuo quickly threw that thought away since she felt that it was impossible since such a thing only happened in fiction, after all, but before that, she also knew that they needed to solve the misunderstanding that happened between them since Shishio's reputation was at stake at this moment. 93. I might turn into a glutton character. Shishio. Shina looked at Shishio with an innocent expression. Mashiro. Shishio looked at Shina helplessly and somehow could guess why she told him that she wanted to see his body, but his background setting was a normal human so there was no way that he could say something that could only be done by reading someone else's mind, right? Ritsuo quietly looked at Shina, Chihiro, and Shishio. Okay, Mashiro, why are you looking for Shishio? Chihiro had a feeling that her nephew was innocent and probably, he wouldn't tarnish Shina's innocence, right? Shishio looked at Chihiro and wondered how this woman could return to normal so quickly when she was about to swallow him before, but he couldn't think straight since he was quite hungry at that moment. I want to see Shishio's body, Shina said calmly. Why? Shishio asked, but he thought that this request might be one of the plots in the original story, but he didn't expect Shina to ask him this request. In the original plot, Shina asked for Sorita and Sorita let her watch his body, and it was also because of this that the relationship between the two became closer. After all, both of them were naked together, and Sorita even let Shina straddle on his waist. Sorita might be able to stop his little brother from standing up, but Shishio didn't have that confidence when Shina did the same. It's advice I got from Ayano. Ayano. Shishio thought for a while and remembered that there should be such a character in the story before. I met her when I was contributing my manga for the Newcomer Award, Shina said blankly. You draw a manga, Mashiro? Shishio showed that he was surprised, even though he had known for a long time that Shina was drawing a manga. However, When he heard these words, he somehow couldn't understand Sheena's thoughts. He knew that Sheena was a very famous painter and one of her paintings could be sold for $100,000 or even $1 million, then because of an accident, she became curious about manga, then without hesitation, she went to Japan to learn to draw a manga. Shishio knew that an artist was a unique creature, or rather sometimes, their way of thoughts was like an alien, so it was quite incomprehensible for normal people to understand them. He wasn't an artist so he didn't know much, but it seemed that was true. Sheena nodded gently and said, "Yes, I'm curious about manga so that's why I came to Japan." Her expression was serious and full of determination when she said those words. "Still, I'm surprised that you have contributed to the newcomer award, so what was the result?" In truth, Shishio didn't need to answer this question since if she won, then she wouldn't have to take a look at his body, right? "Eliminated," Sheena answered plainly, but there was a trace of disappointment in her voice. "I see." Shishio wanted to pat Sheena's head, but he quickly stopped his hand since he knew that the occasion wasn't good to do that kind of intimate actions. "When Ayano saw my work, she told me that I painted very well," Sheena said calmly. "So, this Ayano should be the editor from that newcomer award, right?" Shishio asked. Sheena nodded gently and said, "Ayano told me that I didn't understand the feelings between the characters. Then, she asked me to draw something with more impact," Sheena said. Shishio was quite helpless and knew that Sheena didn't understand what Ayano wanted to tell her. After all, Sheena didn't understand the deep relationship between a woman and a man, so there was no way that she could draw something with an impact, but this was a normal manga, not a hentai manga, so there was no need to see his body, right? If it was someone else, then Ayano's advice might be helpful, but she didn't consider Sheena's situation, which made him quite helpless, but he also understood that Ayano wasn't Sheena's parents after all, and there was no way for a mere editor to put all of her energy into Sheena. In the original plot, if it wasn't because of Ayano's suggestion, then some important plots in the story might not happen, and although Sorita had indeed become a scumbag and a pervert at the late stage of the story, Shishio had to admit Sorita still had some principle at the beginning. Well, it might be because Sorita was also a virgin, but if it was being changed to someone else, Shishio was afraid that Sheena might have already been eaten already and all of this happened also because of Ayano's responsibility. "So Mashiro, you plan to take a look at the boy's body, right?" Chihiro looked at Sheena with a headache since this girl really could cause some misunderstanding. "Yes." Sheena nodded and said, "So Shishio take it off." Her tone was very flat while staring at him innocently, without fearing the one in front of him was a lion that could eat her anytime. "Chihiro ne, what do you think?" Shishio asked. "She's looking for you, it has nothing to do with me," Chihiro quickly said since she felt this matter was very troublesome. "Is this how you are going to take care of your cute nephew?" Shishio stared at Chihiro speechlessly. He then looked at Ritsu, hoping she would be able to help him. "Kawaii-senpai." Ritsu looked at Shishio's puppy-like expression and couldn't bear to look at him straight so she quickly looked away with a blush on her face. Chihiro saw this scene and looked at Shishio with a speechless expression since this expression was too cheating, right? Shishio had a headache, rubbed his temple, and asked, "So Mashiro, do you want to see boys' muscles, right?" "Yeah." Sheena nodded. Shishio wanted to say something, but the bell rang and told everyone that the break ended. Shishio hadn't eaten yet, but the lunch break had ended which made him feel helpless. He might have realized it before, but because his physical ability was doubled, his food intake increased and he also needed a lot more food every day. Sometimes Shishio even wondered whether he would turn into a glutton character like most shonen manga protagonists. "The class has started, you should go back to your class soon." Chihiro yawned and left the three of them. Shishio stared at Chihiro helplessly then looked at Sheena. "The class has started so how about I show you later when we have arrived at Sakurasu?" "Okay." Sheena nodded and agreed without hesitation. Shishio couldn't bear it anymore and patted Sheena's head since this girl was too cute, right? Sheena, who was being patted, showed a blissful expression and said, "Shishio's hand is very nice. Don't say such a misleading thing next time." Shishio had a patting mastery after all, and it was normal for his pat to be very good, but when Sheena said that his hand felt nice, it sounded quite lewd somehow. "Let's go home together later." Sheena nodded without hesitation. Shishio stopped his patting on Sheena's head, and said, "Do you want me to send you back to the class?" "Okay." Sheena also nodded but somehow felt a bit disappointed when Shishio stopped. Shishio was about to walk Sheena back, but he saw Ritsu with quite a funny expression. Her expression was quite complicated, it was a mix between constipated, envious, and quite intense. "Senpai, do you want me to pat you too?" Shishio asked jokingly. "Oga-kun, if you have time to joke around, then you should go back to the class or else, you'll be late," Ritsu said and her eyes were quite intense at this moment. Shishio didn't mind and asked, "Right, can we back together too, senpai? I want to ask you something." Ask me something. Ritsu raised her eyebrow, wondering what Shishio wanted to ask. Shishio nodded and said, well, we can talk about it later after school since it'll be troublesome if we're late. Ritsu nodded and also pulled Shina's hand since she knew this girl might be clueless that it would be troublesome if they were late. In the end, Shishio didn't send Shina off to her class and Ritsu was the one who took Shina back. He didn't think too much and also returned to his class since he knew that Shina's class and Ritsu's class were quite close. However, when Shishio returned, he could feel his stomach and back stuck together since he was very hungry at that moment and Chihiro's half-eaten bread couldn't satisfy him. He ignored everyone's gaze on him and returned to his seat, but then he saw a bread that was put on his table. You haven't eaten yet, right? I bought bread before, Nana said with a smile, feeling a bit funny to see Shishio with this kind of abandoned puppy expression. Well, in truth, it wasn't only Nana, but most of the female students had their maternal instinct awoken when they saw his expression. Shishio stared at Nana and subconsciously said, marry me. What? Nana blinked her eyes in shock, but her ears were instantly red. I mean, thank you, Nana. Shishio smiled brightly and said, thank you, I'm very hungry since I haven't had a chance to eat lunch before. Well, that's good, eat it quickly before the teacher arrives, Nana said stutteringly and wanted to go back to calm herself, but her hand was grasped by Shishio. Wait, let me pay you, Shishio said and also quickly ate his bread. You can think of the bread as my repayment for Saturday morning, Nana said and wanted him to let go of her hand, but she also didn't want him to let her go. Her feelings were contradictory and she wasn't sure what to do. Then I gratefully accept. Shishio was someone who followed gender equality, and if a girl decided to treat him, then he would accept it without hesitation. He then let go of Nana's hand and also felt grateful when she also bought him a drink too. It's just bread. It's hilarious that you get so serious, Nana said with a smile. Shishio ignored Nana since he knew the teacher was about to come so he needed to hurry up and eat, but while he ate, he touched his stomach and thought that he might be the only rich person who was dying because of hunger. 94. Seeds start to sprout. The time moved so fast and before long the bell rang, telling everyone that the school had ended. Shishio felt that his body was slightly stiff, sitting for a long time, but he had to admit that the book that he read was quite good. There were a lot of books that he hadn't read in this world after all and he was quite curious, but at the same time, he felt that his time in school was quite wasteful since besides chatting with his classmates and girls, reading books, there was nothing else that he could do. If Shishio announced all of his net worth, then it was possible for him not to go to school and work on his business, but he also knew that such a life would be very monotone and tiring. In his previous life, as a businessman, his life was very busy, and sometimes, he left his girlfriend, without taking care of her, but such a day stopped when his girlfriend gave him a book about Socrates. Shishio had to admit that Socrates had given a lot of lessons to him, and he loved one of his quotes, which was, "The secret of happiness, you see, is not found in seeking more, but in developing the capacity to enjoy less." It was such a sentence that made him spend less time on his business and spend more time with his girlfriend. After all, he realized that his life was unhealthy and his greed wouldn't end unless he limited it, but it was because of this, he realized that he might be drunk by the existence of the system. The system didn't force him to become a scumbag and the choice of whether Shishio became a scumbag or not was in his own hands, and in truth, even with all the rewards that he had gotten for the past few days, it should be enough for him to live all of his life without worrying about anything. At the same time, Shishio also realized that he was too dependent on the system, and knew that it wasn't good. Shishio wasn't a weak guy, nor was he someone who would beg for something. He could get everything by his own power, so to achieve all he wanted without the existence of the system. Shishio had to admit that he was grateful for the existence of the system since because of the system, he received capital for his future, and at the same time, he wouldn't need to become a scumbag anymore, but at the same time, he knew that if he was content with all of his assets then he would turn lazy. Shishio couldn't become lazy since once someone turned lazy, they would be bored, and once they were bored, a lot of things could happen, especially when that person was rich, so he needed to work hard and also used his system with some consideration since he would be very stupid if he didn't use his system. After all, he could get a free reward, but at the same time, he knew that he needed to limit himself, or else, he would lose himself. Shishio knew that everything in this world was contradictory, but he was still young, and there were a lot of times for him to think about everything. He was in deep thought, but he was awoken when he heard this cheerful voice that called him out. Shishio. Nana came to Shishio with a bright smile and said, "I'll go home first, I have something to do." She thought about preparing herself for Saturday since she would be alone with him, and she wanted to show her best to him on that day, so she wanted to talk about this matter with his friends. Shishio nodded and didn't think too much, but he had to admit that Nana who was smiling was very beautiful. Bye. Nana quickly waved her hand and went back together with Maya and Mako, who also waved their hands toward him. Shishio waved his hand toward them and somehow recalled the thought on his mind the morning before. Before, he thought that he could give up Nana for Mew, but when he thought that Nana might be with another man in the future and strangely, enough, he felt quite furious and couldn't accept it. Shishio didn't want to admit it, or rather he wanted to throw this thought away, but he knew that it was impossible since as a man, he had thought that it would be great if he could date both Nana and Mew at the same time. After all, wasn't it normal for a man to dream to have a harem? Shishio knew that a harem was a great thing, but even though it was great for the man, it wouldn't be great for the woman. If I have decided to date them, then I need to make sure that they are happy and won't regret their decision. Shishio thought, but at the same time, he had made up his mind since he knew that he was doomed on the path of a scumbag. Oga, let's go back, Tegami said. Oh. Shishio nodded, picked up his bag, walked with both USA and Tegami, leaving the class, and asked, now, that you mention it, I don't know where you two are living. It wasn't a secret that he was living in Sakurasuo after all, so he was quite curious where both Tegami and USA were living. I live with my parents. Tegami sighed and said, sometimes, I am jealous of you two, who can live without your parents. Shishio ignored Tegami and asked, USA, do you live in the school dorm? USA nodded and said, yeah, my house is quite far after all. He looked at Shishio and asked, how is Sakurasu? Shishio rubbed his chin and said, I guess, it depends on each individual, but you should know the pressure of living in that place is quite big. If the one who was living in that place was a talented guy, then he wouldn't say much, but both USA and Tegami were ordinary guys, and he was afraid that both of them might become the second Candace Orida. Is it a really terrible place? USA asked with a frown, thinking that his friend was living in hardship. I'm quite alright with living there since, as I've told you before, my aunt is living there as a manager, and if you want to ask for more details, then I suggest you ask Kanda-kun, Shishio said since his opinion of living on Sakurasuo might not be suitable for both USA and Tegami. USA and Tegami could only stare at Shishio when this guy mentioned Candace Orida. Why are you looking at me like that? Shishio asked with a frown. Tegami wrapped his hand around Shishio's neck and asked in a low voice, tell me the truth, what is your relationship with Aoyama-san? Oga, I don't think that it is good for you to steal someone else's crush. Sunoera-san is a very beautiful girl, you should treasure her well, USA said, trying to remind Shishio since he knew that the relationship between Sorita and Nanami was quite close, but he had a feeling that the relationship might change because of Shishio since, from this close distance, he could see how charming this guy was. USA also remembered that Shishio was also very close to the petite upperclassman in the early morning before, but he didn't say much about that since he was more focused on Shishio's relationship with Nanami. Unlike before, Tegami and USA thought that Shishio might not be able to tell them much because there was Nana, but this time, it was different since there were only the three of them and all of them were male, so it should be easy for Shishio to tell them about his relationship with various girls, right? Shishio was speechless and asked, do you think that I have something to do with Aoyama-san? Yes. 2x. USA and Tegami nodded at the same time. In truth, I don't care much what you're thinking, but since our relationship is quite close, I'll explain to the two of you that there's nothing between me and Aoyama-san, Shishio said. Looking at Shishio's calm expression, USA and Tegami couldn't tell if Shishio was lying or not, but one thing for sure, they decided to believe in him. Still, if you really date Aoyama-san, then it'll be very interesting, Tegami said with a smile. Shishio. Why is that? USA asked curiously. Don't you see Kenda's expression before? Tegami laughed, but then he sighed and his expression turned complex. Well, as an audience, it's quite fun to see someone who is heartbroken, but when it might happen to you, I can't laugh again somehow. Shishio could only pat Tegami's at this moment. USA also shuddered when he imagined his crush was on the hand of another guy and he also couldn't laugh at Sorita. Shishio. Shishio heard his name being called and he saw both Shina and Ritsu walking toward him. Mashiro, senpai. He gave them a nod and said, let's go back. Shina nodded and also wanted to go back as soon as possible. Ritsu, who was holding a book in his right hand and holding Shina's hand in her left hand, also gave a nod, but there was a light blush on her face when she thought that both of them would go back together from now on. Shina and Ritsu didn't even glance at USA and Tegami who were on Shishio's side, however, when USA saw Ritsu, he felt that the world was so beautiful at that moment and it was as if there was a lot of flowers background like on the shoujo manga suddenly appeared around Ritsu and there was only her in his eyes. USA felt that his heart was pounding very fast, and his face flushed, thinking that she was so beautiful. Then USA, Tegami, I'll go back first, Shishio said, waving his hand, leaving together with Shina and Ritsu. Tegami could only watch this scene in silence and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, but he also understood the reason why Shishio was popular so he couldn't say much. He patted USA's shoulder and said, let's go back. I'll lend you my new porn later, USA. However, USA didn't give him a response which made Tegami feel confused. He looked at USA and saw his eyes drifting toward the direction of Ritsu. He raised his eyebrow and asked, USA, what's wrong? Tegami, do you know the short-haired one girl? The one that is walking with Oga? USA asked, but then his expression became panicked. She isn't Oga's girlfriend, right? They don't fall in love with each other, right? If it was someone else then he might not be this panicked, but the one who walked beside the short-haired girl was Shishio, which made him panic. Tegami twitched his lips and said, you should ask Oga tomorrow. He could see that somehow his friend fell in love with the short-haired girl that was walking with Shishio, but when he thought that USA's opponent would be Shishio, he wasn't sure what to say and only hoped for Shishio to give USA mercy or his blessing. Then Tegami and USA were talking to each other, but they didn't notice that there was another person who was looking in the direction of Shishio, Shina, and Ritsu. Sorita looked at the three of them and somehow could only grit his teeth, wondering why it was always Shishio. 95. This should be a happy occasion, but when Shishio, Shina, and Ritsu walked together, there were always some people who were looking at them. After all, both Shina and Ritsu were beautiful girls, and Shishio was a handsome guy. When the three of them combined, they would attract a lot of people's attention, but they had never been a type of people who cared about people's attention, so they ignored those mob characters in their lives. Unlike Shina, who was just happy that she could go home together with Shishio, Ritsu was quite nervous, not because they were walking together, but because of what he had told her before. What was the thing that he wanted to ask me? If it was in a normal situation, Ritsu would read a book while walking, ignoring the fact that she was on the street, but last night, she had just read a romance novel, so she became quite nervous and there was some expectation in her heart. Ritsu didn't know what kind of feeling it was, but she had to admit that it felt strange. This feeling was very troublesome and she was very troubled by it, since because of this feeling, she couldn't concentrate reading her book, but she had to admit that she didn't hate this feeling. Sunoera-san. Suddenly that name emerged on her mind, especially when Sorita mentioned that Shishio was going somewhere with Sunoera-san. Ritsu might not know who Sunoera-san was before, or rather, she had been a loner, after all, and she didn't have a friend at school, except for Shina, of course, since both of them often stayed together. Ritsu had to admit that even though Shina might give her some troubles first, her existence gave her a vibrant on her monotone high school life, and even though she was shy, she was glad to accept to help Shishio to help Shina before, though, she hoped that Shina would have more common sense so Shina wouldn't trouble her that much. Right, senpai, Mashiro, have you joined a club? Shishio suddenly asked. Club? 2x. Shina and Ritsu looked at Shishio at the same time. Shina showed a confused expression, clearly showing that she didn't understand what the club was, but Ritsu had this frown on her forehead, and no one really knew what was on her head at that moment. Looking at the two girls' reactions, Shishio was speechless. He felt that it was normal for Shina to show a confused expression since she didn't have common sense and she had only arrived in this country for few days, but Ritsu's reaction. Shishio was sure that Ritsu often caused a lot of misunderstanding, and he was sure that it was also because of this expression that she might not have anyone to talk to at school. He didn't immediately explain what the club was to Shina, but looked at Ritsu and asked, Senpai, are you not good with a club? Ritsu shook her head and said, no, no one has ever invited me to one and I have never considered joining one. Shishio wasn't sure what to say for now, but he was sure that he had opened the Pandora box. Fortunately, they weren't alone, and Shina tucked Shishio's sleeve and asked, what's club? She showed a curious expression, looking at Shishio, hoping that he would be able to answer her curiosity. Shishio looked at Shina and felt grateful that she was here with them. After all, even though his EQ was very good, if the one that he talked with didn't have any intention to talk with him, then it was useless. Shishio wanted to pat Shina's head since she had done a good job of fixing the awkward atmosphere between them, but he held himself, then explained what the club was to Shina. Clubs are places where the students can show their interest better. For example, if they like to paint, then they will join an art club. If they like a sport, then they will join a sports club. If they like a martial arts, they will join a martial club, etc. Have you joined a club, Shishio? Shina asked. Shishio nodded and said, I have joined the literature club, so I have thought to invite you too. What do you think? He wasn't the type to shy away and like to beat around the bush, so he directly invited them. After all, he also knew that Shina and Ritsu were the types of people who loved to say what was on their minds too. Literature club. Ritsu showed an expression as if she only knew that there was such a club in the school. I'll join, Shina said without hesitation. Both reactions made Shishio speechless and had to admit that the two girls before him really had individual personalities. He then looked at Ritsu and said, there's such a club at the school, but the number is small, including me, there are only 3 members, and in that club, you might be able to read a book that you've never read in the school before, senpai. Books. Ritsu showed excitement, her eyes shone, and it was as if a lot of flowers bloomed on the top of her head. When Shishio saw Ritsu's reaction, he knew that it was only a time that this girl was hooked, so he then looked at Sheena and asked, "Are you sure, Sheena?" Sheena nodded. "Well, if you join a literature club, then it might be good for your manga," Shishio said. "It might be good for my manga." Sheena tilted her head, showing confusion. A manga is a combination of drawing and storytelling. Your drawing might be good, but an ability to write a story is also necessary, so joining a literature club might be good, Shishio said. There was a surprise in Sheena's eyes and asked, "Have you written a story, Shishio?" Shishio looked at Sheena and it seemed that her eyes tried to tell him a lot of things, but even though his EQ was high, he wasn't an esper and he couldn't read a mind, so. "I plan to write a story, but not now." "When?" Sheena asked. "It should be next week," Shishio said, since he had something to do this week. Sheena nodded and said, "When you have written it, can you show it to me?" Shishio smiled and said, "It might not be a good story, though." "It's all right," Sheena said. "Well, I'll let you read." Shishio nodded, but then he realized that he had been ignoring Ritsu, who walked beside them. "Senpai, what do you think of the literature club? If possible, please join the club too." He knew that unless Ritsu was pushed, this girl would always be very passive, and he also needed to show eagerness since he could see that Ritsu was slightly unhappy. Ritsu, who felt unhappy before, felt slightly overwhelmed by Shishio's eagerness, but she could only say, I will think about it." Shishio wasn't going to give up and said, "Senpai, tomorrow, there is a club activity. It is all right if you don't join at first, but can you come? You can borrow some books from there too if you want." Ritsu wanted to say something, but her sleeve was tucked by Sheena. "Ritsu." Sheena said simply and stared at Ritsu's eyes. Ritsu let out a long sigh and said, "Then I'll visit the club tomorrow." Shishio smiled happily, looking at Ritsu, feeling satisfaction since he could defeat this troublesome girl, but he didn't realize when he showed his smile, both of them were mesmerized at him and they were also affected by his smile. Then the three of them didn't continue. After all, they weren't the type that loved to talk, but this silence wasn't bad and quite comfortable, but that silence was broken by Shishio. "Can we stop by the shopping district first? I want to buy some ingredients," Shishio said. 2x. Sheena and Ritsu nodded and didn't think too much since the shopping district was just along their way. Shishio quickly stopped at the meat shop and vegetable shop, buying various ingredients. When Shishio was choosing an ingredient, Sheena asked, "What are you going to cook, Shishio?" She still remembered how delicious the foods that were cooked by Shishio were, so she wanted to ask what kind of food he would cook for dinner. "It's chop suey," Shishio said. Chop suey. Sheena didn't know what kind of dish it was, but Ritsu knew, and somehow she also wanted to eat it. After all, she felt all the foods that she ate became tasteless after she ate Shishio's food. If possible, Ritsu wanted to ask his responsibility for making her like this, but she was too shy to ask it. Shishio looked at Sheena and Ritsu and asked, "Do you want some too? I'll cook for your dinner too." After all, both of them were beautiful girls, and he had always been quite a softy toward beautiful girls. If the one next to him was a guy, then he wouldn't even bother to say something like this. "Yes," Sheena said without hesitation. Is that all right?" Ritsu asked with a blush. After all, she didn't want to trouble him. "It's all right. You don't need to think too much," Shishio said. "Then at least, let me pay for the ingredients too," Ritsu quickly said, since she felt that it was too rude for her to eat something that was cooked by Shishio without paying. Shishio nodded and didn't refuse Ritsu's kindness. After all, he knew that she wouldn't be comfortable if she was treated all the time by him. As for Sheena, she was his relative, after all, and she lacked common sense, so he didn't bother to ask her money or anything. After all, he didn't lack one. After Shishio bought all the ingredients, they walked back together. Shishio looked at the scenery around and had to admit that there was some novelty of living in Tokyo, especially around this neighborhood area. He could see that there were a lot of old buildings. It was so peaceful and quiet, giving him an image as if he had traveled to the past. He then looked to the side and remembered that there was an elementary school nearby, and he wanted to see what was the difference between the elementary school in this country and his previous life was, but Shishio was stuck in a place and thought that the elementary school in this country was really unique. "What's wrong?" Ritsu asked with a confused expression since she saw that Shishio suddenly stopped. Sheena didn't say much and followed Shishio's gaze. Ritsu also did the same and her expression quickly turned ugly. The three of them watched their acquaintance stuck his head on the fence of elementary school as if trying to peek at the elementary school students inside. Sheena and Shishio didn't say anything and only watched in silence, but it might be because of their stares that the pervert that stuck his head on the fence realized there was someone around. The pervert pulled his head, then looked at the three of them in surprise and greeted them with a warm smile as if he had done nothing wrong. "Oga-kun, Sheena-san, Riken, have you three just gone back from school?" Shiro-san asked with a smile. "Mashiro, you can't look at this pervert." Shishio quickly covered Sheena's eyes since he was afraid that she might be tainted. Ritsu's reaction was also very fast, she took out her phone and called out the police. Hello, police? I saw a pervert right in front of the elementary school. However, the one in front of them wasn't a normal pervert so. Ah, how exciting! Shiro-san said with excitement. 96, he's a pervert, but he isn't a bad guy. Shiro-san, what are you doing? Ritsu didn't really call the police, but she was looking at the person in front of her with a wary expression. Her mood was very good before, but everything was destroyed by the pervert in front of her. If Ritsu had to describe her feeling, it was as if she tasted the most delicious ramen, but suddenly found out that there was a cockroach on the soup, which made her be in goosebumps, felt disgusted, and wanted to puke. Shishio didn't close Sheena's eyes again so she could clearly see what the pervert in front of her was doing, but she couldn't understand since she had never seen a pervert in her whole life, and if possible both Shishio and Ritsu also didn't want to show her a pervert, but it was too late. Ah, I just looked at the fence, by the way, Oga-kun, do you like grade school students? Shiro-san suddenly asked since he was wondering what Shishio's fetish was. Shishio wasn't sure how to describe his moment, but if possible, he wanted to give a German suplex to Shiro-san at this moment. He was trying to calm down, but his sleeve was tucked again. He looked down and saw Sheena was looking at him. Shishio, do you like grade school students? Sheena asked. Shishio wanted to pull Sheena's cheeks somehow, and only realized that this girl had a mischievous side too, but before he answered that question. Excuse me, we had a report of a strange man lurking around, peeping into the grade school. Shishio, Sheena, Ritsu, and Shiro-san looked at the policeman who suddenly appeared before them, and the three of them quickly looked at Ritsu, wondering whether this girl really called the police. Ritsu quickly shook her head, showing that she wasn't the one who called the police. Ritsu might have had the urge to call the police before, but Shiro-san was, after all, her acquaintance, even though she didn't want to admit it. However, she wasn't cruel enough to put him in jail. When everyone wasn't sure what to do, Shishio, without hesitation, pointed his finger at Shiro-san. He's the pervert. Sheena, Shiro-san, and Ritsu. Shiro-san was excited, but he knew that it wasn't a time to be excited so he calmly explained to the police. Police officer, I might be a pervert, but I wasn't peeping. Ritsu was speechless, but she also said, but you were poking your head through the hole of the fence. She felt tired somehow and wanted to go back as soon as possible. Shiro-san also wasn't going to give up and he quickly explained to the police. But when you see a hole like this, you have to poke your head in it. He presented the huge hole on the fence to the police, telling him that he had his own reason to poke his head inside the hole. The policeman nodded in agreement and said, indeed, this is an enticing situation for both boys and men. Do you realize what you are saying, police officer? Shishio was looking at the policeman speechlessly. The policeman and Shiro-san shook their heads, showing disappointment at Shishio since he was unable to understand the men's romance. It's similar to wanting to coast on a shopping cart or spin around in a chair with your hands in the air. All of us resist many temptations such as these, every day of our lives, you know. The policeman said while shaking his head as if saying that Shishio was too young to understand men's romance. Shiro-san nodded in agreement, but Shishio didn't understand, nor did he want to understand, but somehow he had an urge to beat up the policeman in front of him, but he held himself since he knew that his punishment would be heavier if he did that. But the safety of our children is a sensitive topic in our society. You'd better not be. The policeman wanted to reprimand Shiro-san, but Shiro-san seemed to realize that the policeman had misunderstood him so he quickly explained. My head is full of erotic thoughts, but as an adult, I'm more into a high school student rather than an elementary school student. That's similar to everyone else, isn't it? I'm just an ordinary pervert. Shiro-san said with full conviction. As expected, Ritsu looked at Shiro-san with more disgust and unpleasantness, but Shishio quickly covered Sheena's ears so this girl wouldn't be tainted. Shiro-san ignored everyone's gaze and quickly explained why he was innocent. If I wanted to peek, I would have gone to the stairs in front of the station. You can't be seen at all there. His breath then became heavy and he was full of excitement. When I peek at them and they notice me, I want them to tell me, what are you looking at, you perv? As they glare at me with displeasure eyes. As expected when Shiro-san ended his speech, no one gave him a clap and looked in admiration, only a policeman came and grabbed Shiro-san's hands and said, you are a creepy person. Please come with me to the police station for a little chat. Shiro-san was startled and didn't give up, still trying to show that he was innocent. I know that I'm thinking of some rather inappropriate thoughts, however. Quickly come with me. The policeman quickly pulled Shiro-san and wanted to take him to the police station. Ah, Oga-kun. Help me. Shiro-san quickly called out for help. Shishio let out a long sigh and said, Police officer, please wait for a moment. What's wrong? The policeman stopped and looked at Shishio. I know that Shiro-san is a pervert and his existence alone might trouble the neighborhood. Ah, Oga-kun. Shiro-san was happy that Shishio ridiculed him, but he wanted him to show some consideration and do this kind of thing at Sakurasu rather than in front of the policeman. But I can reassure you that he's harmless and in truth, he's a very nice guy so there's no way that he will commit any crimes, Shishio said sincerely since he didn't really want Shiro-san to enter the jail. After all, if someone could ignore the fact that Shiro-san was a pervert, this guy was a genuinely good guy. Oga-kun. Shiro was moved. Yes, Shiro-san is very harmless, Ritsuo also added. Rikin. Shiro-san was moved. But he's a little disgusting. Ritsuo also added. Rikin. Shiro-san even more moved. The policeman let out a sigh and let go of Shiro-san. I'll let go of you this time, but you need to make sure that you won't cause any trouble again, alright? Yes. 3x. Shishio, Shiro-san, and Ritsu nodded at the same time. Shina also nodded, even though she didn't understand what was happening. The police left them and they also bowed their heads slightly, telling him that the policeman they were thankful for his service. Shishio looked at the back of the policeman and thought that the job of a policeman was really tiring since they also needed to take care of the pervert. Thank you, Oga-kun, Riken, Shina-san, Shiro-san said with a smile. It's alright, you don't need to think too much, Shiro-san. Shishio felt tired somehow and said, let's go back. Everyone agreed and they went back together. When the four of them walked together, Shiro-san asked, but still, Oga-kun, are you not interested in grade school? Shishio stared at Shiro-san and felt that it was better to leave him in jail for 1 or 2 days. You're a young boy. You must have 1 or 2 fetishes. You don't need to be shy and tell that fetish to me. If our fetish is the same then it is also quite good since if both of us then I can teach you a lot of things. Shiro-san said with a spirit. Shishio and Ritsuo could stare at this pervert, but someone pulled Shishio's sleeve again. Shishio then turned his head and looked at Shina who pulled his sleeve again. Shishio, are you a pervert? Shina asked innocently. 97, Chop Suey. After the matter with the policeman ended, the 4 of them went back without trouble, and Shiro-san also didn't cause trouble again. After all, even though Shiro-san was a pervert, masochist, and loved being abused, his EQ was quite good and he also had some common sense. Even though no one wanted to admit it, Shiro-san was better than Shina in terms of common sense. I'll change my clothes first. Shishio looked at Shina and asked, after we eat dinner, I'll show you a man's body. Shina nodded gently. Ritsu, who knew the matter between Shishio and Shina, wasn't that surprised, but Shiro-san, who was on the side, was startled by the topic of the talk between Shishio and Shina. Oga-kun, are you an exhibitionist? Shiro-san asked with a surprised expression since he didn't expect Shishio to have such a fetish. Shishio and Ritsu. Shishio understood slightly Mayumi's feeling and knew that it didn't feel good when a pervert called you a pervert, which made him feel slightly regret saving Shiro-san from the police. Shishio, are you an exhibitionist? Shina asked innocently. The misunderstanding was solved, and after changing his clothes, Shishio went to the kitchen to prepare his dinner, and today's menu was chop suey. Chop suey is a dish in American Chinese cuisine and other forms of overseas Chinese cuisine, consisting of meat and eggs, cooked quickly with vegetables such as bean sprouts, cabbage, and celery and bound in a starch-thickened sauce. There was a lot of debate about where was the origin of this dish, but Shishio didn't care much about that and what was important was that this dish was delicious. The ingredients were pretty much simple and that was a lot of veggies and meat. There was a lot of meat that could be used in this dish such as beef, pork, seafood, and chicken, but this time, he was using chicken meat, especially the thigh part since it was the most delicious part. Some people might disagree with Shishio's opinion, but that was the truth since the thigh part of the chicken was more flavorful than any other parts since it had a lot of fat on it. Well, some people said that the breast part of the chicken was the best, but this meat wasn't suitable for this dish since it was lean meat and it didn't have a lot of fat so when it was cooked, the meat would be dry and a little tough, but of course, it was also good for a diet since it didn't have much fat and it was also the reason why a lot of people loved this part of the chicken. The thigh part and the breast part, a lot of people debated and it even caused a war on the culinary world, but under Shishio's hands, the chicken meat became so beautiful and it had become a piece of art. Yes, Shishio had become the Michelangelo in the world of cuisine. Shina, Ritsu, and Shiro-san watched, appreciating, and drooled upon the cooking process in front of them. Even though the food wasn't ready yet, the intent of the food that was about to be cooked by Shishio was projected in their eyes. It might be vague, but slowly, it was about to take a form. When someone has mastered a certain ability, skill, or craftsmanship, they can project their intent on the people's eyes. For example, when a master painter drew a mountain, even though there were only a few lines that were drawn, the people who saw those few lines, could see that the master painter was drawing a mountain. It was the same as what Shishio did now, even though what he did was only preparation, everyone could see the projection of the chop suey and it caused their stomach to rumble. After cutting the meat into bite sizes and marinating it with various seasonings and cornflour, Shishio continued with the veggies from asparagus, carrot, shiitake mushrooms, bean sprouts, and baby corn, and while he did the veggies preparation, he also cooked the rice, miso soup, and a salad for the dinner. Stay back for a bit, Shishio suddenly said since the three of them were a little too close. Hearing Shishio's voice, they nodded and moved slightly back, but their eyes kept watching, waiting for the food to be ready. Shishio then without hesitation, put all the things that he had prepared before one by one on the skillet. If possible, he wanted to get a wok since it was easier to cook by using it. Unfortunately, there was no such thing here. The sound of sizzling of the ingredients was heard and the delicious aroma wafted through the entire room, which caused them to feel unbearable. Ah! I want to eat too. Suddenly a voice interrupted, but it couldn't shake Shishio's concentration, but Shina, Ritsu, and Shiro-san turned their heads and saw both Chihiro and Misaki who had returned home. Hey, you've cooked? I want to eat too, Shishio, Chihiro said without hesitation. Yes, wait a moment, Shishio said then started to flip the chop suey on the skillet. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The chop suey flipped in the air then landed on the skillet again perfectly, and it was done several times. Everyone was amazed, but Shina opened her eyes wide since she could see a golden ratio happening in the flipping process, creating perfect rotation. Then after a few minutes, the cooking process ended, and Shishio put the finished chop suey on the plate and for a moment, everyone could see the food in front of them were shining brightly. What? They quickly wiped their eyes and the light disappeared, which made them wonder what that light was. When the cooking process ended, Shishio moved very fast and there were 6 plates of dinners. Everyone looked at Shishio who then also joined them and he said, well, let's eat. Hearing those words, everyone didn't hesitate and started to eat then suddenly they saw that there were a lot of meteorites in the sky which caused them to be in shock, but before they could run away, they were bombarded with pleasure on their tongues. Ahem. Everyone moaned, their faces flushed, and stuck in place for a moment before they continued to eat. Shishio, who ate, felt that his food was very delicious, but at the same time, he knew that this dish was made with a white grade ingredient and he was wondering what would happen if he cooked something by using better ingredients. According to the system, there were 7 grades that were separated by several colors, and those colors were white, yellow, green, purple, black, red, and golden. Shishio wasn't sure whether those top ingredients existed in this world, but if he got something like gardening mastery, farming mastery, or animal husbandry mastery, then it might be possible to cultivate those ingredients. Shiro-san looked at Shishio and was wondering how someone could be so good at cooking. Is this a prodigy? It was the only explanation that Shiro-san could find at this moment. After all, he often heard that it required 10 years for someone to become a skilled sushi chef, but Shishio was only 15 years old, and at the same time, he knew that it was only a time before this young man would become the best chef in the whole world. Misaki patted her stomach and her expression was full of satisfaction. She looked at Shishio and said, Shishio-kun, let's get married. I refuse, Shishio said without hesitation. Then you can't get married and be my chef. Misaki said while hugging Shishio's arm. I refuse, Shishio said and pushed Misaki away since this girl was too troublesome, but it seemed that Misaki became even eager, especially when she saw his disgusted expression. He looked at Misaki and wondered whether Misaki was affected by Shiro-san. Ritsu raised her eyebrow and her eyes turned sharp, but she didn't notice it and wondered why she felt uncomfortable. Chihiro wanted to stop them, but someone was faster. Shishio. Shina pulled Shishio's other arm and looked at him. Shiro-san didn't say anything, only looked at the scene in front of them with an interest, and he was also very happy that he was being ignored at this moment. Well, we can do it here now, Shishio said. What are you going to do, Shishio-kun? Misaki asked while looking at Shina who was pulling Shishio's hand with interest. I'm going to show her a man's body, Shishio said simply. What? 2x. Chihiro and Misaki shouted at the same time and thought that Shishio might be affected by Shiro-san by a certain extent. Ah, this is so great. Shiro-san thought as if he could read their minds. 98. Shishio's flaw. Shishio-kun, are you going to show your naked to mash iron? Misaki looked at Shishio in shock. She might show her naked body to Mitaka twice during his birthday, but Mitaka didn't show a reaction and she still wore something that covered her private place so it should be safe, right? But that wasn't the point now. The point was that Misaki heard that Shishio was going to show his naked body to Shina which made her dumbfounded and wasn't sure how to react for a while. Shishio. Chihiro became gloomy and wanted to teach her nephew now. Shishio didn't care much about Misaki, but he quickly solved Chihiro's misunderstanding and said, Chihiro-ne, did you forget Mashiro's request? Ugh. Chihiro then quickly remembered that Shina wanted to see Shishio's body. She looked at Shishio and asked, are you going to show your naked body to Mashiro? No, I'm going to show her a man's body through the painting. Shishio then looked at Shina and said, Mashiro, can you lend me your drawing book and pencil for a while? Here. Shina didn't think too much and gave both the drawing books and the pencil in her hands to Shishio. Shishio, are you really going to draw for Mashiro? Chihiro thought that Shishio was joking, but she didn't expect that he was really going to draw for Shina, which made her disappointed. After all, she knew very well that Shishio's body was very good. Do you really want to see me naked? Shishio asked. Everyone turned silent when they saw this seductive smile. Ritsu turned her head, blushing, and her eyes were moving frantically, unable to calm down. Shina's expression remained unchanged, but she didn't look away from Shishio. Misaki blushed. After all, even though she was very brave on certain occasions and she always was on the attack, her defense was simply weak, so when someone did a counter, she was unable to defend and had to admit that this guy was so charming, right? Shiro-san wasn't gay, but he had to admit that he was blushing at this moment. Chihiro was stunned, her neck was slightly reddened, she wears makeup so no blush can be seen from her face, but then she snorted and said, if you get naked, then get naked. She was twice Shishio's age after all, and she had eaten more salt than Shishio, so when she thought that Shishio teased her, she felt that it was quite unacceptable and she might lose her dignity as her aunt if she became shy at this moment. Shishio looked at Chihiro, and if they were in the hotel room, then he might get naked without hesitation, but there were a lot of people here and he didn't have an exhibitionist hobby. He could only shake his head and then got ready to draw the man's body on the drawing book. Shishio, are you really going to draw? Chihiro asked once again since she felt weird. After all, she didn't know that Shishio could draw. Yes. Shishio didn't look up and said, after all, I can't take off my clothes for Mashiro to study. He couldn't do such perverted things and at the same time, he wanted to test his painting mastery too. In the original plot, Sorita became naked to help Shina, but it was because he couldn't draw and the best choice to help her was to get naked, but Shishio was different since he had a painting mastery. Shishio didn't talk and focused on the paper in front of him, then started to draw casually. At first, the lines were very thin, but as the pencil moved, the lines slowly took shape, and the outline of the character appeared on the paper. Then slowly, there was a simple figure, and there was also a further explanation of the shape, the bone position, the angle, the muscle shape, etc. were shown on the paper. Shishio might have experience with painting, but he only drew buildings, architecture and interior-related things. However, he wasn't very good at drawing people, which was why, after he got this painting mastery, he felt surprised since he felt that painting was just like a simple action to him such as eating or drinking, and everything was so clear to him. Inspiration kept coming to his head and he moved his pen on the paper, without any intention to stop. Shishio wanted to show Shina about man's body, so he drew a man's body in various postures and shapes. Shishio's drawing speed was very fast, and the blank space on the entire paper was becoming less and less. The paper was full of man's muscles in various poses, some of which were incomplete human bodies, wearing uniforms, daily clothes, even the naked ones, showing various movements and angles including adults, children and an elderly man. Moreover, in the corners of the paper, there was a more detailed explanation about both muscles and bones that was described in the picture, just like a human muscle sample in the medicine book. After Shishio finished his work, the entire paper was completely painted, and various figures appeared on the paper, and under the special effect of the skill of the painting mastery, it felt like these figures on the paper might be able to jump out any second, which made him wonder whether he could draw a cute girl, then a cute girl might be able to jump out from the paper? Shishio wasn't sure, but if he wanted to try it, it was better to do it at the secretive place. Shishio rubbed his wrist slightly, then looked at Shina. Mashiro, what do you think? Can this help? He didn't finish his words, and when he was about to hand his painting to Shina, the painting was directly taken over by the others. Chihiro-ne, Misaki-senpai, what are you doing? Shishio looked at the two people who took his painting helplessly. Shishio, your painting. Chihiro looked at the painting that Shishio had just drawn in shock. Although she knew that he had a strong theoretical knowledge of painting during the last dinner, she didn't expect that the level of his painting skill was so absurd. Although it was just a sketch, the characters on the paper were so lifelike and they were in various shapes, ages, occupations, and emotions. That's right, Chihiro could clearly feel each of the emotions that were expressed in the characters on the paper. For example, the bald uncle in the lower left corner, with messy clothes, was obviously already a little drunk and still trying to walk straight, showing a sense of decadence on the surface of the paper. There was also a child on the upper left, excited and lively. There was also a young man doing exercises in the middle of the paper. It was just a piece of drawing, but Chihiro seemed to be able to see drops of sweat falling from the young man's neck, and even her nose seemed to be able to smell it, the smell of salty sweat from the young man on the paper. How can this be? Chihiro felt that she might have hallucinations and wondered whether Shishio had put a hallucinogenic mushroom instead of shiitake mushroom on his chop suey before. It was just a painting, but why she felt she was in it. She then looked to Misaki, who was next to her, but she found out that Misaki was also looking at herself, with complicated expressions in her eyes. Chihiro-ne, do you think that Shishio-kun has put a hallucinogenic mushroom on the chop suey since I seem to be able to smell the alcohol on this person? Misaki pointed at the drunk man in the lower left corner and said those words with some confusion in her eyes. Maybe, it isn't an illusion, Misaki. I think I can smell it too, maybe this painting. Chihiro didn't know how to evaluate this painting, after all, she was just an art teacher, and the painting in front of her wasn't something that she could evaluate. Chihiro had heard that a true master-class painter could make someone so immersed in their painting and make their painting truly alive, but she thought that it was just an exaggerated compliment, but she didn't expect to meet a wild master-class painter here today. From the sketch that Shishio casually drew, she knew that her nephew had reached a level that someone was unable to achieve. She looked at Shishio and wondered whether Shishio was really her big sister's child. If he wasn't, then their relationship wouldn't be taboo, right? Shishio-kun, you're painting. Misaki looked at the painting in confusion, her brain was in confusion, and she didn't know what to say anymore. In fact, after talking about her anime that night, Misaki already knew that Shishio had solid knowledge about painting, although she didn't have an opportunity to see how good he was. She thought that he was only good at the theory, but it was normal since she also had seen a lot of theories, so she didn't care much, but when she saw this painting today, she finally found out that Shishio's painting was really amazing. Misaki knew that many people often said that she was genius, and Mitaka also said that she was genius. However, compared to Shishio, the things that she drew lacked some important things besides her painting skill. She had heard that some people might be able to draw their characters on anime to be truly alive on the screen, and she couldn't do that, but Shishio's painting was. It feels like it's truly alive. Misaki thought. The sketch that was drawn by Shishio in a few minutes, and if Shishio was serious, then the finished product would be even more beyond imagination. Misaki looked at Shishio and wondered who he was and how he could do all of this. Misaki handed the painting back to Shishio again and stopped talking. Even if she had always been strange and loud, the shock that she received at that moment made her completely silent. She suddenly thought of what Mitaka had said to her before about the pressure that he felt every time he was with her, but she couldn't understand it. It turns out that this is the pressure that Jin feels like. But I have always been. I must apologize to Jin. Misaki shook her head and thought on her mind, she knew that she needed a good talk with Jin. However, compared to the problem between her and Mitaka, Misaki found that the gap between her and Shishio was so far that she couldn't see his back at all. Fortunately, she didn't have an inferiority complex, or else, she would be like both Mitaka and Sorita. I may be just a genius, but Shishio. Misaki looked at Shishio and wasn't sure how to describe her feeling at that moment. Shishio looked at everyone's expression and knew that they were a bit overwhelmed by his ability, so he knew that he needed to show a flaw at this moment, or else, he would be treated as an alien. Shishio knew that sometimes when someone saw something that they couldn't comprehend with their minds, they would be at a loss, especially someone who was very close toward you, and frankly, he hoped that they wouldn't change their attitude toward him, so he hoped for someone to give him a chance to show his flaw, since by showing his flaw would give him an image that he wasn't perfect and he would seem more approachable. He then looked at several people in the room and observed their reactions. Ritsuo looked at Shishio's sketch, and among these people, she was the only one who didn't know much about painting knowledge. Although she could see the effect of the painting, she didn't know what it meant. However, Chihiro and Misaki were different. After all, since one of them was an art teacher, and the other one was a genius from the art department, both of them knew the value of this painting better, but there was one person who gave him an unexpected reaction. Oga-kun, who are you? Shiro-san's expression felt strange when he saw Shishio's painting. Not only Shishio was a prodigy at cooking, but also at painting, which made him wonder who he was. He was, after all, a famous author, so he had some knowledge about art, and he knew that Shishio's skill was something that the majority of people wouldn't be able to achieve in their lives. Shishio was grateful for Shiro-san's reaction, so he used this chance to show his flaws. After Shiro-san's question fell, everyone was in silence and they were looking at Shishio. I'm the man who will be the god of this new world. Those words came out naturally from his mouth, and his eyes were so clear at this moment, staring at everyone with a belief that he was the god of this world. Shishio Oga. Everyone felt their hearts were thumping, and when they heard his words, then it was as if the world answered Shishio's words, that the light from the sunset shone upon Shishio as if a messiah descended upon this world. 99. As long as you're handsome, you're going to be forgiven. Shishio looked at everyone's reaction and felt speechless when they saw him in shock, so he quickly smiled mischievously and said, I was joking. Tee-hee. He hit the side of his head slightly and stuck out his tongue, trying to be as cute as possible. Chihiro looked around, and when she found nothing, she stood up slightly, then directly slapped Shishio's head. Slap. It hurts. It didn't hurt, but Shishio needed to pretend, right? What are you doing, Chihiro-ne? He complained and looked at Chihiro in grief. I'm the one who should be asking what are you doing. Chihiro was almost mad, especially when she saw his act was so believable at that time. Your mother told me before that you used to have a Chiyunibu and she told me to slap you every time that you returned to how you used to be. She thought that her big sister was lying, but it seemed that her big sister was right when she told her that Shishio had a Chiyunibu, so she quickly slapped him, but she had to admit that this guy really had a talent as an actor since his acting was so believable that it made him really think that a messiah had descended down to earth. However, Chihiro had to admit that Shishio was quite cute when he showed his Chiyunibu act. Not only Chihiro, but Shiro-san, Misaki, and Ritsu didn't expect Shishio to have such a cute side, which greatly surprised them and somehow made him approachable. If it was an ugly guy then they might be disgusted, but the one who did the Chiyunibu act was a handsome guy, so it was pretty normal to think that Shishio was pretty cute. Unfortunately, the Chiyunibu of the previous Shishio Oga was far from cute, and it was pretty much scary or gloomy. Shishio wasn't sure, or rather he didn't want to remember since it was pretty much embarrassing. But I've to admit that line, I will become the god of the new world, it was a really great line, Shiro-san said with a sigh and still trembled when he remembered Shishio's act before. He looked at Shishio and thought that if his novel would be adapted to a movie, then Shishio would be suitable to become the protagonist of the movie. Shishio-kun, are you going to write a story or something? Misaki was very keen and thought that Shishio must have a great script on his hands, especially when he said those lines, and she had to admit that those lines were great, that it made her body tremble. Story. Ritsu looked at Shishio eagerly and knew that Shishio was writing a story, so she hoped to read it. Chiyunibu. Shino looked at Shishio curiously. I'm not as great as you think, Shishio said, then handed the drawing book in his hands to Shina who was next to him. After all, he painted those sketches for her, but it was being taken by both Chihiro and Misaki before, and he also didn't want to explain about Chiyunibu, so he quickly gave Shina the sketches. Shina forgot her question before and looked at the sketches in her book carefully, without saying any words, but the light on her eyes became brighter and brighter. What do you think, Mashiro? Have you understood the man's body structure and muscle shape? Shina stopped Chihiro, who still wanted to steal the drawing book, and said to Shina. Yes, I understand. Shina lifted her head from the drawing book and nodded with a serious expression. That's good. Shishio breathed out a sigh of relief since he was worried that she didn't understand before. If she didn't understand then he could only do something similar to the original plot, he might be reluctant, but it couldn't be helped, right? But, Shishio's sketch. There was hesitation in Shina's expression since she felt a sense of familiarity with Shishio's sketch, but she was quite uncertain. What's wrong, Mashiro? Shishio and Chihiro turned their heads in doubt to look at Mashiro, who showed such a reaction, wondering whether there was something wrong with the sketch. Shishio's sketch has a similar feeling to my grandpa's works. Shina hesitated for a long time and finally remembered where she saw this familiarity. She remembered that it was on the atelier where she had grown up, among the countless paintings that her grandfather cherished the most, that she had seen those familiar feelings to Shishio's painting. Grandpa? Shishio asked curiously since he didn't know Shina's grandpa. Mashiran's grandpa. Misaki looked at Shina in doubt. What? Chihiro stood up in surprise and looked at Shina in doubt. Mashiro, is that true? Does Shishio's sketch have a similar feeling to your grandpa's paintings? Are you sure? She didn't care about the puzzled expression of Shishio and the four people in the dining room. Although Misaki was also in the art department, she focused on the anime, so Misaki had only a little information about the world of art. In this place, Chihiro was the one with the most knowledge about the world of art. After all, she was an art teacher, and it was impossible for her to not know who Shina's grandpa was, especially when she was also Shina's cousin. However, Chihiro wanted to make sure now that what Shina said just now was true, and if it was true, then her guess previously should be right. What's wrong, Chihiro-ne? Shishio looked at Chihiro strangely, but he didn't know much about the world of art in this world, or rather he didn't have much of an interest in the arts such as painting or sculpture since it was pretty much useless. Besides decoration, he wasn't sure what to do with it, and his hard-earned money wasn't something that he wanted to spend thoughtlessly by something known as art, since art was something vague unlike gold, land, etc. Well, it should be, it is quite similar to one of my grandpa's work. Shina looked at the nervous Chihiro and nodded again after she confirmed it. Really? Chihiro slowly sighed, and after she got Shina's confirmation, and looked at Shishio next to her with a complicated expression, she really felt that this guy might become the god of the new world. What's wrong, Chihiro-ne? You're not sick, right? Shishio slowly put his hand on Chihiro's forehead, looking at her in worry. Bastard, I'm not sick. Chihiro was annoyed and directly slapped Shishio's hand from her forehead. Shishio could only shake his head and pulled his hand. Shishio, after I've seen your sketch before, there was something of speculation in my heart, but I wasn't sure. After all, our level difference was too huge, and with my ability, I can't fully see what it is, but after Mashiro's confirmation, I'm sure of it. Chihiro pondered for a moment and thought about how to explain Shina's background. Before Mashiro moved to Sakurasu, I haven't introduced Shina's identity in detail since I'm worried that you'll be pressured by her when you know her. If you find out by yourself, then it doesn't really matter, but now. Chihiro looked at the sketch in Shina's hands with a complicated expression since there was a god that was hiding in this small dorm. Mashiro is born from a family of artists, and her parents live abroad most of the time, and they're related in art-related work, so Mashiro has been living with her grandfather's atelier since she was a child, learning painting, and she hardly has any contact with the outside world, so Mashiro has almost no ability to take care of herself. Chihiro paused for a moment then continued with her explanation. However, if you gain something you must lose something, and Mashiro might not be influenced or affected by external things, and she has always maintained a pure heart and won many art awards at her age, and her photos and her works often appear in world-class art magazines, and Masahiro is also known as a world-class genius painter. Chihiro glanced at Shina, who was still studying Shishio's sketch, and sighed since she didn't expect her nephew would be able to achieve something that most people couldn't achieve in their life of hard work. Furthermore, Mashiro also did a handshake with the British Prime Minister who was still in the office before, and at that time, her fame had almost reached its peak in the art world, and she was called a girl from heaven, but after a while, many people were surprised since she suddenly disappeared from the art world. After all, only a few people knew that she came to Japan in order to learn manga. After she spoke, Chihiro looked curiously at the reactions of the people around her. Mash Iron, you're so amazing. Misaki regained her vitality and looked at Shina with surprise. Ritsu was also surprised, but she had taken care of Shina for the past 2 days, and she also saw the manga that Shina drew on the computer, and she had to admit that Shina's paintings were so beautiful. I see. Shishio nodded. Chihiro looked at Shishio whose reaction was so plain strangely. Shishio, aren't you surprised? Not really, you should know that I've seen a lot of people. Chihiro nay, Shishio said simply since he told Chihiro the truth. Shina might have shaken hands with the British Prime Minister, but the previous Shishio Oga was hugged by the Japanese Prime Minister. Ah. Chihiro nodded and also understood why Shishio's reaction was so plain. What's Shishio's identity? Shiro-san asked curiously since he was really curious about Shishio's background. Well, he's my nephew, that's all you need to know, Chihiro said since Shishio's identity, even though it wasn't comparable to Shina, it wasn't that far away since he was a second rich generation. Now, after Chihiro said all of that, they became even curious about Shishio's background. Chihiro-sensei, you haven't said who Mashiran's grandpa is. Misaki quickly asked since she was curious about Shina's grandpa. Oh, yes, it was because of Shishio that it almost made me forget. Chihiro slapped her forehead slightly. Shishio. Mashiro's grandfather is Shina Ueki. He was born in Tokyo and when he was young, he left Japan and went to the UK, where he met Mashiro's grandma. At the same time, he also showed his extraordinary artistic talent and became well known by a lot of people. So far, he has become a legendary figure in the art world and has become a master among masters, but it is a pity that very few works have flowed out of his hands, but every work that appeared in the public, without exception, has been sought after by a lot of people in the art world, including the British royalty and nobles, calling his works as a masterpiece of God. Although it has nothing to do with God, these words are enough to show Shina Ueki's status in the art world. Shina Ueki. Shishio wasn't sure what to say for a moment. 100. There are a lot of plot holes in the original story. It is said that everyone who has seen Shina Ueki's works will have a similar resonance. That is to say, his works can arouse the emotions of the people who see it, so the viewers will feel like they have entered the painting itself. Chihiro paused for a moment then looked at Shishio. I haven't seen Shina Ueki's painting with my own eyes, so when I saw your work before, although there was some speculation, I couldn't be sure, because this realm isn't something that can be achieved by hard work, which was why I was so surprised after hearing Mashiro's words. Chihiro rubbed her temple since Shishio's ability was beyond human capability, and wondered whether, in truth, Shishio was really a god that was born from her big sister's womb. Shishio nodded and said, Chihiro nay, I understand what you mean, but you should know that a lot of artists can't even pay for their meals, so I don't have the interest to become a painter. He told the truth. After all, even though becoming the god of a painter might sound quite good, it was only something vain and without money, nothing could be done. Shishio, with your skill, money will come toward you. Chihiro had a serious expression and said, you don't need to worry too much that you won't have money for a meal. She looked at Shishio and knew that this guy loved money, but she felt that it wasn't wrong since everyone needed money. That might be true if I'm famous, but I'm not famous, Shishio said simply. After all, no matter how good his painting was, without a reputation, no one was going to give his painting a price. Chihiro thought for a while and said, then how about if you join a competition? Competition? Shishio raised his eyebrow and felt quite interested. Chihiro could see that Shishio was interested and she quickly explained about the art competition in Tokyo, and as long as he won, his reputation would be very loud, but she had to admit that even though Shishio didn't become a painter, he didn't need to worry about food and shelter since his family was very rich, but after all, no one wanted to become a NEET, and she thought that it would be great if everyone knew about his talent, but if he didn't want to then she wouldn't force him since everything was his choice. Listening to Chihiro's explanation about the competition, Shishio would be lying if he wasn't interested, so he made up his decision. Then, when there's a competition, you can tell me, Chihiro-ne. Good, there should be one after the Golden Week, I'll tell you by that time, Chihiro said. Alright. Shishio nodded. Still, Shishio-kun, if you become the winner of the competition, will you become a painter? Misaki asked curiously. No. Shishio shook his head and said, I have my own dream. Oh? What is your dream? Chihiro asked with an interest. Shiro-san and Ritsuo also looked at Shishio curiously, wondering what Shishio's dream was. Tycoon, Shishio said simply. They thought that Shishio might have a meager dream such as opening a cafe, or restaurant, but they didn't expect that his ambition was so big. Good, I support you. If you become a tycoon, then you need to support me, Shishio, Chihiro said in a joke and didn't believe in Shishio's words since she knew that it was harder to become a tycoon than the best painter in this world. If you want, I can take care of you for my whole life, though, Shishio said while looking at Chihiro with a sincere expression. Chihiro was in shock, then a blush started to cover her face and neck. Her head was in a mess, and she hoped for him to say that kind of words somewhere more private since that way, she could answer him seriously, since his words were really tempting for her who was in her 29 years and 12 months. I was joking, Shishio said with a smile since his aunt was too cute, right? They weren't sure what to say for a moment. Chihiro clenched her fist and she was ready to teach her nephew, but... Shishio, teach me to draw. Sheena looked at Shishio with a hopeful expression since she knew that Shishio's painting was better than hers and if she learned under him that her painting should be liked by more people, right? Sheena suddenly remembered her turning point to go to Japan, when she met a child that she met at the exhibition. If she didn't feel curious about the manga on the boy's hand at that time, maybe she would stay in the UK now, and she might become a master of painting, but if she didn't come to Japan, then she might not be able to meet Shishio. In her heart, there was a contradiction in Mashiro's heart, wondering what she should do at this moment. Looking at Shishio's figure now, Sheena felt that she was looking at a giant, and her emotion that had always been flat and calm since her birth, was jumping in excitement, and various complex emotions began to appear in her eyes. Then after a while, Sheena regained her calm, and she suddenly understood why Shishio would be confident to say that he was a color, and he would dye the entire world with his own color when he first met her. Grandpa, it seems that you are wrong, Mashiro isn't the special one. Sheena thought at that moment. Well, I'll go back to my room since I'm a bit tired, and when the competition starts, I'll remind you, Shishio, Chihiro said while standing up. Thank you, Chihiro-ne. Shishio nodded, then looked at Shiro-san and Ritsu. Do you want me to teach you too, Shiro-san, Kawaii-senpai? He had a painting mastery, and it was also very easy for him to teach people to draw, even though they had never learned. Ritsu, even though, had never shown her trouble on her face, felt slightly pressured when she saw how bright Shishio was, but when she saw his smile toward her, she couldn't help but remember when he helped her at that time. She felt that the distance between them was far, but at the same time, she wanted to get close to him, after all, she didn't want to be left behind, especially when she saw how close Shishio, Sheena and Misaki were, which was why she felt very happy when he said that he was going to teach her, but she was too shy. Is that all right, Shishio? Shiro-san was interested. Well, it isn't much of a problem for me, and I also want to ask you a question about how to write a novel, Shishio said to Shiro-san. No problem. Shiro-san nodded. Is that all right? Ogakan Ritsu was a bit embarrassed to accept Shishio's kindness before, but when Shiro-san also wanted to learn, she didn't hesitate to accept it too, but then she realized something and looked at Shiro-san in shock. Shiro-san, you're a novelist. Misaki was also looking at Shiro-san since she had never known Shiro-san's job. Yeah, Shiro-san said embarrassingly. What kind of book have you written, Shiro-san? Misaki asked. That book, Shiro-san said while pointing at the book in Ritsu's hand. Ritsu's face turned ugly at this moment since she didn't expect her favorite writer would be a pervert. Shishio explained how to draw 4 people in front of them. He explained interesting tricks to both Shiro-san and Ritsu, giving them a game to play, and both Shiro-san and Ritsu had to admit that it was very fun, then explained some knowledge that Misaki didn't understand, and lastly some advanced knowledge to Sheena. Shishio still had common sense, so he didn't show much of his ability and limited it so they wouldn't be overwhelmed. Shishio-kun, you're really amazing. I didn't expect your cooking to be so delicious and you're also very good at painting. It is as if you are really the god of the new world. Misaki picked the draft on the table while watching Shishio's next creation next to her. There was a lot of inspiration on her head, and she believed her next production would be amazing, but she had to tell Mitaka about the idea to help her with the script. Jin. The expression of Misaki dimmed at the thought of Mitaka, and her heart was a little complicated, even though she knew why Mitaka avoided her, and even though she knew the problem between the two, she couldn't do anything about it, and if Mitaka could be like Shishio, even just a fraction of it, then both of them wouldn't be like this. Misaki looked at the painting in a daze, wondering how she could make Mitaka change himself. When Shishio, Shiro-san, and Ritsu were playing together, ignoring Misaki's words, Shishio then looked at Shina who was still learning and somehow wondering about her feelings. After all, unlike in the novel, Shina was a living being and there was a lot of plot that was pretty much unreasonable. The first thing was Shishio was puzzled at how Shina could give up her family, her school, her friends, her honor, and her favorite oil painting, or rather she almost gave up everything and came to Japan. Was it really for a manga? Shishio didn't believe it. If Shina was willing to give up everything, then she wouldn't be tangled when Rita Ainsworth came to Japan to find her, but at that time, Sorita left many traces on Shina's heart that couldn't be erased, so Shina at that time was no longer the previous Shina. Sorita was wielding a weapon which was known as Yasashi, kindness, and made various attempts to let Shina stay, so in the end, Shina rejected Rita and chose to stay in Japan, but her reason to stay in Japan wasn't to stay with Sorita, it was because she wanted to learn about a manga, but then why did she want to learn about it? Was it so important that she could give up almost everything that she had done in her entire life? Therefore, Shishio wanted to give Shina a chance to reconsider. He remembered his conversation with Shina when they first met. Maybe, it was because she gave up something that was very important to her that caused a big hole in her heart, so she was full of confusion about her future. Mashiro. Shishio called out Shina softly. Shina looked at Shishio. Can you really give up the world that you have lived in for so many years for a manga? Shishio asked. Shina looked at Shishio silently, and her head was full of confusion when she thought about Shishio's question.